There's a saying, the winner becomes king, the loser starts over. An ordinary engineer in modern times is transported into a novel and immediately becomes a master designer. With just his intellect and experience, a wave of his hand, and a tap of his stick would be enough to create a vast, fully equipped estate in this medieval era. Our protagonist today is Kim Soo-ho, but in this world, he is only a supporting character known by the name Lloyd Frontera. Besides his extraordinary design skills, he is also a true capitalist. It all started a few years ago. X suddenly transmigrated into a novel called Armored Engineer. Other people who transmigrate wake up in a warm bed with soft blankets and comfortable mattresses, but our transmigrator wakes up face down on hard, rocky ground. And on top of that, I was exposed to the cold, shivering from the biting wind, and sleeping on the road for so long that my jaw muscles became crooked to one side, looking incredibly unsightly. After tidying himself up, Sue began to compose himself and reorganize the information. Suddenly, someone called out to him. When Mr. Loho turned around, he recognized Habiel Azrahan, an armored engineer who is also the protagonist of this novel. He looks exactly as handsome as in the illustration. In the novel, Habiel becomes famous throughout the continent as the swordsman Habiel, but his origins are simply in a small town called Aos Frontera as an ordinary swordsman. There is also another character, the infamous Baron Lloyd Frontera, who comes from Frontera. It's true that misfortune can sometimes be compounded by bad luck. Transmigrating into a strange world and being reborn as a rude young man, it's incredibly unlucky to be this unlucky. Habiel found the man shouting like a madman, utterly bewildering. The person in front of him looked incredibly unsightly. A little while later, the two of them returned to the Duke's mansion. Hab lit a fire in the stove to warm the room. He said that Loy had been drinking all day, getting completely drunk and smashing things up in the pub. After that, he consciously made his way home and eventually collapsed on the road. With things like this, Loy will definitely be hogging the spotlight on the front page of the newspaper tomorrow. Loy was speechless after hearing that. That's the ultimate fate for a scoundrel. Habiel was sent by the Baron, Lloyd's father, to keep a close eye on him, because he did not want to see his son, poor, and with a dislocated jaw, wandering far from home. That's truly pathetic. However, the weather seems to have been harsher during this medieval period. Even with the fireplace lit inside, Loy still felt cold. Habiel said that he would tell the Baron about what happened at the tavern tomorrow morning. He looks very determined and has no intention of being childish. Habiel was about to leave the room when Loy suddenly called him back. He asked Habiel about his family, confused. The entire Loy family is currently drowning in debt. Habiel did not answer directly, but only made a sarcastic remark. I suppose you've only just found out, haven't you? Then, coldly, he closed the door and left, leaving him alone in the room, lost in thought. Actually, he knows everything. In that novel, in his cramped dorm room last night, he was still trying to finish reading the last chapter. Therefore, of course, he knew Loy's fate like the back of his hand. The reason the Baron's family fell into debt was because both he and his wife were cheated out of everything by a swindler, losing both their money and possessions. Unable to bear it any longer, they committed suicide together. From then on, Loy became a vagabond and only knew how to drink until he was completely drunk. Eventually, he died from alcohol poisoning, coughing up blood and falling to his death in a pool of blood. That's life. Life outside was already tough, and even after transmigrating to another world with a noble status, things weren't any better. Suddenly, the system appeared, and a new notification popped up. Your wish has been randomly selected and granted by the Almighty. Loy didn't understand what the notification meant, but he was annoyed and didn't care anyway. Early the next morning, Lloyd's mother, Mabella Frontera, came to see Lloyd and asked about what had happened the day before. Lloyd actually only transmigrated into this world last night. In fact, he had no idea what the original owner of this body did all day yesterday. Wouldn't it be strange if I just said I was reading a novel last night? Mrs. Manhwa, with a weary and exhausted expression, advised Lloyd not to cause any more trouble and to go apologize to them. Lloyd was also confused and didn't know what to do. But if this body has committed a crime, Then I think I should also go and apologize as a matter of proper etiquette. Loy stammered that he would go apologize to the pub owner and the others. Mabella and Habiel were astonished and gaped in amazement upon hearing this, as if they had just witnessed a strange phenomenon, a new creature appearing before their eyes. A little while later, Loy and Habiel set off together to the pub to apologize. Seeing Loy walking down the street, the people passing by in the bustling neighborhood were quickly and unexpectedly startled. Even the curious children who were peeking through the window were picked up by their parents, and the door was slammed shut. It seems that Loy's reputation is so widespread that everyone in town detests him. Seeing that everyone wanted to stay away from him, Loy wondered why Habiel always followed him. The reason seems touching, but is actually quite cold. Habiel also followed the Baron's instructions for the sake of making a living. Escort the enemy to prevent a repeat of what happened yesterday. Calling it an escort is just for show. It's more accurately about protecting the townspeople from Mr. Loin. Loin felt that if he wanted to survive in this world, the first step was to erase his image as a jerk in everyone's eyes. But thinking about it again, if we settled the debt at home first, life might be better. After all, Lloyd is the heir to the Baron's family. Lloyd opened the control panel and double-checked a few things necessary to execute the plan. But looking at the skill tree, it's really a complete mess. None of the skills are usable. Lloyd, annoyed, gesticulated wildly, causing Habiel to look at him with a judgmental expression that was quite unpleasant to look at. Soon they arrived at the pub. Lloyd didn't know and almost went too far into the wrong place. Habiel suddenly looked at Lloyd with an inscrutable, scrutinizing expression. When Lloyd asked, he answered as if it were nothing serious. Watching Lloyd open the door and step inside the bar, Habiel sensed that something had changed since last night. It felt as though my mischievous master had become a completely different person. Inside the pub, the aftermath of yesterday's chaos was still palpable. Everything was shattered. Nothing looked intact. Lloyd went before the tavern owner and bowed deeply, profusely apologizing. The pub owner was even more horrified by what he saw than by the vandalism the previous night. Seeing that being serious wasn't working, Lloyd switched to apologizing in a rude, mocking way. But perhaps this method won't work either. It's true that if you're hated, no matter what you do, people will only hate you. The pub owner stammered to Lloyd that he didn't need to apologize. Everything is going pretty well right now. But seeing his confused and frightened expression, Lloyd felt an indescribable emotion. On the way back, Lloyd said that although he had apologized, he felt the owner was still not entirely satisfied. And rightly so, destroying someone's shop built with blood, sweat, and tears, and then offering such a simple apology. Who could possibly be satisfied with that? Lloyd was starting to find life difficult. He already had to pay off his family's mortgage, and now he had to weigh the compensation for this restaurant as well. It was truly a tough situation. And on top of that, I can't even befriend anyone in this town. If we don't pay the debt now, there's nothing we can do. Just as Lloyd was at a loss as to what to do to repay the debt, Habiel said something that immediately made Lloyd's mind race. The mother of the pub owner is still suffering from the cold winds of the previous winter. Now, with this mess Lloyd just created, the owner of this shop is definitely the unluckiest person this year. Lloyd thought back and realized that the atmosphere in the cafe had been quite gloomy earlier, with only a tiny fireplace that couldn't possibly warm the entire place. Therefore, it will be very difficult for that old woman to withstand the cold. Koreans have traditionally used hot stones placed under the floor for heating, but this method has not been discovered until now. Lloyd was walking when he suddenly stopped. A very bold idea had just flashed through his mind. He felt this would definitely be a groundbreaking innovation in the world. In the Middle Ages, there were no heating systems, but with the mind and knowledge of an engineer, a perfect design was drawn in Lloyd's head. If it succeeds, Lloyd will definitely make a fortune selling it, and the people here certainly won't believe it was designed by that jerk like Frontera. Anyway, in the real world, his specialty is construction and building design. He even built a building in just a few days, while he was in the army as an engineer. If it succeeds, Lloyd will certainly be able to pay off all that debt. Having finished thinking, Lloyd immediately turned around and went back to the pub. That will be where you open the base for your first order. At that moment, The system suddenly appeared and announced that Loy's journey had truly begun. RP has been activated by the RP system, meaning intimacy points. Accumulation can be made by developing relationships with important figures. Loy stared in astonishment at the current RP system screen, which showed 0. He wondered if this was similar to EXP, and there was no explanation of what it was used for. The guide states that RP can be increased by improving key relationships. Loy immediately turned to look at Hable to check. There really was something visible above his head. A system panel displaying the character's level of admiration for Loy. Hable's current score is -30, which is extremely low. Without further delay, Lai immediately tested the ability to increase RP while it was still fresh. Although it felt strange and awkward, Lai tried to be cute and complimented Hable on how handsome he was. Hable didn't react at all after hearing this. His face remained expressionless, and his likability decreased by 1. This method probably won't work. Loy really doesn't suit this vibe at all. A little while later, Lloyd and Hable returned to the pub. Lloyd wrote a full contract with the contractor. The owner and manager is himself, and then he gives it to the owner of the shop. He pledged to compensate for all the damage he had caused by covering all the construction costs. Looking at the contract presented by a rude and depraved man, the tavern owner's eyes were filled with judgment and suspicion. His trust in Lloyd was almost negative infinity. But in order to successfully repay the debt, Lloyd, though unwilling, was forced to use the most primitive method to get the tavern owner to agree. He used his friendly and credible pleading image to try to persuade the shop owner. And then, of course, it was a resounding success. Although it's a bit despicable at least it gets the job done. This first contract is considered a success. Lloyd assured the innkeeper that he would never regret it. Without further delay, Lloyd quickly got to work. He chose the open space in front of the shop to carry out the task and began measuring and weighing. After a moment of thoughtful silence, Hable finally spoke, asking Lloyd if he was committing a new wrongdoing by threatening the innkeeper and forcing him to sign the contract. Lloyd remained silent for a moment, not answering, but calmly asking Hable in return if he had ever heard of distorted perception. Lloyd explains that this distortion had taken hold of Hable's mind due to negativity and prejudice. Because he did those things in the past, he does them again now. Hable countered that it was not prejudice but experience and judgment. Lloyd, hearing this, immediately retorted, "Aren't both of those things rooted in the past?" At this point, Hable froze stiff. It's so true, there's no arguing about it anymore. He never expected that the rogue young master standing before him would ever say something like this. Lloyd went on to say that he would definitely make the pub owner and his mother laugh, poking the stick into the ground as he did so. He will make them laugh no matter what, because their smiles will be the foundation and motivation that helps Lloyd earn money. And so Lloyd began to work diligently. Keep digging, moving, and pounding the earth repeatedly. Next came the construction of the framework using wood taken from the ducal family's storehouse and applying a basic fire-resistant timber structure. A traditional Eastern method of wooden construction using fire-resistant wood to build walls. Then, red clay from the riverbank on the outside was piled up. But what Lloyd didn't expect was that this body was so weak. It was already exhausted and out of breath after only a short time, needing to rest at the slightest opportunity. This project has dragged on for a whole week and is still not finished. Seeing Lloyd's enthusiasm and dedication, Hable began to have a different opinion of his young master. "I can't believe that idiot Lloyd actually held the contract with the pub owner." Seeing his young master in such a dilapidated state, his body trembling and weak yet still trying to continue working, Hable felt a pang of sympathy. Just as Lloyd lost his balance and was about to fall backward, Hable rushed forward and caught him just in time. He took the axe from Lloyd's hand and asked what he needed help with. Lloyd said that he made planks about 1 handspan wide and 2 handspans long. Upon hearing this, Hable quickly deployed his extraordinary abilities. He raised the axe and performed a few basic, graceful moves. The required number of wooden planks for the project was immediately completed. Lloyd looked on in amazement and could only raise his hand in admiration. Truly worthy of the male protagonist's strength. This person will later become a master swordsman, looking no different from a modern piece of technology. When the opportunity presents itself to the cat, one must know how to protect it. With salt as delicious as Habel's, Loy certainly couldn't ignore it and continued to negotiate for it. And he wanted Habiel to continue working with him to complete this project. Habiel felt irritated and grumpy the moment he heard it. Instead of thanking someone for helping you, you asked them to do more. It would be strange if you didn't get angry. However, with his quick wit and arguments that sounded illogical but ultimately proved very convincing, Loy has successfully recruited Habel to his team. And so, both of them rolled up their sleeves and busily worked with the industrious bees. The digger, the weaver, the watering cane, the shovel. After dozens of hours, the project that Loy designed was finally completed. He also didn't forget to place a logo right in the middle of the facade to create his own unique signature. Now it's time to call the pub owner over to test the product and make up for all the trouble Loy has caused. The fire in the fireplace outside crackled and burned. This helped to warm up the atmosphere inside this small wooden house. The tavern owner and his mother were extremely pleased. The old woman also felt as if her stiff joints were relaxing. The tavern owner was very surprised and couldn't believe his eyes. After all, the people here were surprised because Loy had used a traditional Korean home renovation method to warm the floor in combination with a room-warming structure called Gyeodin Ondon. This technique did not exist in the Middle Ages. Finally, both my mother and the pub owner laughed. Loy kept his promise exactly as he said he would. Habiel couldn't believe that Loy could do that. Even the way my master speaks and his facial expressions have changed. Habiel still couldn't believe this was true. Loy truly kept his promise to a civilian. But seeing the smiles of the two tavern owners and his mother, Habiel felt a warmth in his heart. Your positive impression of Loy also increased by 2 points. Loy also received 36 RP as a result of a slight improvement in his relationship with a key character. The first such contract is considered a success. Although we spent quite a bit of money on the wood, it was worth it. Anyway, this show house is purely for marketing purposes to generate future profits. A few days later, more and more people came to try out the heated house that Loy had created. The queues of people coming to experience it were countless. Loy also took this opportunity to promote his services. But because of his overwhelmingly famous reputation, no matter how attractive the price he offered, people still couldn't trust him enough to accept it. While they were busy doing business and trying to attract customers to their services, Agus Frontera, Lloyd's father, suddenly appeared. Current positive impression is -20. Scene shifts to Frontera Mansion. Loy is sitting enjoying breakfast with his father. He looked up at him. Loy watched Frontera seriously enjoying the meal and thought to himself that he hadn't wandered around too much to avoid running into his father. What if he doesn't let me continue with those projects? Suddenly, he spoke up. Let me hear about this. Agus Frontera said sternly. What are you planning to do this time? Loy calmly replied while eating. I guess there's no need for lengthy explanations, right? The owner ordered a heated room, so I'll just build one for him. Turn up the loin fashion. Hearing this, he asked further, have you made any prior arrangements with them? Loy replied, still chewing his food. It seems father knows everything already. Agus Frontera warned seriously, our top priority is protecting the people. Lying to or deceiving them will not be forgiven. Loy replied, with an indifferent expression, it's not that bad. Father, you don't need to worry. As expected, no matter what I do, there will still be people who misunderstand. He calmly stood up. It seems father has nothing more to say, so I'll leave first. Running? Yeah, making a quick escape. Fleeing is the best option. As Loy turned to leave, Agus Frontera spoke up. Is it because of our current situation? You surely know what's happening to our family, he said reassuringly. Don't worry, I'll overcome this difficulty soon, so don't stray from what's right again. Loy turned around, his face showing a hint of sadness. I've heard this before. He remembered his father from the old world. Hey, Kim Soo said, it'll be all right. Don't worry, nothing serious will happen. So, all you need to do is study hard, and I think everything will be fine. But Loy's face darkened after the memory. It was just a lie, and that wasn't good at all. Do I look like someone who would willingly suffer for those damned coins? He said confidently. Father, don't give up because I will persevere with you. Loy remembers his past self. I should have said the same thing to my father a few years ago. He stepped outside, silently calculating. Now there are 32 people who chose option A and 57 who chose option B. I have received half of the deposit for the project. Suddenly, two strangers appeared. Before Lloyd Frontera, the fat man on the left is a lone shark. The person next to him blinked. The usurer is lying. The two of them walked past him, making him wonder. What's going on? They walked past the Baron's son. Without even saying hello? Suddenly, he realized, oh, could it be that these people were brazenly sitting on the desk in front of Agus Frontera's office? Agus, how much longer are you planning to postpone this? Midlow Lap continued. He only has 5 days left until the deadline. His warning made Frontera bow down and accept defeat. If you keep whining, we won't stop here. Loy stood outside the door, listening to what was happening. Seeing that the old man remained silent, Silo raised his voice. Why the silence? Wouldn't you have made money if you sold the things in this mansion? He stood outside the door, a smile gradually spreading across his face, just as his face began to contort with smug satisfaction. Just in time for us to show the scene change to his room. Loy looked at the notice board and pondered silently. Close friendship points 36. I gained a few more friendship points after Javier's favorability towards my girlfriend increased. What can I do with these points? Suddenly, the text on the notice board changed. Your skills will increase when you use your existing friendship points. He was surprised. Oh, this damn message actually knows what. Hearing this, the notification panel sulked. Okay then. Lloyd chuckled and admitted his mistake. Sorry, okay? I won't. Say that again. After a while of downloading, a circle of energy suddenly appeared at his feet. It scans the entire body and then reports. Detecting knowledge of earth mechanics, detecting knowledge of water mechanics, and detecting knowledge of bamboo. After a while, the magic circle reached the top of Lloyd Frontera's head, revealing knowledge of clean water and sewage, knowledge of steel structure design and building design, and knowledge of advanced level program design. Humph, you seem to have more knowledge than you look, huh? Hearing this, he angrily retorted. You? Is it really necessary to say that? I'm a scholarship student in an advanced class, you know. A table will appear after completion, showing the skills you can acquire based on your current knowledge. Basic measurements, essential points of intimacy. 15. Essential elements, points of intimacy required. 20. Loy read every word carefully. I'm still not sure what these things are for. He looked at the existing intimacy level and quickly grasped both of the aforementioned skills. Close friendship points 36. Humph. Well, I have enough points to upgrade both anyway. Name of basic measurement skill. After the announcement, Loy's eyes suddenly lit up. He eagerly pushed open the window and looked outside. Wow, what the heck is this? Aloy exclaimed, looking at the pre-designed blueprint below. Is this real? Even without using GPS to measure, I can still measure it with just my eyes. The next skill also made him equally happy. The name of the basic design skill is drawing on the screen with your hand. Wow, that's awesome. It's nothing compared to how much effort I used to put into those drawings on paper. After trying out the two skills, he sat down on the bed and pondered that his work would be much easier from now on. But could Hable do the work of many people for the construction project? Thinking about the excavator in his previous world, he sighed, wishing he had the knowledge to make heavy machinery. He wondered if he could create one. The announcement board appeared like a fairy godmother and said, "Oh, that's possible. You're surprised." What? Really? Announcement board appeared, leaving him speechless. The announcement board reads as follows. Draw a random fantasy object. Use friendship points to draw a fantasy object, diverse characters, diverse skills. Choose a fantasy noble partner. Loy looked at the content and thought, it's like a game advertisement inviting people to buy real items. Suddenly, another line appeared below the notice board, catching his attention. Humph. Drawing a random fictional object earns 50 friendship points for one drawing. Looking at the usage fees, I clicked my tongue and thought, wow, that's outrageous. Now we have one more thing we're close about. He thought about the 3 powerful spirit beasts he had known. Fictional characters? If I'm right, they could be as useful as heavy machinery. Thinking this, Loy immediately made up his mind to become closer to her. I need to collect as many friendship points as possible. To succeed, one needs to increase the goodwill of important figures. Returning to the previous room, a hand slammed down on the table. Aru's Frontera midlot. Made an offer. If you don't have the money to pay, I'll tell you how to get it. His already hideous face was made even uglier as he said in a cunning tone, I know a very good place, where you can sell your debts and your maidens for a good price. Hearing this, aghast Frontera's expression turned serious. How dare you? Suddenly, a voice, seemingly from nowhere, echoed through the room. Do you think you can do whatever inhumane things you want just because you're the creditor? Lo put his arm around the limping man's shoulder from behind. He suddenly pushed him away and started cursing. Who is this brat? Akis asked timidly. Loin Map realized his identity and immediately showed his attitude. Ah, so this is my eldest son with his moral issues? Is that why you're interrupting adults when they're talking? If you don't get out of here. Loy frowned, interrupting him. That's enough. Do you have an invitation? Bring it out. Both of them were bewildered. What? He explained, his face darkening. Kingdom law, approximately 3/6. Every noble in the kingdom has the right to defend their rights and interests. Loy frowned, glaring at the two with a murderous look in his eyes. Entering a nobleman's mansion without an invitation is tantamount to a crime. This has been clearly stated. The two men, hearing this, immediately retorted, What nonsense are you talking about? I've never heard of such a law before. He put on a smug expression and replied, Oh, you don't know? Would you like to check it with me? Loy called out sternly. Habby, a figure entered from outside the door. Sir Loy. He slowly pushed the door open and stepped inside, revealing the figure of a knight. Loy, with a terrifying face, ordered, Cut off the hands of the criminals and give them to the evil spirits. Habiel Azrahan receives the order to prepare to draw his sword. The two men stammered in fear. Girl, are you crazy? Do you want to get yourself arrested? He smiled and repeated, That's why I wanted to check the terms with you guys. Let's see which side the court will side with. Habiel Azrahan did not wait, but drew his sword and advanced. The two lone sharks were now utterly terrified, their mouths agape. Midlop and Silo scrambled to escape, but not without cursing. Do you think you're allowed to do that? You'll regret it. With a loud bang, the two of them ran out the door, leaving him behind. Loy Frenera waved her hand and smiled with satisfaction. What a bunch of idiots. Akos Frontera finally spoke up. Lloyd Habel. He frantically asked for the purpose. What were you two just thinking about doing? It didn't make things any better. Suddenly, Loy walked over and placed the bag of items on the table. He explained softly, I was planning to give you the deposit money I earned, but this amount should be enough for this win. Akos Frontera couldn't believe his eyes, but still refused. Is the deposit money the child took from everyone? How can I use this money? Habiel Azrahan, standing behind him, reassured him. Lord Akuz, please don't worry. He said sternly, I will keep an eye on Baron Loy to make sure he keeps his promise to everyone. He looked at Habiel's serious face and silently accepted it. Judging by Habel's expression, he trusts Loy. He took the opportunity to bow. We would like to take our leave. The two men quickly left Agus Frontera's office. Habiel Azrahan questioned the earlier incident again, expressing his doubts. How do you know about that law? I thought you were quite superficial about everything. Loy was angry. I found it. Okay, I really found it. The word Habiel in the novel. He remembered the scene where Habiel Azrahan stood in the ring after Lloyd's parents died, when the two lone sharks wanted to dig up their graves to find valuables and sell them. And then, Habel, the Law of the Kingdom, Section 3/6, the Law of the Kingdom, Section 3/6. He effortlessly beheaded those two scoundrels. Every noble in the kingdom has the right to defend their rights and interests. Then he beheaded the other two. And when Habiel was brought before the court, he was found innocent. Loy secretly felt pleased. Remembering the entire plot of the novel is really beneficial, he said, stroking his chin expectantly. Anyway, the notification will appear as expected. The notification board suddenly pops up. Notification: Akos Frontera's favorability towards you has increased by 6 points. You receive 60 friendship points for increasing Your relationship with an important person. Points of close friendship. 61. Loy smiled contentedly. My predictions are spot on. Fictional. Characters. We've arrived. Before the moonlight shone on the tall trees. Standing in the middle of the training ground. At this point, I checked around and there's no one here, right? Loy called out, and a notification board appeared, randomly drawing imaginary creatures. Starting with a draw worth 50 intimacy points, he immediately clicked on the close button. Let's begin. After clicking, a sudden blue light appeared. The clanging sound from the teeth gradually intensified, then it formed a circle and began to connect with each other. Lloyd watched it work with his jaw agape. Wow, is that magic? The magic circle began to complete, revealing a fully formed version of the magic spell type. Looking at the results, he sighed in exasperation. It's short, the magic circles are colliding with each other, creating a chaotic mess of sounds, just unpleasant noise. Suddenly, something gradually emerged from the center of the circle. Vil was surprised to see a hamster sticking its head out from inside. Chit! Loy looked at the finished product and was speechless. She crawled out and fell to the ground. The little creature, covered in dust, looked up at him, who was standing motionless in front of the hamster, and clicked its tongue in disapproval, calling it a complete failure. Hearing this, it was hurt, and tears welled up in her eyes. The hamster staggered along, saying a few words. Padong Padong walked away with a dissatisfied expression on his face. What? You're not a failure? You know how to do so many things. He paused to ask. For example, nuclear warheads. I don't need something like that. Waving hands in disagreement. Bafafong. Isn't that right? Then show me what you can do. The baby hamster puffed up its cheeks, and then spat out two things along with its flood of water. Splurt. Loy looked disgusted. At this. That's incredibly dirty. He looked at the contents of the paper and read aloud the instruction manual for the brass exhaust pipe. Loy looked at the mouse wiping its saliva in front of him as he read the contents. Padong is an adorable hamster. Take care of it with love. He poured the red and green seeds from the bag onto his hand and gave them to Padong to eat. The sunflower seeds could change their size. 2 introductory images, red sunflower seeds. When eaten frozen, they will grow larger and lose their effectiveness after 12 hours. Sunflower seeds are green. If eaten cold, they will shrink in size. Feed your dog this before the red sunflower seeds lose their effectiveness. Please continue. Reading. The price of a set of 2 colored sunflower seeds is a friendly one. He still looked at her with a bored expression, his face unchanged. How big can you possibly grow to be the size of a human? A exclaimed. Bodong, I should check it myself. He took a red sunflower seed out of his pocket and put it into the mouth of the gas canister. Well, hamsters are good at digging. If they grew to the size of a human, they would be very useful. As they devoured the sunflower seeds, Padong's body suddenly grew larger, much to Loy's astonishment. The transformation was so rapid that her body slammed straight into his face. Yes, Loy was kicked away by Padong's body. Ouch! Thump! He looked up in alarm. Oh my God! Loy looked at the large body of the fierce girl. What the heck is this? 5 meters? No. It should be at least 10 meters. Wudong looked down with a contemptuous expression. He was bending down to look at me, looking incredibly arrogant. Suddenly, a notification appeared, showcasing Padong's level 1 digging skill along with her introduction, quickly demonstrating her abilities. Padong's skill is level 1 ground. Leveling. She uses her large body to roll over and flatten the ground completely. Finally, Padong's skill of cheek pouch level 1. She held something in her mouth, and it was about to spill out. Bodong spat a huge stone out of his mouth. Ow! It fell straight down in front of Lloyd's face, along with a gush of saliva all over him. Lloyd not only didn't care about her mess, but was actually delighted. Awesome! The heavy machinery problem has been solved. After preparing everything, he returned to the mansion to ponder, but if he suddenly appeared with something so amazing, wouldn't everyone be suspicious? Lloyd gently stroked Padong, who was peacefully sleeping, and came up with a plan. Fine, I'll carry the summoning book with me, and then I'll exclaim, Humph, am I a genius summoner? Wow, why am I so smart? I'm going crazy. After some calculation, he confidently walked away with his plan to handle the manpower for the next large-scale projects. Now, as dawn broke, before the Frontera territory, Loy stood before the crowd, giving orders, repeating the same words. He shouted, "Safety first." Everyone, holding their tools weakly, replied, "Safety first." 30 soldiers of Baron Frontera. Loy looked at everyone's sleepy faces helplessly. He was going to die laughing. They answered as if they were soldiers who got paid for nothing. The man was heavily in debt, so why didn't he just leave them alone? He regained his composure, smirking. Fine, then there won't be any more wages paid to the laborers. It's a relief to be able to gather manpower. Loy turned and shouted again. Listen carefully, you are soldiers, and where you should be gathered is in the army. He hoisted the shovel to his shoulder and said sternly, "But what is the army's primary duty? It's labor. When we were in the army, we did more digging and weeding than training." Loy pointed to the side. "Do you see that patch of earth? Over there? That's the sandy soil I've been digging all night." The image of Padong diligently digging flashed through his mind. Actually, Padong dug all of that up in 30 minutes. Loy enthusiastically recounted the details of the plan. "The first important task we must undertake is to revive this land through a project to build heating rooms for the local people. To do that, you will first have to move the earth and rocks to the construction site." Everyone who heard this showed displeased expressions, as if they disagreed. Everything seemed to be going according to plan, so he wasn't fazed at all. Just as expected, I knew they would react like that. Suddenly, someone approached and spoke from behind. Young Master Man Frontera frowned and asked, "What did you just order my soldiers to do?" Chief Knight Baron Frontera Nerman. Loy chuckled triumphantly. I had already anticipated this man's arrival. The images of the 3 key characters in the novel gradually formed in his mind. There were 3 knights in total on this land, and the other one was Neman. Below him were Bayan, and the protagonist of the novel, Habel Azrahan. Loy stood motionless, recalling the content. In the beginning of the novel, both Bayan and Habel remain loyal until the land collapses. But this man was even the first to betray and abandon the Baron. He looked at the man's face and his double chin and reminisced. Because Nerman sold information about the Baron to fraudsters, he was also heavily in debt. The face clearly revealed malice. This is completely wrong. How can this name possibly belong to the Chief Knight? He turned back and questioned the man's statement. "What do you think we're doing?" asked the Nemanite knight. Nerman Frontera replied with a serious expression. "I can't believe you would order soldiers to do such dirty work. As the Chief Knight, I cannot accept this." Loy rested his chin on his hand in the hallway, his smug expression making him silently curse. "Damn it. I'm trying to earn money to pay off my debts, but we've already got permission from the Baron." He didn't care and brought up the old story again. "I don't know what method you used to deceive the Lord, but looking back at the young master's past, Nerman Frontera firmly stated his opinion. I think you're using the army for personal gain, am I wrong?" Loy remained indifferent to those words, smiling without refuting the opinion. "Not at all. You're right." Then, suddenly his expression turned serious, and he spoke evasively about being beaten. Man Frontera was so angry that veins were bulging all over his face. Look at how weak his reason is. If he were to try playing an online game, he'd be scared to death. Loy slowly lifted the sparrow that was stuck in the ground. "Then let me do it." He suddenly swung his shovel towards Nerman Frontera to see what would happen. The soldiers who witnessed the scene were left speechless. He grimaced just as much after deflecting the blow. Loy smiled confidently. After the action, Nerman Frontera's whole body trembled. As he uttered the name, he was so angry that he no longer looked like a knight. "You little brat, are you trying to tarnish the reputation of a knight? You useless, incompetent son of a bankrupt baron." Of course, that curse about the turtle was just a muttered curse. He wouldn't dare complain like that out loud. Loy Fan put his hand to his ear to signal that he couldn't hear clearly. What did you just say? You want to put your rank aside and fight?" He skillfully twirled the shovel in his hand and pointed it directly at Nerman Frontera's face. Loy confidently demanded, "Okay, let's give it a try. Come on, let's have a duel." He still had a tense expression on his face, clenching his jaw as he retorted, "You will regret this. You fool." In front of the Frontera mansion, a voice rang out. Will you be dueling with the Nerman Knight? A month from now, Habil Azrahan asked sternly. Are you confident you'll win? Loi Fawn asked, his voice laced with teasing. What? Are you stupid? Of course not. He pointed at her head and insulted her, making Habil on Han so angry that she wanted to draw her sword right there and then. My opponent is a knight known as the Magical Heart and an expert in basic swordsmanship. But I'm just a lazy person. How could I possibly confront him? You're asking without thinking. Do you even know how to use your brain? Yes. He calmed down and slowly released his grip on the sword. Phew. I almost chopped him up. Watching him pick his nose, Habil Azrahan couldn't help but think it was unbelievable that he would suddenly throw mud at the Nerman Knight and even demand a duel. Although he wanted to go back to being a bad guy, Loi was only focused on picking his nose and didn't care about him. To devise such a money-making scheme, he requested the Baron's favor and then began an argument, setting himself aside. At that time, he appointed Knight Bayan as a replacement supervisor and commander of the construction battalion. Lloyd pulled a yellow object out of his nose, much to Habil Azrahan's disgust, but I still can't believe he's so lacking in confidence for a duel. It's so pointless, so annoying. I want to chop him into pieces. Lloyd took a handkerchief from his pocket, wiped his hands, and spoke. Well then, Knight Habil, there's a story you need to work on. He smiled and asked, teach me how to use a sword. Habil Azrahan bluntly stated. I don't want to. Lloyd put on his unpleasant expression again. Oh, why is that? He explained seriously. My first task is to keep an eye on you. Sirloin. Habil Azrahan uttered a series of criticisms without a single trace of emotion on his face. Secondly, the young master Loi is a scoundrel. I mean, if a scumbag learns swordsmanship, it will pose even greater danger to those around him. He spoke up resentfully. At the very least, can't you speak nicely? Loi gradually understood. So that's how it is anyway? You don't want to teach me, do you? He made a serious offer. If you teach me swordsmanship in exchange for me curing your insomnia, how about that? Habil Azrahan asked, astonished. How did he know that? Loi laughed confidently, as if he could hear into his mind. Because it's in the novel and I also know the cause of his insomnia. He recalled information from the novel. In the novel Knights of Blood and Iron, the rank of knights is divided into 4 levels. The highest ranks are Swordsmanship Master, Senior Swordsmanship Expert, Intermediate Swordsmanship Expert, and Beginner Swordsmanship Expert. Then, knowing the difficulties Habil Azrahan was going through and that Habil was a high-level swordsman and would soon become a master swordsman. The reason he suffers from insomnia is because his extraordinary nervous system is too sensitive. It's called the Master Swordsman Syndrome. Loi's voice was now filled with weariness. Of course, that information wouldn't reach this rural area. How would this idiot know about it? Do you agree to this deal or not? Pretending not to know is pointless. Your face clearly shows signs of lack of sleep. Habil Azrahan sighed wearily and accepted the agreement. Okay, I'll give it a try. He laughed with satisfaction. Oh, really? Don't be so lenient with me. He responded with a contemptuous laugh. Of course. I mean, you'll definitely give up. I have tried many different ways to cure my insomnia, starting from cognitive behavioral therapy, herbal medicine, aromatherapy, to physical exercise, traditional Chinese medicine, and so on and so forth. After talking about all sorts of things, Habil Azrahan still fell into a deep sleep. Loi was pleased to see him sleeping so soundly. Oh my God, you unreasonable jerk. I know how to cure your insomnia. Lee, he muttered some formula the first time he'd ever dozed off while reading magic techniques. Am I right? The 18th magic technique, reciting aloud. A book about reinforced concrete to make everyone sleepy. Loi laughed maniacally, his spirits high. Now all your swordsmanship will belong to me. The scene shifts to the forest, where Habil Azrahan orders a 50-lap run immediately. Loi stood motionless for a moment, bewildered, then turned and walked away, leaving Habil Azrahan suspicious as she watched him leave without saying a word. He just ran off without complaining? He stood still and watched Loi run. Thump, thump. Gradually, he ran about half a lap. After running 1 lap, Loi, out of breath, complained. Gasp, I hate doing this. Teach me some techniques. Habil Azrahan said nothing, but stood still and watched him run. Once again, Loy came to taunt me. You didn't expect much from this, did you? You thought I'd give up and start yelling, right? Habil Azrahan continued, using his tree ears, and he ran another lap. Loy will come again, using a provocative tone, and then he'll say, you're not suited for this kind of thing, and ignore me, right? Habil Azrahan stirred upon hearing that. The lamp of the heart. He smiled with satisfaction and continued, haha, what are you going to do now? I'll run until it's over. Suddenly, a notification popped up. The passive skill, making an unlikable person, has leveled up to level 4. Anyone who sees you will think you're an idiot and will have the urge to beat you up. Loy read the words and became furious. I don't need a skill like that. Go away. After that, he persevered and continued running. Panting, the man, covered in sweat, set off. Actually, I'm really tired. Saying you're not tired is a lie. But this is nothing compared to when I was in Korea. He remembered his dark times in his previous life, deprived of the warmth of family, waking up every morning in a cramped rented room. Day after day, they carried bricks up to the 4th floor of the villas, then spent the whole night loading crates onto trucks. Images of the weary laborers working tirelessly, solely to avoid starving to death, flashed through his mind. I always harbored a wish that one day things would get better. Suddenly, Kim X called out, drawing attention to a faint light ahead. Keep trying. Kim Suho will get better eventually. He stepped towards the ray of light and slowly touched it. You're doing great, you've met all the requirements. Kim Suho tried to touch the light ahead, just a little bit more. Then he realized something that plunged him back into despair. The light that seemed to be right in front of us is getting further and further away. Kim Suho collapsed to the ground in regret, turning back to Lloyd Frontera, who was still persistently running around the training ground, battling against the pain and despair. Lloyd smiled brightly, enjoying the present moment. This was nothing compared to what he had experienced before. Habil Azrahan remained silent, observing. He watched Lloyd trying and thought to himself, if you truly want to learn, I will teach you my swordsmanship. The image of him trying to run, even though his whole body was almost at its limit, kept lingering in Habil Azrahan's eyes. The notification panel appeared again. Notice that Ablal's positive impression of you has increased by 1. HBL has a good impression of you, -28. You have received 18 intimacy points. Because your relationship with an important person has improved slightly. Current intimacy score, 29. It was getting dark in front of the Frontera mansion. Agus Frontera is talking with Nerman Frontera. How could he be so disrespectful to the man who had protected his family for 5 generations? His face showed clear disappointment. I thought he'd finally understood after all these days. It seems we've misunderstood it. Agus Fongte spoke seriously about the current situation. From a moral standpoint, we cannot stop this duel. But the boy is still the future heir to this land, so don't try to discipline him. He made the suggestion so seriously that it would only cause serious injury, but it was enough to make it understand. Man Frontera bowed respectfully, obeying the command, but deep down, he smirked, wondering if he could even manage to do that throughout the entire match. Man Frontera walked out of Akos Frontera's office, silently calculating. I will defeat that arrogant brat and kill him if the Baron causes a commotion because of it. He laughed arrogantly, thinking to himself that he would kill both that scoundrel and the Baron, then arrange it as a suicide, and as planned, he would leave this village and move to a larger place. Nerman Frontera chuckled to himself as he walked away. Thanks to that spoiled rich kid, my plan will succeed sooner than I expected. Haha. A month later, outside the Frontera mansion, Lloyd and Nerman Frontera stood facing each other in front of the crowd. His parents, along with 2 nearby knights, were extremely worried. Nerman Frontera, holding his sword, asked, Han, are you ready for this battle? Lloyd Frontera kicked with his left foot and pushed the platform stuck in the ground upwards. He arrogantly placed the sparrow on his shoulder and replied, of course. Lloyd smiled confidently, as if he were ready to defeat him. Everyone looked at the weapon in his hand in boo amazement. What is that? A hull? Is he planning to fight the Nerman knight with that? Nerman Frontera was speechless with anger at the sight. Habiel Azrahan stood above, looking down, thinking about the hall's past, a hall made of iron, the very thing he had commissioned the blacksmith to create. Akko's Frontera clutched his head in disapproval. That brat was. He just joking? Habiel Azrahan silently refuted his words. Joking? Probably not. If you reflect on what he has done since last month. He recalled the days when he would guide Lloyd Frontera through basic training every early morning without a single word of protest. Then he went to the construction site to teach the village engineers about heating systems. And after that, he practiced swordsmanship until late at night before going to bed. Habiel Azrahan remembers that time, and it certainly wasn't the will of someone merely indulging in frivolous activities. I'm sure young Master Loy is being very serious. After a long wait, Akko's Frontera finally made an announcement. Then the duel between Lloyd and Knight Nerman will begin right now. Upon hearing the announcement, Nerman Frontera immediately assumed a defensive stance, while Lloyd Frontera, despite his seriousness, maintained a mocking expression as he did so. Seeing his stance, Habiel Azrahan wondered what was wrong. With that fighting stance, he angrily rushed forward. Are you mocking me? Right now? Lloyd, calm down. Hold the hall. Forward. He immediately parried Nerman Frontera's attack. Habiel Azrahan and AUS Frontera were extremely surprised to see that. Seeing this, he quickly prepared to deliver the next blow. You won't be so lucky the second time. However, his next attack was easily blocked by Lai. Habiel Azrahan was even more astonished by this. An unusual but effective movement. It is a specialized technique used in combat. It's as if his swordsmanship has been honed for many years. Nerman Frontera panicked after 2 unsuccessful attacks. Seeing him open his eyes so wide, Loy felt smug. Why are you so surprised? Every man in the Republic of Korea can do that. He reminisced about his time in the army. This is a modern close combat technique involving a bayonet-style assault. Loy seized the opportunity and immediately rushed forward to attack. Actually, this hall of mine can be used for many things. He parried Nerman Frontera's attack and explained the use of the weapon. I can use my blade as a shield and then attack Nerman Frontera directly in the face. The original cutting force was already very strong. Suddenly, he stuck the sparrow into the ground. If I do this, Loy stands in the lobby and jumps around, and I can ride it like a pogo stick. Haha, come on in. Habiel Azrahan saw this and reconsidered his position. Was he really just joking? The confident, grinning look in his eyes made Habiel Azrahan confirm, or rather, Nerman Frontera, now furious, lunged forward. Lloyd immediately assumed a defensive stance. Nom, the first weapon we have prepared to defeat you is this shovel. He used his special technique to push him backward. Secondly, there is the basic swordsmanship that I learned from Habiel. Nerman Frontera grimaced as he fended off the attack, thinking to himself, wasn't he just a worthless drunkard? How did he become so strong? Finally, he used a skill from the system panel in the hall enveloped in mana. And thirdly, this has synchronized the level 1 digging skill toolkit. Body and soul become one with the hall. The level of assimilation between you and the hall will increase. He remembered his hard times. Habiel's positive impression increased by 1 throughout the training session, along with the moment Loy's parents stood in astonishment upstairs. And for that was the first time in their lives that the Baron and Baroness had seen such enthusiasm in their son. It increased by +2 and +3. That's how friendship points were accumulated. And after that, the notification board also appeared. Note the points of closeness. 97. Would you like to learn more digging skills? Points of friendship needed. 40 yes. He wearily wiped the sweat from his brow and read each word on the notice board, announcing that he had learned a rather interesting skill. Returning to the present, Loy and Nerman Frontera were carefully assuming their defensive positions against their opponent when he suddenly took a deep breath. NM Frontera thought of the last option and confidently stood up straight. I have no other choice. I don't think this is necessary to deal with an average person. A surge of energy began to emanate from his sword. Habiel Azrahan stood above, astonished as the flow of mana from Nerman Frontera's entire body began to move. Mana was gradually being drawn towards the front of his chest. Seeing this, Loy suspected that the man was in a state of exhaustion. All the mana from NM Frontera's body has concentrated in one place, the magical heart. Suddenly, he raised his sword high, and Nerman Frontera spoke confidently. This is the real showdown, you little brat. Loy heard it, but said nothing. Suddenly, Man Frontera rushed forward at an extremely fast speed. Habiel Azrahan was astonished by this and began to ponder. In the past 10 years, for someone lacking ability, even an ordinary person, it would take at least 5 years to develop a magical heart. The fact that young Master Loy could block such a sword attack is impossible. In short, Nerman Frontera immediately aimed at his shoulder and slashed down. Loy, without hesitation, immediately brought up the haul. He gradually lost consciousness and just blindly continued to chop down. You're such an idiot, I'll crush that. Haul and smash your skull in. Mabella Frontera and Frontera were terrified by the sight. But surprisingly, Loy still managed to withstand the attack of the magical heart. Man Frontera was so astonished that his eyes widened and his whole body touched the ground, making it extremely difficult for him to stand upright. What? It feels like all my physical strength is draining away. Loy smirked, thinking to himself, this is the 4th technique I've prepared for you. He thought of Habiel Azrahan, the magical techniques that had made Habiel the strongest man in the novel. Mana from within Nerman Frontera's body gradually flows from the sword through him, the core technique of Azrahan. He frantically pulled the sword out of the hall. Ouch, my magic has been absorbed. Lloyd didn't wait for Nerman Frontera to recover, but lunged forward, delivering a blow to the face that disfigured him. In midair, a tooth was flung out in a spectacular fashion. Nerman Frontera looked up into the air, wondering, what's that red? My teeth. He seized the opportunity to deliver another blow to the chin, then raised the stick in the air with an expressionless face. A blow to the back of Nerman Frontera's neck nearly sent his eyes popping out of his body. Loy's blow sent him sprawling to the ground. Everyone around was so surprised that their mouths dropped open and their eyes widened in astonishment. Agus Frontera, sitting above and witnessing the scene, was equally astonished. Seeing the knight who had knocked out the entire region by Li's hand, everyone was in an uproar. What? Young Master Loy won? That's ridiculous. That's strange. Akos Frontera stammered out the announcement. Well, I hereby declare Lloyd Frontera the winner of the match. Nerman Frontera, who was sniffing CT, heard this and wondered. What did you just say? How could someone like me, a swordsman, possibly lose to that scoundrel? He stepped forward in front of the man and said, Did you hear that? I won the match. Loy warned sternly. Tell me, how do you want to be beaten? He seriously held up the hall. It's time for the long-awaited punishment, isn't it? Nerman Frontera exclaimed in horror, along with his newly bestowed vent. Akos Frontera saw his actions and shouted, What are you doing, Loy? The game is over. He didn't care and continued to punch Nerman Frontera, who was clutching his head on the ground. Let's start right here. Oh my God, Agos Frontera, from panic to anger, shouted Loy. Seeing him attacking in such a rapid-fire manner, everyone rushed over to intervene. Please, sir, stop. Young master, the match is over. Bay intentions. Is he out of his mind? Habiel Azrahan pondered. Is he out of his mind? TSK, Loy gradually calmed down. Okay, let me go. He stood with his hands on his hips and let out a sigh. Then continued using the straight flush to play Nerman Frontera. The two soldiers, seeing this, were powerless to intervene. Young master, please stop. Habiel Azrahan looked intently. If he observed carefully, he would look at Lloyd's blows and realize that Lloyd was hitting him in the right places, not causing too much pain. His calm demeanor caught Habiel Azrahan's attention. That serene expression suggested he had anticipated what would happen next. He secretly guessed Lloyd Frontera's intentions, as if the latter already knew everything beforehand. 15 days before the match, Lloyd arrogantly demanded, Now teach me the Azrahan mind technique. Seeing Habiel Azrahan's surprised expression annoyed him. Tisk, why the expression? It's not like I'm asking you to teach something evil, like head stealing. Loy imagined, unlike the energy of thread pulling, it could absorb surrounding energy and transform it into his own energy, right? Habiel Azrahan asked doubtfully, Young master, how do you know about that? He thought to himself, Wasn't it a technique he'd never revealed to anyone and still hadn't perfected? Loy explained with a stern face. Remember when I helped you fall asleep? You said it in your sleep. The thickness of his face could be used to hammer nails. Habil Azrahan pondered skeptically. Right now, there was an iron mask on his face. Was it just his imagination? But besides talking in his sleep, there was no other way for him to know about such a non-existent technique. He silently accepted the explanation, but still refused. I'm very sorry, but I can't teach it to you. Is that technique still incomplete in terms of cutting across the line? He asked with a suspicious smile. If I can perfect it, will you teach me? Habil Azrahan was slightly skeptical, but agreed nonetheless. If what you're saying is true, what kind of confident expression is that? Loy plunged his sword into the ground and began to explain. Listen, I'm seriously going to explain how it works. Perhaps your magical heart is absorbing energy from the outside in its own unique way. The right hand is the magical heart. The left hand, moving in, is external energy. Loy clenched his right hand and pushed his left hand away. And as a result, boom, it will bounce back out from what we see. From the perspective of your magical heart, external energy is an alien thing, isn't it? He slowly explained how external energy works. Now that the root is transforming, the energy absorbed from the outside will no longer mix with the magical heart. Loy explains how to use the two energies correctly. So let's separate them, rotate them, and then put them back together. Along with the description, the two spheres in the imagination gradually merge together. He confidently expounded what he knew to Habil Azrahan. Like the auxiliary engine alongside the main engine, they are one and the same, yet at the same time different. Now tell me, isn't that wonderful? He was stunned by the lecture. I'm sure that's possible. I don't know what kind of engine that is, but how did you manage to get Mr. Loy to put on that iron mask and answer? I only imagined it. Does it really work? That's great. Bang bang. Habil Azrahan thought to himself irritably. That expression again. From what he just said, isn't it obvious he definitely knows something? He began, following the instructions, causing his body to gradually merge with the external energy. And then he was able to perfect the Azrahan mind technique that he had been contemplating for a long time. After the first attempt, the circle he could successfully create had increased to 3. If you train more, you might reach 4 or 5 circles. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Announcement. Habil's positive impression of you has increased by 5. Loy, what are you complaining about? How long have you been teaching me the magic heart technique? I don't need that. I only want to learn about absorption. We don't need the energy around us. It's just the energy we touch. Back in the present, Loy is still furiously attacking Nerman Frontera. Young Master Loy has that ability. So I predicted he would defeat the Nerman Knight, and he won a resounding victory. Aegis Frontera was still shouting angrily. Loin, I told you to stop. I cannot allow you to further tarnish the reputation of a knight. He finally stopped and looked up. Loy spoke, breathing heavily. Is father talking about the reputation of a knight? He pointed toward the table in front of Aegis Frontera. Father, please look under the tablecloth first, before you decide whether those words truly deserve the knight in Man or not. He quickly lifted the tablecloth. Letters? Akos Frontera took a letter from the table and read it, and was surprised. What's going on? Loy, as if knowing everything, spoke up to explain. Todd's is the one who caused trouble for the Baron's property. That's the letter that scoundrel sent to the knight Nemen. He trembled as he listened to his words. The situation in our territory. What the Baron likes and dislikes. Instructions on how to forge property documents. These letters contain everything they have exchanged with each other up to this point. Nerman Frontera panicked, wondering how that brat had found the letters he had hidden in the walls. Loy smiled as if he could read her thoughts. That's right. In the novel, Habil later found them. He remembered the image of Padong dancing in front of his room. Last night I asked Padong to take them away. Returning to Aegis, he slumped back into his chair with a somber expression after reading the contents of the letter. Loy stood below, looking extremely confident. As expected in the novel, he is depicted as an honest man. Anyone else would have been screaming and demanding to kill this guy immediately. He silently apologized in his heart. I'm sorry, but the words honest leadership and good leadership mean completely different things. Unable to wait any longer, Loy spoke up. If father is worried about how to get rid of this name, then there is another suggestion. Akos Frontera replied timidly. Oh, really? What is it? He seriously stated his opinion. Let's release a really aggressive rat on top of this guy's head. If you are injured by a rat, drive him out of this land. If all goes well, demote him to a regular soldier and give him a chance to atone for his sins. Everyone started murmuring when they heard that. A mouse? Why would there be a mouse here? It's impossible that Knight Nerman was injured by a mouse. Perhaps this is it. Agus Frontera gradually understood after hearing those words. Ah, so that's it. Dispensing justice with minimal punishment will give him an opportunity to repent while also serving as a warning. Bayan, standing beside him, also applauded, saying it was a wise decision. It is a selfless and transparent warning to others. Akos Frontera commends and accepts. Very well, we will follow your suggestion. Loy turned to ask Knight Nam Man, do you have any objections? He was at a disadvantage at this point, and naturally, he could only give one answer. No, thank you for your kindness. He stared coldly at Nerman Frontera. A multiplier? Loin imagined a similar situation if this were to happen. If acts of altruism were granted to sinners, would they atone for their sins? In return for the forgiveness bestowed upon them, the imaginary man laughed menacingly. What's wrong with this idiot? Is he being soft-hearted? No way, they'll only become more determined to manipulate you and will find a way to exploit your kindness. Returning to reality, Nin Frontera heard this and smiled smugly. You will regret this decision. Baron Frontera, I will certainly take revenge on both you and this fool. Loy shattered his dream and spoke up. Oh dear, it was so good to see you smile. But sadly, that was your last smile. Neman Frontera stammered in fear. What are you saying? He gently offered the red sunflower seeds to Padong Mak in response to his words. What do you mean? You idiot. After successfully delivering the sunflower seeds, Loy quickly threw the can into the air, his face blazing with murderous intent. The best way to beg for something is to have nothing at all. Receiving the sunflower seeds, Bodong quickly savored them, her body gradually growing larger in midair. Agus Frontera and Mabella were astonished, their eyes wide and mouths agape. Habiel, Azrahan, and Bayan were equally astonished. The shape of the exhaust pipe gradually grew larger, causing the crowd witnessing the scene to become extremely frightened. Her body has expanded to its maximum size. Loy took the opportunity to crawl away from the crash site. Nerman Frontera screamed in terror, but no sound came out. The tank quickly descended from the air. With a loud crash, dust and smoke flew everywhere. He stood posing in the distance. From where Bodong fell, it landed successfully, creating a grave for himself beneath his body. Lone looked regretful. I feel sorry for you. He raised his finger and smiled with satisfaction. This kind of expulsion will permanently solve the problem of dealing with the cancerous growth on this land. After some time in front of Baron Frontera's estate, Bodong was now concentrating on digging something, continuously moving from right to left and walking, seriously digging a trench around the village. Habiel Azrahan wondered, what is Lord Padong doing? Loy smiled and replied, he's preparing for road expansion. He remembered the skinny, sickly soldiers of the past, and, surprisingly, the frail engineers had begun to work hard. The formerly frail engineers now have muscles and work seriously. Loy recalls the past. In ancient times, there was a land called Rome, and the people there are people who absolutely love roads. They created a system of roads called the Apia roads. He turned back and instructed, from now on we will build it, starting from the Baron's mansion up to the eastern hillside. Habel Azrahan, hearing this, still wondered why a road would be like that. Loy interrupted, just observe quietly. He smiled confidently and stated his true intentions because the reach of this land would soon skyrocket. Habiel Azrahan asked a question that caught his attention. Young master, where did you learn to do all these things? Along with everything you've done from the past to the present. Habiel Azrahan reiterated that you came up with the idea of building a heating system that we've never heard of before. It's like summoning something that looks like some kind of ancient, high-level magic. He looked at Lloyd skeptically with a determined gaze. Are you really our young master Lai? A red notice board suddenly appeared. Warning, Habiel is now suspicious of your identity. He looked at the notice board and broke out in a cold sweat. Habiel Azrahan looked at Lloyd with a determined gaze. He stood motionless, consumed by unceasing anxiety. When I saw this guy's personality in the novel, I knew right away he would discover that a stranger had appeared in the Baron's son's body. Lloyd remembered Habiel Azrahan's cold-blooded moments, so drawing his sword was quite possible if it were this guy. But don't worry, I've already prepared a plan in case something like this happens. He spoke with his ugly face. I've been researching things nobody else knows about. Why? Can't we do it? A particularly stubborn skill. Habiel Azrahan, bewildered, repeated his past words, saying that no one knew that the young master only drank alcohol, and he spoke with stubbornness and a loud voice. Are you watching me 24 hours a day? That's not right, is it? It's true I used to be a jerk, but do you know what I'm doing? No. Right? Habiel Azrahan asked, changing the subject. So how do you intend to explain the summoning? That would be difficult even for mages with 20 years of experience, let alone someone who relentlessly pushes forward without hesitation. And what about you? How can you use energy so skillfully at only 20 years old? You didn't learn it from anyone else, right? You're a genius. Habiel Azrahan timidly denied it. No, I don't think I'm a genius. He pressed on, his face contorted in a grimace. If you can be a genius, why can't I? What if I suddenly became a genius summoner? Habiel Azrahan stood motionless, speechless, upon hearing this. He turned and walked away with a confident tone. If you have nothing more to say, then I'm leaving. We have a few things to check. The special skill of stubbornness. A flurry of dialogue. Loy walked along, her thoughts filled with anxiety. Has he understood yet? He'll surely understand. It's okay, it's okay. He walked towards the unfinished construction site ahead. Nightbane, please take care of the arrangements for me while I am away. I understand, please don't worry. Habiel Azrahan also stepped forward and offered. I will go with you, because it is my responsibility to look after the young master. 888. Where are we going? Loy asked, confused. Huh, why would you say something so obvious? Of course you should go too. He smiled and stated the next step of the trip, somewhere far away to collect the outstanding bills. Playing in the dim light before the small, remote town in front of a certain room. Inside, an angry man slammed his hand on the table and cursed, "Damn it!" A man with blue hair clutched his head in frustration, unable to believe he had lost so much money. He vowed to make those bastards pay. This is a professional fraudster who crosses territories. A large man walked over. Isn't that how gambling usually works? That's the amount of money you've earned so far, isn't it? He reminded him sternly. Furthermore, if you cannot pay me for my role as your escort, I will leave now. Thess panicked and tried to stop him. We can still pay you. I will pay you more, so don't go anywhere. The escort repeated it once more. Please remember that I will leave if I do not receive the money on time. Thess frowned, deep in thought about his next plan. I can only make money by scamming other people again. There are so many people looking for me, so I have to hide right now. Suddenly, a voice, seemingly from nowhere, rang out. Oh, you're talking about me? Loy kicked the door open and strode in. Thess jumped up from his chair in astonishment. What's wrong with you? Loy asked, still maintaining his composure. Oh right, you don't know what I look like, do you? He bowed slightly as he introduced himself. Lloyd Frontera, you'll understand if I introduce myself. Like this, won't you? Thess's eyes widened and his mouth dropped open after hearing his name. The escort, seeing the injustice, spoke up. Should I kill him? Thess, panicking, stopped him. No, run away. Escort, quickly grab him and prepare to escape. He jumped out of the window and flew away. The escort landed after the jump. Thess screamed in panic. Ouch! His expression turned serious, and the figure of a knight with blue hair gradually appeared in the escort's eyes. Habiel Azrahan, weapon in hand, slashes straight forward, blocking the way. He ordered sternly, hand that man over and leave immediately. If you refuse, we will consider you an accomplice. Habiel Azrahan remembered the instructions, which were exactly the same as what young Master Loy had said. They'll escape through the window and into the alley, so just wait there. The escort put the bed down and began staring at him with murderous eyes. The surrounding energy began to envelop his body. This little brat. The escort raised his hand and created a dark sphere. Do you even know how to use a sword? Loy stood at the window, looking down, deep in thought. Habiel, having lost the Baron and seeking revenge, fought against Thord's guards, the deceiver whom he had uncovered. He remembered the plot of the novel, and that it was the first dark wizard he had encountered. The image of Habiel Azrahan struggling to cope in the novel comes to mind for Lloyd Frontera. He struggled when confronted with the power of gravity magic. Returning to the present, he smiled mischievously and looked down. That's what was mentioned in the novel. Below, the escort launched a dark orb toward Habiel Azrahan. He did not back down either, but used his sword to block the attack. Suddenly, the energy emanating from the sphere astonished Habiel Azrahan. It burst open and formed a larger sphere that enveloped his entire body. The escort smiled triumphantly and reached out his hand, just as expected. You will. He clenched his fist and shouted. Just die? Gravity from inside the sphere began to press Habiel Azrahan down. Loy recalled the scene in the novel where Habiel fought that bastard. He was just an ordinary, highly skilled swordsman. But the escort looked ahead in horror. Habiel Azrahan uses his magical heart and cancels out the gravitational energy inside the sphere. And now this Habiel has a magical heart with 3 circles surrounding it. He swiftly sliced the sphere in half instantly. After slicing the sphere in half, Habiel Azrahan calmly asked, what was that just now? Was it gravity? Manipulation magic? The escort broke out in a cold sweat and was speechless at the sight. He quickly recoiled and ran away. This isn't in the contract. Thes panicked and wanted to stop it. Hey, you bastard. Habiel Azrahan stepped forward in front of him. Do you know how serious the crime of defrauding a noble is? The set recoiled in fear and fell into the barrels. Ouch! Habiel Azrahan raised his sword, preparing to punish. I will cut off your legs so you will crawl to court. Thes screamed in even greater terror. Oh! He quickly swung his sword down, when suddenly a voice rang out, stopping him. Habiel Loy stood in front of Thes. He raised his voice in criticism. Are you crazy? You'll be punished if he goes to court. Habiel Azrahan was taken aback and stood motionless, staring into Lloyd's resolute eyes, his mind filled with doubt. So this fellow knows how to empathize with others. Now, in the dark night of the small town, in the Vudenia territory, Thors trembled after being tightly bound and seated in a chair. Loy looked at his shyness and wore a speechless expression. He smiled reassuringly. Hey, don't be scared. Loy spoke sweet words that soothed Thes's mind. Everyone will have moments of greed in their lives. They'll pull off a big heist if they get the chance. He smiled. Gently. Beheading you would be going too far. I won't let the court know about this, Thes stammered. So, will you forgive me? Loy rested, his chin on his hand, smiling brightly. No complaints. Of course that's what you deserve. Isn't that what life is all about? Thes was terrified after hearing those words from him. Loin started to become fashionable. Capital, we have another condition for us to forgive you. He was overjoyed to hear that. Please speak, sir. Anything will do. He took a piece of paper from his pocket and pushed it forward. It's simple, just sign this contract and that's it. Thes looked at the paper above her and wondered. What kind of contract is this? Loy explained, trying to reassure her. It's just a normal employment contract. Of course, we'll pay you a salary too. Then he said a word that shattered his dreams, but 80% of your salary will be used to pay off the debt. Thes looked very displeased but didn't dare speak up. Loy calmly stated the deadline and that the debt would be paid off after 520 years. Words are like a needle in the ear. Thes was so terrified that his face was distorted. Looking at the man before him, Habiel Azrahan silently affirmed, I knew it all along. He did not come here to sympathize with or forgive him. Loy smirked, thinking to himself, do you think I'm crazy enough to kill the man who owes me money? I would never suffer such a loss. He imagined himself draining Thorda of his life force, devouring everything he could get from the rest of his existence. Thes panicked and spoke up. Why would you offer such an unreasonable contract? Lo remained emotionless. Oh, really? He suddenly used a menacing expression to threaten me. Then we will have no choice but to grab your wrist and make you sign. Let's handle this. In court, after the threats, he tearfully signed the contract. As dawn broke, in the forest, the three of them were hitching a ride with a merchant. Habiel Azrahan, sitting next to Thorda, spoke up. I've received some money from this guy. There shouldn't be any problem with paying the interest for a few months. Loy was annoyed by this. Huh? What do you mean? All this money will go towards labor costs. We've already done the calculations, and 30 soldiers aren't enough. He paused, deep in thought. But would any citizens actually apply after the recruitment announcement? Perhaps I'd look like an idiot. And they'd be annoyed? A few days later, in the Frontera territory, a notice board was placed on Frontera's land announcing the recruitment of staff with a salary of 20 gold coins. For more information, please visit the Baron's residence. Along with the notice board, villagers in the area lined up in long queues to be interviewed. Loy looked at the line of people in bewilderment. Oh, these people don't hate me, Habiel Azrahan replied. I'm sure they do, but he offered a reasonable explanation. You set a suitable deadline for building the Odian at a low cost. I thought you would punish the traitor to me. You might even be called Habiel. Azrahan looked at Loy with a serious gaze, a capable and trustworthy man. That's the kind of person you said I should become. Loy couldn't believe his ears and thought to himself, is that all? Is that all? The man at the front of the line stepped forward. Young master, where's the employment contract? Loy stammered. Oh yes, you definitely have to be that strange. A remark from the man astonished him. No, that's not it. I would like to. Thank you earlier. He smiled as he spoke about his situation. My children usually catch colds whenever the weather turns cold. But thanks to the young master, I don't have to worry anymore this year, because we have on dawn. The man bowed in gratitude. Thank you very much, sir. Loy, seeing this, replied timidly. Oh, really? That's just what I needed to do. I was just trying to satisfy my own greed. How embarrassing. The man took the opportunity to continue speaking. And young master, I have a relative near a territory called Dracona, and they asked if you would be able to build there. Loy secretly rejoiced after hearing him say it was there. The first step towards a great future. He chuckled to himself, calculating that he hadn't built Odin for nothing. I will increase prices due to travel expenses and drain all their money. He still maintained his sly smile and agreed. Oh, of course, but it will cost some money to get there. Habiel Azrahan looked at Lloyd's face helplessly. It was that vulgar expression again. Looking at his satisfied expression, Habiel Azrahan realized that the Lord had built Odin solely for this reason, hadn't he? Then he looked towards the structure behind him, wondering to himself. And what about the path up the mountain? After a while of interviewing, the two moved up the mountain. Lo spoke up. He responded quickly. Yes, young master. He chuckled and spoke about the future of the mountain. Sooner or later, this mountain will become a barren wasteland. Habiel Azrahan was bewildered upon hearing this. What do you mean? Loy explained. Onan consumes a lot of resources. The trees we have here won't last much longer. Habiel Azrahan was astonished to hear this and stared wide-eyed. He suddenly spoke up. Then, if the young master knew what was going to happen, why did he calmly interrupt Habiel Azrahan's words? Therefore, we are canceling the construction of that road. Looking at the road that Padong has dug, he describes that at the end of the road we will dig up coal, revealing the face of true capitalism, and we will announce our plan and sell it at a high price. If it receives high satisfaction ratings, others will be unable to resist it. Loy laughed maniacally. Of course, our people will get a discount, but only a little, I emphasize, just a little. Habiel Azrahan, seeing him like this, couldn't help but feel contempt. It was truly unfair and despicable. Loy seemed to hear his innermost thoughts and turned to face him. Do you think I am unjust and despicable? Brother Niam. He spoke about the problems the Frontera family was facing. If we don't do this, do you think we can ever pay off the debts of this territory? Habiel Azrahan was speechless after hearing Loy's words. He spoke up and expressed his opinion. I agree that this is the best way right now. But Habiel Azrahan seriously reminded him. The Baron doesn't know about the Baitam coal mine, so he won't be at peace. He repeatedly warned. Even the other barons had tried time and time again. But Loy interrupted. I know it will collapse because the ground is weak. He laughed confidently. but I can do it. Loy recalled techniques from the previous world with modern excavation technology because he had knowledge of the shield method. He raised the hull high and gave the order. Let's go. We have plenty to do. Habil Azrahan was still bewildered by what he said. The method is shielding, another technology one don't know about? He looked at Lloyd's backend, secretly believed him, but he decided to see what this completely different young master was like. Returning to the tunnel that had been open for hours, deep within the pile of earth and rocks. At the entrance, a darkness enveloped the entire basement. Suddenly, a monster's foot gradually appeared in the flickering light. From their feet to their whiskers, they gradually appeared. Following that were the blazing red eyes inside. Their bodies gradually revealed themselves. Monsters as numerous as ants are waiting in the cellar. Back to the present, Loy is preparing to create something. He turned his hand, and a magic circle appeared, summoning a spirit. He fired magic into the air and shouted loudly. Luxury apartment, Gangnam area. A blue light gradually rose higher into the sky. It flew up to the clouds and then slowly descended. With a whoosh, a high-rise building landed behind Loy, who was striking a cool pose. Back to reality, he was despondently writing blueprints and fantasizing, wishing he had those cool skills. Flat. He used his hand to create a beam of light and drew the words onto the paper. This is taking too long. Intermediate design skills level 1, optional skill, sketching floor plans. Loy sighed and leaned back. Hey, I want to summon 100 zombie workers without even asking for their salaries. A notification pops up. If you don't like it, just draw it yourself. Loy saw the notice board and immediately sat up to continue drawing. Oh no, this is a really cool skill. He recalled the previous fight, where, due to Nerman's scandal, he had gained 630 friendship points for making a good impression on the Baroness, Habil, Bayan, and others. I've removed all of that and upgraded my beginner design skills from level 2, level 3, and level 10 to intermediate design level 1. Optional skills in the Residency Competency Index, measuring baseline levels 2, 3, and 10, are upgraded to intermediate level 1, measuring optional skills in land exploration, construction costs, and subsurface. I was able to acquire these skills. Loin walked towards the basement, which was covered by earth and rocks. Now we have to start digging here. His eyes lit up after using the skill, the optional intermediate measurement skill, underground exploration, a skill that allowed Loy to see the details of the pathways inside. This skill only allows me to see up to 5 meters, which will help me find a safe path. After inspecting the inside, he stood pondering. The problem being how he could dig this up as quickly as possible. If a person does this work, it will take a lot of time and he will get tired quickly. Loy remembered his father, Dong, who was lying bedridden. Padong is sick because of the road system project, and even if he recovers, it will still be very dangerous because he's too big. He frowned, thinking about the last option. He knew it all along. I had no other choice but to do that. Loy uses a system of randomly drawing fictional creatures. I have enough friendship points. Randomly draw fictional creatures. Start a draw for 70 friendship points. Current friendship score, 119. The sound of machinery echoed once again. Loy sat there, lost in thought, waiting. Suddenly, a bow tie and a body emerged from the magic circle. A very lively little creature emerged from the magic circle and fell to the ground without receiving any help from Lloyd Frontera. Along with a swelling on the forehead, AM let out a few cries. Water hyacinth. He looked at the creature below and silently scoffed. What is this thing? Is it used for assassination? Is it poisonous? Doesn't it look quite useless on the outside? But the original device looked the same, so it must be useful. He spoke up to find out. You'll also become giant by eating sunflower seeds? You also have the ability to max out your skills? Leopard nodded proudly and repeatedly. Loin asked her to perform. Can you show me your skills? Bio smiled and agreed. Many weeks later, in front of the cave on the mountain, the leopard transformed into a rock-crushing machine. Step 1. The leopard will transform into a giant and devour all the rocks and soil in front of the protective gear. He happily chewed on the rocks without a single complaint. Belle's digging skills are level 1. Loy stood in front of Belle and gave the order. Habiel prepared herself, her buttocks trembling as she lifted them. Belle's skill, Earth Digestion, Level 1. Habiel Azrahan, drenched in sweat, stood in a defensive stance. Belle fired bright red steel rods at him. Step 2. Belle will heat the steel until it is red hot. Bio's skills. First class steel. Room. Habiel Azrahan solemnly cut in half the steel rods that were hurtling towards him. Step 3. Habiel will cut the steel. Deep inside, the blacksmiths were also working diligently. Step 4. Construct a structure that provides support to the ground. Habiel Azrahan felt secretly helpless in the face of his current situation. Why would a knight like me have to shovel the dung of a giant snake? Step 5. Fact check. The words were full of vitality as he shouted. Well done, keep going. The workers he hired obeyed the order and continued the construction, moving down into the basement and then moving forward again. Loy was breathing heavily due to lack of oxygen, so I felt a little dizzy. If we hadn't connected the pipeline, we probably would have lost consciousness. Habiel Azrahan stepped forward and announced, Young Master Loin, I think it would be best if we went outside now. You need rest too, just like the other workers. He turned away in refusal. Idiot, I'm the one in charge. As the person in charge, I need to oversee the operation. Loy seriously considered the old world. In South Korea, the people in charge are all talk, and some of those jerks aren't even present at the location. I will never be like them. I will oversee the operations. He used his measurement skills to discover something. Loy looked towards the path. Ahead, I see it now. He looked at the dark stones and realized. Then by tum, seeing the results, Loy shouted along with the others in the tunnel. We're almost done, keep going. Bio walked over and gently stroked his cheek. Thank you. Thanks to you, we've done it 10 times faster. Loy turned around and announced. Listen, when we reach the coal seam, Central Star will remove the protective layer and expand the space. He seriously reminded them that this was a dangerous mission, so they shouldn't let their guard down. Bang! The sound from the pile of rocks and earth behind them caught Loy's attention. With a loud crash, he trembled as he looked at Lloyd in bewilderment. What's that? The ground here should be very stable and unlikely to collapse, right? He used his wide-eyed probing skill to investigate the ground. The skill of measurement allows one to discover something. What is that? A hole. It wasn't there before, was it? Suddenly, the hole grew larger, surprising him. Suddenly, a monstrous ant-like creature leaped out from the pile of rocks, startling Loy. The giant ant lunged forward, preparing to attack. Habiel Azrahan swiftly grabbed his weapon and lunged forward, slicing its mouth in two. In the blink of an eye, Loy also took the opportunity to raise his shovel. I struck the giant ant straight in the head, finishing it off. A single blow shattered the ant's head, leaving it motionless. Loy calmed down after the incident that had startled him so much. Something that wasn't mentioned in the novel appears. No, wait a minute. Why does it seem so easy to me? These ants must have their own colony. After a moment of thought, a multitude of blazing red eyes emerged from within, staring directly at the two of them. The ants swarmed in for no apparent reason. Loy saw the giant ants and gave an order. Everyone run outside. The terrified people in the basement shouted and ran. Wow! Habiel Azrahan, standing at the front, sliced in half the swarm of giant ants that rushed towards him. Loy was astonished by their number and secretly calculated. How many are there in this herd? 200. 1,000 will perish if they touch our territory. He turned to look at Habiel Azrahan, who was struggling in battle. Can Habiel subdue and stop them? No, it's impossible. We lack oxygen. Loy watched the successful group fleeing and began to formulate his plan. The mine we built will be indestructible unless explosives are used. If this place collapses, we'll have to fix it quickly. What should I do? What should I do? Habiel Azrahan saw him, standing motionless, and went over to punch him straight in the face. Wake up, young master, you mustn't panic. Loy angrily retorted. I'm not panicking, I'm thinking. Habiel Azrahan deflects the attack of the giant ant as requested. Then you should think of something quickly. He glared and repeated it once more. Then you should think of something quickly. Loy gritted his teeth and thought. Underground coal mine tunnel. The light bulb in his mind seemed to be slowly going out. The sudden outpouring of energy that had flowed freely, was it? He took the torch from the wall. He gave the order in a stern voice. We will attack directly. We will go through the tunnel where the ants are. Habil Azrahan rushing forward sounds ridiculous, but he slashed away the ants in front of him along with his thoughts. There must be a reason for that. The two of them advanced together towards the giant ants. Let's go. The scene shifts to the Frontera mansion. A panicked person came to deliver the news. My lord, there is bad news. Akko's Frontera was astonished upon hearing the announcement. What? Where is the Loyant monster? The soldier quickly announced as he prepared to grab his armor. The workers had been evacuated, but young Habil and two others remained inside. Bayan is preparing to completely block off the coal mine. Akis Frontera quickly put on his armor. Let's go, hurry up. Back to the basement. Habil Azrahan is struggling to clear away the giant ants. He asked in a panic, still far? How much further do we have to go inside? Loy, holding the torch behind him, looked annoyed. Don't talk to me right now. We're still very busy here. He and Habil Azrahan chased away the giant ants coming from both sides. Fortunately, the ants weren't planning to escape their burrow, but this pincer situation wasn't good at all. Looking at Habil Azrahan's struggling face made Loy extremely worried. Habil is also nearing his limit. In this heat, the ground lacks oxygen, yet there are still many ants. He's using his measurement and testing skills. We need to find it as soon as possible. Somewhere deep within this earth lies a layer of methane gas. Habil Azrahan continued to wipe out the giant ants inside the cellar. Loin also seriously pushed back those behind him. Coal is home to microorganisms that love methane, which is why methane is lurking everywhere in the mineral veins. Forward, forward. He gripped the torch tightly in his hand, thinking about his plan. If he could just find that thing, he could blow these ants away across a vast area. Loy, using his keen observational skills, looked behind him and into the hole in the ground. He realized, that's it, right there, the methane gas. Lo quickly planted the stake in the ground. As he prepared to dig, he looked up and instructed, I'll dig this area so you can stay away from the ants. Using all his remaining strength, he dug up the pile of earth and rocks at his feet. High, the giant ants didn't stand still and rushed forward. Habil Azrahan turns to gain momentum for his strike. He swung his sword, and one by one, the giant ants that were rushing towards him were beheaded. Loy continued to trust Habil Azrahan and dug the earth. Suddenly, a piercing scream made the two of them freeze. An ant 10 times larger than the others appeared. Loy was terrified. This queen ant is really big. The giant queen ant quickly rushed forward, not giving the two people a moment's rest. Words of trust. Habil, you can handle her, right? He heard this and immediately retorted, no. There are things I know I can't do no matter how hard I try. Helpless at the answer, he said, just try it, and then you'll see. Habil Azrahan gradually accepted the request, but right now we have no other choice, do we? The giant queen ant lunged forward to attack. He used his magical heart to assume a defensive stance, preparing to launch an attack. Along with the speed at which the giant queen ant was charging, Habil Azrahan quickly parried the attack. The giant queen ant was astonished by his agility. Habil Azrahan gritted his teeth and withstood the attack. He swung his sword, full of giant queen ants, behind him. Loy seized the opportunity to quickly dig into the ground. Habil is trying to hold out. He has to make the most of his time. The giant queen ant and Habil Azrahan engaged in an extremely fierce battle, both launching incredibly fast attacks. On this side, Loy finally reached the place he needed to be. He was surprised by the stream of air that was gushing up. After successfully locating methane, Loy quickly ordered his men to flee. Habil is running towards the exit. The two quickly ran away, pursued by the giant queen ant. He looked towards the narrow passageway they had used earlier. The two men quickly ran out of the tunnel entrance. Loy quickly turned and gripped the torch tightly. He quickly threw the torch into the pit and shouted, Eat this. The torch landed directly on the giant queen ant's head. The torch, propelled by the giant queen ant's head, flew deep inside. Unexpectedly, the giant queen ant didn't miss the opportunity and lunged forward, but got trapped because her body was too large, along with the methane gas constantly pouring out of the tunnel. The torch then caught fire, and the flames began to spread throughout the basement. With a loud bang, the basement below exploded, like a nuclear bomb. Thanks to the giant queen ant blocking the entrance, the two of them were spared from the fire. In the basement, the fire gradually moved deeper into the ground, sweeping away the remaining ants in the basement without missing a single one. Along with the massive explosion, the effects from deep within also escaped to the outside. Habil Azrahan shielded his body, but was still hit. The huge explosion was so loud it could be heard even outside the basement. Seeing this, Akko's Frontera became worried and leaped forward. Loinbayan prevented him from leaving. "No, you cannot go in there. Lord, you too will be wounded." After the explosion, two people lay motionless in front of the tunnel entrance. He woke up clutching his head and ears. Looking at the results behind it, he concluded, "It seems the plan has succeeded." Loy quickly sat up. Habil, he defended himself. Belle was no exception. She lay unconscious on the ground, and he had to carry her up. "Bello, I'm sorry. You've fallen into this terrible situation because of your decision to stay with me." Suddenly, he realized something ahead. Loy Bang Hong looked at the only exit ahead. "Oh no, the exit is blocked. This is bad." He wearily stood up, panting, when suddenly a notice board appeared. Warning of oxygen deficiency and weakness. Using measurements, I know that, so I looked at the distance ahead and calculated. I needed to dig through that spot quickly, and I still needed to dig more than 5 meters. The message appeared again. The remaining oxygen level was only 1/3 of the original oxygen bar. Loy struggled to walk towards the hall to dig, but there was no other way. "Let's go quickly." Habil the water hyacinth. Habil Azrahan heard a voice calling him and vaguely opened his eyes, looking at the blurry figure of himself before him. "We must get out of here together." Habil Azrahan's vision gradually faded. "Both of them are my people." Then he gradually calmed down again. A series of unexpected notifications appeared. Announcement: "I admire your perseverance in not giving up on HBL." Notification: "HBL's favorability towards you has increased by 6. Received 108. Friendship points. Current intimacy score, 157. Loy stopped dead in his tracks, gasping for breath. His remaining oxygen level had reached the red zone. "Anyway, I have nothing left to lose. The remaining oxygen supply is almost depleted." Loy gave the order in a stern voice. "What skills can this knowledge search system develop?" A loot box appears showing your existing knowledge search. The system panel begins scanning La Frontera's entire body. After a successful scan, the system panel displays a message indicating that knowledge has been found. Absorbing surrounding energy led to the discovery of knowledge. Energy absorption method. Knowledge has been found. On increasing energy absorption, by combining these skills, you will be able to acquire the core Astrahan technique. He was overjoyed to see the notification. "Great. I've practiced a lot since the match against Nerman. I can develop my skills as much as I like." Loy quickly accepted the skill. "Do you want to receive the Astrahan core technology? Requires 15 loyalty points." "Yes. Of course there is." The activation system enveloped his body in energy, granting him the core technique Astrahan Single Circle Level 5. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in Loy Frontera's mind. The light drew closer, a ray of light circling around his heart. "I can feel it. Unfortunately, I don't have a magical heart, but I can sense the existence of the magic circle." Notification board. Power amplification 120%. Loy calmly considered the situation. With human skills, even with diligent practice, the upgrades will not be sustainable. But he looked at the system panel and quickly regained his composure. He had friendship points. He could quickly level up Astrahan's core techniques and upgrade the friendship point skills needed. 10 current friendship points. 142 touches on the system board. Astrahan's core technical decision board. Upgrading skills requires friendship points. "Let's go. I'll bet everything here." The system panel started working, and even more powerful. Surge of energy flowed into his body. Core technique. Single circle level 6. Energy amplification 125%. He continued to upgrade, each upgrade adding 5 points of intimacy. Upgraded Astrahan's core technical skill, Circle level 7. Loy kept upgrading but was also worried. But what if he needed those points for something else? But now he had no other choice. He needed to upgrade as much as possible. Azrahan Core Technique, Single. Circle, level 8. Azrahan Core Technique, Single Circle, level 9. Azrahan Core Technique, Single Circle, level 10. Suddenly, another notification appeared, upgrading the magic. Circle skill in the heart of the unexpected attack, doubling its effectiveness. His whole body was smoking after a series of core Astron. Technology upgrades. A double circle, level 1, energy amplification of 200%. The system requires 100 friendship points for the next level. Current intimacy level, 7. Loy vaguely asked, "Is there anything else? What happens now that the number of connections is increased?" A notification suddenly appeared. First optional skill, Energy Man. You will not feel tired for the next 10 minutes. Second optional skill, Power Burst. Your energy amplification will triple for 20 seconds. Restrictions, you can only use this skill once a day. Loy Fontra wasted no time and began to pick up his sparrow. "Let's begin," he shouted, and the skill and energy began to erupt. Energy people. Loy, full of energy, quickly dug without stopping. The notice board says the remaining oxygen level is almost at its limit. Loy used measurement skills that caused anxiety. Please reveal it." He looked at the pile of rocks and earth in front of him with hope. A small hole. If I only see. A small hole. Loy continued, digging forward. The cherry trees were relentlessly climbing and getting closer and closer to the exit. A red warning light appears, indicating that the remaining oxygen level is only 0.1%. Suddenly, Loy saw something ahead. He used his measurement skills and saw the way out. "I see it. I see the end point." Loy saw the outcome ahead and dug with all his might. Habiel, Azrahan, and Bell were still lying unconscious in the back. Loy gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength to continue moving forward. Only a small amount of oxygen remains. Loy struggled to his last breath. The remaining oxygen had reached its limit. He still had to dig a 3-meter deep hole to get out. Loy collapsed at the gates of heaven, the haul in his hands falling to the ground. Loy, completely exhausted, knelt on the ground. 10 minutes of physical exertion had drained all his energy. He gradually collapsed in front of the basement filled with earth and rocks, along with the 2 people behind him. Loy still hadn't given up and began to get back on his feet, continuing to use other skills, unleashing a burst of power. Taking advantage of the skill's effectiveness, he continued digging forward like a machine, his frustration growing as he watched the distance to the exit. "Damn it, 20 seconds left. The exit is 30 meters away. The oxygen is running out. I'm collapsing to the ground without being able to dig my way to the exit." His eyesight was gradually failing, along with his negative thoughts. His skills were too limited. He was the son of a nobleman in a remote area. He closed his eyes and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I just want to live a peaceful life." Loy was gradually swallowed by the darkness in the cellar. Suddenly, a cracking sound made him open his eyes again. Loy struggled to get up and search for the source of the sound. Jack Bodong suddenly popped in from the front. Exit, and Loy, seeing a glimmer of hope, rejoiced. He took deep breaths of the air that was entering the tunnel. Oxygen is oxygen. Loy tried to stand up despite his trembling body. "Let's go," Kim Soo shouted. "The carefree life of a nobleman's son awaits you." The sky outside had darkened. Before the Frontera family's land, a torch began to move into the cellar. Bayan is worried. "Sir, going any further would be very dangerous." Akko's Frontera paid no heed and continued walking. "So you can go back first. I will go to the end of the road." Suddenly, he noticed something ahead. The figure of a man carrying another person gradually emerged from the darkness. Loy, weary from carrying Habiel Azrahan, walked through the basement. You have powerfully overcome the limitations of your body through extraordinary skills in extremely dangerous situations. The particular challenge with Azrahan's core technique has affected you greatly. Third optional skill, energy mode even. When you are extremely exhausted, traces of the core Azrahan techniques will remain intact. Agus Frontera, upon seeing him come out, immediately rushed towards Lai. He could no longer bear it and collapsed. Loy fainted and fell into Akko's Frontera's arms. The gloomy atmosphere in the basement finally came to an end. The sun rose before the Frontera territory. People in the land began to talk about it. Speaking of young Master Loin, I always thought he was just an idiot, but it turns out he's not. People are reflecting on him. My nephew works in the mines, so he saw everything firsthand. When the ant monsters began to appear, he did not hesitate to evacuate the workers first. Oh, so those rumors were true? He went on to describe the story of how he had stayed inside with the Night Hable. I heard that those two eliminated all the ant monsters. Yes, after killing them all, he carried the Night Hable on his back. He was very different from the Mr. Loy we knew. In the sunlight shining on the Frontera estate, in front of the Frontera mansion, Habil Azrahan was watching over Loy, who lay unconscious on his bed. The fatigue in his body had now subsided somewhat. Loy slowly opened his eyes, and Habil Azrahan, who was watching over him, realized that instead of a warm embrace, the first thing that appeared before him was an announcement. Yes, the notification says you will be rewarded with a large amount of loyalty points as a well-deserved reward for your outstanding achievements. Current friendship points are 7. After the friendship points reward, current friendship points will be 507. Loy stood there dumbfounded for a long time, then suddenly a capitalist grin appeared on his face. Have I become a hero? 500 friendship points? Damn lucky. The scene shifts to the basement, where people are diligently working on construction. Suddenly, the crowd looked towards the entrance, and Lai and Habil Azrahan entered. Young Master, it's young Master Loy. Everyone bowed respectfully. Hello, young Master. You must have worked hard today. Loy replied timidly, huh? Uh-huh. Everyone gave him respectful glances and silently praised him. He fought for our lives. He was quite different from the other nobles. A practical example of the responsibilities of the nobility. Loy forced a smile. I feel so much pressure. He looked at the surrounding buildings and reflected on how 2 weeks had passed since the ant monster incident and how work at the coal mine had gone smoothly. Loin ventured deeper into the basement to figure out how it worked. It seems there are no violations. But during this time, we should still prioritize safety. I have to find even the smallest risk factor in order to avoid it. Habil Azrahan followed and questioned Han. Today we're going to explore the anthill again. May I ask you something, sir? Loy agreed, but still made a request. Just a short one. We only have a limited amount of oxygen. Habil Azrahan asked in a slightly anxious tone. Why do you have to do this dangerous thing yourself? You could have ordered the workers to do it. He thought to himself with a hint of doubt. Impossible. He was genuinely concerned about the safety of the workers. What's wrong? Young Master, you are the heir to the territory. Loy interrupted Habil Azrahan. You fool. He boldly declared. I must be the one to take responsibility for this dangerous mission. Habil Azrahan was surprised. After that serious remark, Lai turned back and smiled with a capitalist expression. Because that way, they won't be able to say anything if we spend a large sum of money. Habil Azrahan sighed. I don't know if this is a good thing or not. The notice board added further. Habil's favorability towards you is increasing, then stop. He saw a dead end and spoke up. This is the end of the road. Let's find another way. Reject it without delay. He used his measurement skills to discover something. I think the other side of it is empty. Habil Azrahan had doubts. Will you dig and study it? Lloyd dug inside, carrying with him hope. Who knows, maybe someone witnessed it. So if they're about to bloom, you should go inside with a torch. Humph. Lloyd's eyes fell upon a giant green creature bound up along with other animals. The two men slowly went inside to inspect. Habil Azrahan, armed, stepped forward. He looked dangerous. I will take care of him. Lloyd grabbed his shoulder to stop him. Wait, you're acting recklessly. He looked at Hirochi's face, puzzled. So what kind of living creature is he? Habil Azrahan replied, puzzled. What are you talking about? That's an ORC. Not just any ordinary ORC. Never mind. Lloyd brought the torch closer to examine it. Is he dead? Habil Azrahan quickly replied. Probably not yet. I heard that the ant monster likes to hoard its prey by paralyzing it. He laughed maniacally. Really? Lloyd is once again using his enthusiastic capitalist persona. This harvest is truly a wonderful reward. Return to the Frontera mansion. He introduced himself in a serious tone. My name is Hirochi Kitch. Dear Mr. Loy, my benefactor, I will never forget your kindness. Kitch Loy emphasized the final words of his sentence. He said, the provocation was all intentional, wasn't it? To further emphasize your personality. Hirochi feigned ignorance. I don't know what you're talking about. Kitch Hirochi, the son of the ORC tribal chief, had recovered after receiving treatment from the doctor. He clenched his fist, expressing his desire to repay the favor. I, Hirochi, son of the Iron Sand tribe, will never forget your kindness. Kitch, I will send you anything you want. Kitch Loy smiled slyly. And this is why I'm helping this idiot. Oh, really? Sit up, straight, and then make a truly capitalist offer. Could you please gather 120 people to help us work in the mine? Hirochi firmly refused. No. Upon hearing this, Kitch Loy immediately put on a displeased expression. He regained his cheerful expression and asked, why? What's the reason? Hirochi then revealed the truth of what had just happened. You just clicked your tongue. You look like a scoundrel. I'll use sweet words to respond. Oh no, that's not it. It's just a habit of yours, like yours. Hirochi spoke about the spirit of the tribe. ORCs are the spear warriors, and warriors only obey the orders of the spear warrior chief. He seriously explained why Mr. Loy was not a warrior. Even if we lend you laborers, you cannot command them. Kitch Loy realized the problem. Oh, so this is the tough part. He thought of the species of Hirochi he knew. I heard that in the wild, ORCs, upon reaching adulthood, must bring back the head of an ant monster. Hirochi accidentally wandered into an anthill and was paralyzed. Loy's face darkened as he devised a plan. Then he licked his tongue, sending saliva flying everywhere. Loy clapped his hands and smiled as he spoke. Well, then we'll just have to accept it. By the way, congratulations on becoming an adult. Hirochi bowed his head in disappointment. It's not that Hirochi failed to catch an ant monster. I was paralyzed. I failed, arousing doubt. Huh, what are you talking about? He pointed to the head of the giant queen ant. Didn't we catch it together? Hirochi and I, of course. He was skeptical. No, I don't remember catching that big ant. Loy used sweet words to manipulate. Oh my God, you don't remember because you're paralyzed. He used his shamelessness again to explain. It was a truly unbelievable sight. Upon entering the ant nest, we found the queen ant swaying precariously. Loy spewed out lies without interruption. It shouted, I can't believe I lost to a mere ORC. Hirochi was gradually being manipulated psychologically. Huh, really? That's impossible. Do those ant monsters understand our language? Kitch continued. Yes, they understand. They're quite good at that. Loy continued his manipulation without noticing Habiel Azrahan's contemptuous gaze from behind. Thanks to you, hunting and killing the ant monsters has become much easier for me. He circled around behind Hirochi, so from left to right he confused that ant monster. Then Loy looked up confidently, saying, We've caught it together. He turned back to face Hirochi, smiling. Hirochi was an excellent warrior, and so was Loy. Hirochi was slowly being submerged by him. Oh well, an outstanding warrior? Loy took the opportunity to repeat it once more. With 120 workers, the plan was a success. Hirochi gave up his brain and agreed. I will lend you their spears. A week later in a foreign land, in the village of the ORC tribe, Iron Sand. This means we've completed a long journey to bring in more workers. But Aku, sitting upright in his chair, flatly refused. I apologize, but we humans cannot repay you in that way. When Kitch heard that, he was so disappointed that he looked completely bewildered. Why did he change his mind? He asked for the reason. Greetings, Mr. Akuk, leader of the Steel tribe. May I ask you the reason? He solemnly explained, We are not capable of doing this. We must eat a lot of meat to improve our strength. Kitch, if we stop hunting 3 times a day, we will lose our muscle strength. Akuk always spoke on the issues of the tribe. The loss of muscular strength would lead to the collapse of the tribe. We cannot allow the number of warrior hunters to decrease. Kitch Loy heard this and was puzzled. Wait a minute, do you guys go out hunting every day? Aku replied casually. That's right. Kitch, we will lose our muscular strength if we don't eat meat immediately after hunting. Kitch, he always talked about the power of making things unpleasant. His biography about muscles? Habiel Azrahan stepped forward. To advise, for them, protein and muscles are. The truth, we'd better give up on this. Loy stroked his chin and gradually came to a conclusion. Based on what was just said, he spoke up about how to resolve the issue. If the meat is still fresh, even after several days, then you won't have to hunt 3 times a day. And could you lend us some workers, sir? AK nodded in agreement and prepared to ramble on about his strength again. That's right, Kitch, we want to repay you, but when it comes to our physical strength, Loy interrupted. You mean you agree, right? He bowed and smiled confidently, as long as there's a way to stop the meat from spoiling, even if it's only for a few days, right? Let's look back to when we first arrived in the village. Harchi rushed forward, weeping. Oh, a cook also sobbed, calling out Hirochi's name. He quickly dashed forward. A cook also took a running start and flew like the wind towards Hirochi. The 2 men lunged at each other in front of the crowd. Father and son rushed to embrace Father Hirochi affectionately. The collision between the 2 men sent the surrounding air flying, creating a massive cloud of dust and smoke. Everyone behind Loy panicked after the collision. It was just a hug, but the impact it had was truly terrifying. If I were standing between those 2, I'd probably be crushed into powder. And then he laughed gleefully. If we could have 120 workers like them, our productivity would increase 100-fold. And something else attracted him. Hirochi raised the queen ant's head and announced, Father, look, Hirochi has brought back the queen ant's head. The whole tribe shouted congratulations. Hirochi, I am very proud of you. Son, celebrate this day. The entire tribe, somehow acquiring treasures, began to obey orders and start training. 1, 2. Hey, Aloy's eyes widened in astonishment. He looked at the gleaming thing on ORC's shoulder. Lloyd was left speechless by the sight. What exactly are they doing with all that valuable stuff? Judging by how they're using it, he's starting to realize they must have scavenged it from somewhere. Looking at that pile of gold, Lloyd couldn't help but assess it. They are worth more money than any piece of exercise equipment. Returning to the present, he is standing in a remote location. That is why we signed an agreement with the tribal chief to obtain both labor and treasure. Habiel Azrahan looked at the contract in his hand. We will build a cold storage facility, and in return we will receive treasures. However, this would require alternative equipment that could handle it. He turned and asked, what is a cold storage facility? I've never heard of it before. Loy explained cold storage facilities in detail. You know that the sorcerers in the royal family preserve food using ice magic, right? A cold storage facility is like a building where you can do the same thing without the help of magic. Habiel Azrahan heard this and looked skeptical. Where did you learn this, sir? Loy calmly replied. We have heard from a group. A group? Ugh, I'm too lazy to explain. Why do you know so many things? He pointed to the top of the mountain. Anyway, we need a special kind of ice to make a cold storage. It was called granite. It is very sturdy. Habiel Azrahan looked up at the towering mountain and said, I don't think it's an easy material to obtain. Lo doesn't deny it. Yes, that's right. It's quite difficult. He secretly calculated how it would work. We don't have any explosives here, but we do have something that can replace them. Lloyd turned to look at Habiel Azrahan, a wicked grin on his face. There's a human explosive here. Looking at Lloyd's cunning face, he realized that it seemed the Lord intended to use him again. He remembered a dark castle in the novel, one of the novel's main events, the Iron Knight of the South. The city is trapped inside a magical barrier. Inside the city were thousands of refugees that the HBL needed to rescue. By that time, HBL had reached the rank of Master Swordsman and had the 4th energy circle engraved on his own energy heart. He had no choice but to watch as the refugees' energy was drained away. Habiel Azrahan gritted his teeth and rushed towards the castle, intending to save everyone. I must save them, even if it cost me my life. And the deadly skill of movement was created without anyone knowing. A circle to protect the main energy heart. The remaining 3 rings collided with each other. Habiel Azrahan, unconsciously using all his strength, lunged forward and exploded. A sword strike with such force sent him flying backward. It hurtled straight towards the magic wall and successfully pierced through it. Habiel Azrahan's skills successfully shattered the magic wall. This explosion later became a signature technique of the Iron Knights, alongside the core Astrahan technique. Returning to the present, Loy once again put on a stern expression and spoke. We can't possibly use the same technique, can we? Habiel Azrahan immediately realized this and asked about the main issue. Please be honest, sir. How do you know about that lack of theory? Loy retorted, pointing to his cunning face. Actually, this is the first time I've thought about it. Look into my eyes. Do you think I'm lying? Habiel Azrahan honestly stated his thoughts. Yes, those eyes were very unpleasant and full of deceitful thoughts. Loy maintained his composure. Yes. You don't believe me? He began to smile, speaking sarcastically. Just give it a try. I'm really looking forward to seeing Habiel's swordsmanship developed, he said, revealing Lloyd Frontera's true intentions. I know you're just trying to get your way. He continued to laugh mockingly. Hey, what do you mean? Everyone's happy, aren't they? Habiel Azrahan turned around, gradually accepting it. If that works, then it'll be good for me too. Fine. Loy thought to himself smugly after seeing him agree. If you succeed, I will do my best as well. Habiel Azrahan held his sword pointed at the rock, recalling how to use one circle to protect the main energy heart, then move the remaining 3 circles. He quickly used his skill and thrust into the projectile rock. A flash of light emanated from the tip of the sword, astonishing Habiel Azrahan. A shockwave erupted from his direction. Lamlo couldn't help but praise him. Success on the first try? The figure of Habiel Azrahan gradually emerged from the smoke. He emerged with his clothes almost completely tattered and his hair disheveled. Habiel Azrahan spoke irritably. You knew this would happen, didn't you? Loy shook his head in denial. No, not at all. I'm truly sorry about it. Habiel Azrahan sighed and dismissed it. In any case, Mr. Loy's suggestion has been effective this time. So now it's your turn, sir? A notice board suddenly appeared. Habiel is grateful that you taught him. Obel's favorability towards you has increased by 3. Affection score -11. You have received 54 friendship points for improving your relationship with the characters. Total friendship points, 561. Habiel Azrahan brushed the dust off his body. You know, I am a knight. My swordsmanship was used to protect my lord, but now I'm using it for construction projects. Loy chuckled. You don't need to thank me like that. Habiel Azrahan coldly denied it. I don't have a thank you. Not at all. Loy ordered Dong to continue the work. Since then, construction has been completed rapidly. The granite that Habiel Cat Tatch had been transported away by the giant Potin. The ORC stepped forward and criticized everyone who was doing their work. If you carry it like that, you'll get a backache. Get out of the way, human. I'll show you something. The ORCs in the tribe constantly displayed their skills, just like practicing. Now come down, I don't need to ask about that anymore. Like the ORCs, Jim's frenzied creatures did it themselves. Loy calmly sat and rested, watching the ORCs work. Wow, at this rate, the work will be completed 5 times faster. He fanned the room while calculating. What we need now is ice and insulation material. Loy leaned back and said, Habby has 5 people, and I asked them to bring insulation materials, right? It's been quite a while, hasn't it? Habiel Azrahan, standing beside him, replied, It's actually been 3 weeks. He asked again, sounding skeptical. So, haven't they returned by now? Habiel Azrahan offered her opinion. There are 2 possibilities. Either the soldiers are lazy, or Loy continues with a grim expression. They had an accident. He rose from his seat. Let's go search. Suddenly Habiel Azrahan stopped Loy from leaving. He explained sternly, If that's the task, then I'll do it alone. We don't know what kind of accident it was. It would be great if you came along too. Loy interrupted. We've talked about things like this several times before, haven't we? He said seriously. I'm in charge of the project. I'm responsible for everything concerning the workers. Habiel Azrahan sighed helplessly. Let's go. Before the jagged, rocky mountains, a glove appeared at his feet. Loy picked up the gloves and examined them. These are special gloves that we had custom-made for heat insulation. Habiel Azrahan realized something. Young Master Lo looked up in bewilderment. He looked ahead and announced. That direction of the canyon over there looks rather strange. Loy stood up and wondered what was so strange about it. Habiel Azrahan looked at it and described the flow of energy as quite unusual. It's not very accurate because it's too sophisticated. Loy secretly harbored suspicions. Sophisticated canyon. He silently recalled the contents of the novel. There is something between the events of the Iron Blood Night. Suddenly he realized something terrible. Loy moved quickly. Let's go. Habiel. We don't have time. Looking at the urgent expression on Habiel Azrahan's face, one cannot help but ask, have you discovered something, sir? Loy exclaimed in a panicked voice. Our soldiers, they may all be dead. His words greatly astonished Habiel Azrahan. The two men began moving deeper into the canyons ahead. Suddenly, some things on the ground caught his attention. Loy bent down and picked up some small branches from the ground. He gripped the branches tightly and looked straight ahead. The two men walked into a dark cave. Here it is. Rafellin's dungeon. Loy frowned, thinking about the contents of the novel. This location was targeted by Habiel right from the beginning of the novel. This is the hideout of a dark sorcerer named Rulen. He angrily criticized, gnashing his teeth. How dare he lay a hand on our soldiers? Isn't violating private property rights literally a crime? Habiel Azrahan entered the cave, weapon in hand. Young master, please stay close to me. He saw this and immediately tried to stop them. Wait a minute. Unexpectedly, Habiel Azrahan stomped out a magic circle. Loy quickly pulled him away from there. After pulling Habiel Azrahan out, the magic circle immediately exploded. He was astonished by the explosion. A magic trap? Loy grumbled at Habiel's actions. Azrahan. Habiel, are you sure you're a knight? You should have thought there might be something there, shouldn't you? He recalled the earlier scene in the novel where Habiel fell into the first trap. Then he went into the dungeon with a body covered in injuries. He staggered forward and then took a deep breath. Habiel Azrahan continued to advance deeper inside. But our Habiel, who never falls twice into the same trap. That story. Loy requested seriously. You said the energy flow around here was very strange, right? Use your technique here again. Habiel Azrahan followed his brother's orders. Natural energy has a constant concentration in the air. The energy around him began to move. Then you can find where the magic trap was set. Suddenly, a place densely packed with magic appeared in Habiel Azrahan's mind as he searched for the unusual location of the energy. He noticed it and opened his eyes. Habiel Azrahan turned and walked away. This road. Loy smiled with satisfaction. Hee, you have good senses. Habiel Azrahan turned to look at him skeptically. He always lies and pleads. But this time it's different. Looking at Lloyd Habiel's confident face, Azrahan couldn't help but ponder. Lloyd Frontera, what's going on right now? He knows exactly what's going to happen next. The further he walked, the more darkness enveloped his mind. But how? I don't sense any particular energy, but could it be a very powerful one? Habiel Azrahan gradually dismissed the thought. No. Yes, hurry up and pay attention to what's ahead of us. He dismissed his doubts and entered the dungeon. The soldiers must be rescued as quickly as possible. A man deep in the basement seemed to have recognized the two of them. Raffelin turned around, revealing an extremely sinister face. He suspected the trap had been activated. Was there an intruder? Had they come to rescue the people he'd recently captured? Raffelin closed the book he was reading. I'm sure it's them. He walked closer to the closed door. They must have finished all their preparations. Rulin approached and unlocked the door. This experiment. The door opened, revealing the people of Frontera inside, bound tightly. I hope it will be successful. Raffelin dragged a man out of the room. Please save me. He threw him into the magic circle. Ouch. Raffelin, holding his scythe, stepped forward and chanted a spell. The magic circle connects to hell. The Grim Reaper's scythe unleashed a bloody massacre over 100 days. And a young man, he screamed in panic. Oh my God. He's raising his scythe, ready to strike. Perfect. He shouted. In panic. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind, startling Du Fun, who turned around. Hey, you there, you angrily intervened. Don't touch him, understand? He quickly used shadow magic and aimed it at the two of them. Those madmen, even with about 100 traps. Suddenly, an iron door fell from above. With a loud crash, The area in front of the two people was completely blocked. The back is no exception. Lloyd took a deep breath, holding it in his mouth to store the air. Lloyd and Habiel Azrahan confidently stood in the trap without panicking. Ruffellen chuckled triumphantly. I'll put them to sleep with my magic, and then I'll take care of them. Your eyes will light up after using the Energy Man skill. You will never tire for the next 10 minutes. He quickly dug a hole at our feet. It didn't even take me 10 minutes. It was completely different from when we were in the anthill. Azrahan's eyesight gradually deteriorated. Sleepy? Habiel never used medicine to treat insomnia. Thanks to that, the sleeping pills had no effect on him. Lloyd quickly dug a deep hole in the ground, and I've done this many times before. Habiel Azrahan watched his actions and imagined. He looks like a rat on a string. If I have the chance next time, I'll tease you about this. Lloyd pointed to the tunnel he had dug and gestured. Habiel, come in. He entered the tunnel and prepared to launch the attack. Using the techniques he had learned earlier, Habiel Azrahan aimed straight at the mound of earth in front of him. He plunged his sword straight into the pile of rocks and earth. With a loud bang, flames erupted from his skill, startling Ruffellen. Ouch! He panicked and fell to the ground. A huge crater appeared before Ruellen's eyes. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the mouth of the pit. Lloyd tried to climb to the top. He spoke with a murderous expression on his face. Hey, this is my first time, right? Ruffellen quickly regained his composure and used magic, looking like a monster. He placed both hands on the ground, and a large magic circle appeared. Suddenly, a gigantic, two-headed monster appeared behind Ruffellen. He laughed maniacally at his achievement. Although I've failed again in my attempts to revive it, this is the strongest monster I've ever created. You won't be able to scratch its steel-hard skin. The gigantic but mindless monster advanced towards the two people. Lloyd took the opportunity to remind Habiel that it would be difficult. Its weakness is Habiel. Azrahan listened to nothing and quickly jumped up. Are you surprised by the leg? Habiel Azrahan used the same technique as before, but borrowed the force from the explosion to slash down, splitting the blast wave in two. A single sword stroke effortlessly sliced the giant monster in two. Ruffellen was astonished by his strength. Lloyd was no exception. He could use the explosion as a driving force and slash it down. Habiel Azrahan's imposing physique puzzled him, but there was no such technique in the novel. The two men strike a proud pose after defeating the monster, leaving Ruellen in a panic at their skill. I'm doomed. No matter what I do, I can't fight them. Lloyd stepped forward in front of him. Hey, he grumbled about the consequences of stealing his free slaves. You captured our soldiers, and we entrust this to you. The project has been delayed for several weeks. How are you going to make up for it for me? Ruffellen secretly hoped for an opportunity. Just lie down first. We have to survive. I have committed a great sin. Please forgive me. Lloyd immediately rejected it. No, you shouldn't say that. Tell me, what do you intend to do to make amends? He panicked and blurted out everything he knew. There are many valuable magical items here. I will give them all to you. Lloyd smiled at the sight of the prophet. Oh, really? Then those items are mine, aren't they? Ruffellen nodded repeatedly. Of course. Please take them. All, sir. Habiel Azrahan emerged from the room and announced. Young master, the soldiers are all exhausted, but their lives don't seem to be in danger. Lloyd quickly replied. Okay, all right. He turned to Rin again, saying, They will all die in a few days. What did you do to them? He hesitated to ask about it. Ruellen stated his intentions. I have always been searching for a way to bring the dead back to life. Lloyd was annoyed by the answer. What? Is that possible? What were you planning to do with that? Ruffellen remained silent for a long time before speaking, his face filled with sorrow. Bring my deceased wife and child back. Lloyd said nothing at Ruin's words. He began to describe himself. I am a sorcerer in the domain of a lord. I was living a normal life with my family. No, it's not just normal anymore. I was very happy. But Ruellen recounted her own journey, filled with negativity. The name of the Lord I serve. He suddenly tried to steal my wife away. So I tried to get my family to escape. He trembled as he told the story. The Lord had chased after them. But then, disheartened, he interrupted. Hey, stop, stop. You're about to become a storyteller. He spoke solemnly about the main issue. If you save your wife and children, then you should thank him for killing hundreds of innocent people and saving us. That's how they'll appreciate you for doing this, right? Rulin was stunned after hearing the harsh truth. That incident, Loy continued to shatter his dreams. The blood-sucking demons you created. He spoke seriously about the consequences of Rafelan's actions. The lives you sacrificed because of that, their families, their happiness, doesn't that matter to you at all? You know what? I don't find your story heartbreaking enough. No matter what you say, your true nature will not change. Everyone who came out of the room listened. Listening to Professor Capital's lectures felt utterly hopeless. A man like you, who has completely destroyed happy families, can only be labeled a murderer. Suddenly, tears streamed down his cheeks. Loy fell silent after seeing that face. He stood up from his seat. We will return with more people and bring the magical items later. Loy turned and walked away, forgiving him. If you try to hurt anyone again, I will not forgive you. Ruflin was astonished by his compassion. He nodded. And thanks. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Loy reflects thoughtfully in his novel Habiel. He remembered the moment of mistake Habiel Azrahan had made in sparing Rafelan and allowing him to leave the dungeon. And Rulin killed another 100 people, making himself stronger. He had become a sick and troublesome villain, fighting Habiel again and again. Loy walks and reflects. Although I know that, right now I'm exposing my back. As Rulin gradually rose to his feet after expressing his gratitude, he began to reveal the evil deep within him. Gazing at Lloyd Frontera's retreating back, Rulin ferociously unleashed her magic and lunged forward. He smiled triumphantly, thinking his counterattack plan had succeeded. However, this was immediately extinguished by the menacing face of Lloyd Frontera. I said I would spare you, didn't I? Rafelan was so surprised that his whole body froze. Habiel Azrahan immediately beheaded him. From the very beginning, I knew this would happen. Relan's head flew into the air. After his swift, decisive blow, the scene shifts to a pot-bellied man. You're just an idiot, a cancerous tumor. You should bend your body at a 90-degree angle to greet correctly. You fool. Kim Soo-ho gritted his teeth and endured the contemptuous words. There was a man who often cursed for no reason. He bowed his head at all times, just as the man had instructed. I'm sorry, from now on I'll be more careful. Fatty continued to complain, telling me to keep my back straight. Idiot. Kim X reminded everyone of the admonitions. Good deeds are always beneficial, and conflicts must be avoided. One war will lead to another. He turned and walked away. Young people these days can't learn anything at all. They only know how to eat. Kim Soo-ho remained silent, not daring to refute. If I just keep being polite, this guy will change eventually. With that thought in mind, I endured it a few times. But what was the result? In the fading light, before evening, Kim Soo-ho approached the pot-bellied man. Hello, sir. He kept complaining, but the boy still didn't lift his head. You're protesting right now, aren't you? My eardrums are practically about to burst. A grumpy fellow. He always treated me like a fool who could be easily deceived. The pot-bellied man turned around and continued to scold. You're pathetic. Look at you. Right now. Kim Soo was so angry that she was trembling, but she chose to remain silent. Calm down. Calm down. It will be over soon. He gritted his teeth and endured along with his thoughts. If you lose your temper here, the conflict will only escalate, leaving you more exhausted. Calm down. Calm down. The pot-bellied man became emboldened. Well, this kid's mother must be in a terrible situation because she gave birth to a son like him. Ha. The anger had reached its limit. Kim Soo-ho glared after hearing the man insult his mother, then stepped forward and grabbed the pot-bellied man by the shoulder. Kim Soo-ho angrily gathered momentum for his punch. A straight punch to his face. The pot-bellied man screamed in pain, drawing the attention of those around him. What happened? Kim Soo-ho didn't wait for him to recover, but continued punching him, almost knocking his jaw off. He took the opportunity to kick him in the pregnant belly. While beating him, I thought, oh no, I'm doomed. People at the construction site saw this and immediately went to intervene. Hey, stop. And as a result, Kim Soo-ho carried iron bars on his shoulder and walked around the construction site. Suddenly, he looked up and realized something. Standing before Kim Soo-ho was the pot-bellied man whom Tan had beaten to a pulp. He fearfully turned his head away from Kim Soo-ho's gaze. He was stunned by the man's actions. Peace has finally arrived. There are times when violence should stop. Returning to the present, Lloyd turns and walks away in the face of Ruelin's death. Will everything be all right after that? He remembered the world before. In South Korea, there were serial killers and assailants. For example, consider the punitive images for assault cases. I was too drunk. This will be considered a normal consideration. How could you give such light punishments to such brutal criminals? The perpetrator was a doctor, with many ambitions, a young man with a bright future, so perhaps a reduced sentence was due to human rights? Loy walked away calmly after recalling those events, but it was ironic. Villains should receive punishments befitting their role as villains. The scene shifts to the outside of the dungeon, with Lone and his group beginning to move outwards. A soldier in the crowd, his face turning pale with exhaustion, stopped walking and turned back to look at Loy, requesting, "You might faint. Give me your backpack." What was the timid man thinking? No, this. Mr. Nan spoke in a voice that was difficult to understand. "If you faint again, I'll have to carry both you and your backpack once more. So just give it to me." Loy also pointed to the group of people behind him. "You and you too. Hand over all the backpacks to me quickly. But young master, this is an order. Give them to me." People came forward wanting to stop us, but we were going to vaccinate it. "Young master, how could we possibly allow a nobleman to do such a thing?" He continued tightening the straps on everyone's backpacks, ignoring their words. Loy slung his backpack over his shoulder and made an announcement. "From now on, anyone who complains will not receive their salary or bonus. Let's go." Everyone wept profusely at his kindness. Habiel Azrahan was puzzled by Lloyd Frontera's actions. I don't know if it was really just backpacks or if it was for the benefit of the soldiers. I didn't fully understand him. He looked at the emotional soldiers behind him, but at this moment, the truth no longer mattered to the soldiers. The imposing figure bearing the heavy burden of Bao appeared before Habiel Azrahan, a trustworthy leader we can emulate. That's what the soldiers thought of young Loin. Suddenly, a notice board appeared. "The rescued soldiers were deeply moved by your actions. Sometime in the future, this beautiful story will be shared through their own retelling." Isn't that very useful? Loy was silent at the announcement. Then he suddenly remembered his uncle. Useful. I don't need anything but money. The scene shifts to the ORC tribe, in front of the cold storage facility that Loy painstakingly built. Hirochi looked around. Was this a cold storage facility? He seemed uneasy about something. Hirochi turned back and said, "It's only slightly less hot than the outside. The meat will spoil and the muscles will gradually be lost." Loy quickly chimed in. That's obvious, right? Now, he smiled and explained, "Because there's no tape yet, it's not complete." Hirochi looked bewildered. "Ice. Hirochi, do you know what ice is?" "Humph. It's so hot here, there's no ice." Encouragement. Loy still had a smiling face. "If we don't have any, we can make some ourselves." Harchi's suspicions grew even stronger. How? He maintained the same attitude and facial expression no matter what. Hirochi looked at Loy with suspicion, but he continued to smile without any change in expression. The system panel popped up, adding, "Harchi have. You brought home a con artist." Giggles. "The story about the queen ant is also a lie, right?" Hiccup. The pharmaceutical system table continues. "Harchi isn't as stupid as you think." Loy silently refuted it. "Shut up, I never thought that way. That's just what you think." The system table continues. "No, it wasn't me. Some people think he's just stupid." He inadvertently revealed his true nature through his careless words. Not that likability points are far more important. I mean, the customer. Hirochi shook his head, denying those thoughts. Loy was Hirochi's benefactor. I mustn't think of him as a bad person. Encouragement. He walked up the stairs to the exit. "If you need any help, please feel free to tell me anytime." Encouragement. Loy smiled and waved. Okay. Don't worry. Just wait until the construction is finished." Habiel Azrahan interrupted his lively performance. "So how are you going to make the ice?" Lloyd was silent for a long time after hearing him ask. He was hit where it hurt and became timid. "Well, I wonder how this works." Habiel Azrahan was astonished by Lloyd Frontera's expression. That was the look of someone who had no plans at all. He quickly asked Han, "You signed the agreement with them without a plan? Are you trying to deceive them?" Lloyd said calmly, "Look, Habiel, do you know the characteristics of a failure?" Habiel Azrahan, speechless and bewildered, calmly began to preach. "I can't do this, I can't do that." Lloyd started spouting nonsense, with countless excuses. "So, don't let yourself become like this. You won't find any way out without trying your best." When Neum expressed his reasoning, a successful person will always learn and try to correct their mistakes in every way possible. Holding hands tightly is innovation. He raised his hand, high with confidence, the mindset of a businessman. The atmosphere inside the cold storage was so silent that you could hear the cicadas chirping after Lloyd Frontera's lecture. Habiel Azrahan secretly opposes his way of thinking. No, absolutely not. In that case, this would have a 1.00 times higher risk of failure. The sky has darkened. Lloyd sits contemplating the rocks of the ORC tribe. He began to formulate a plan. That's right. First we have to make a giant block of ice. He thought about his two pets. He would let Padong and Bio fetch water from the lake. Then he thought about mages. In this world, there's ice. Magic, what principles are behind it? He sat silently, trying to figure out all possible answers in his head. Magic that uses a person's natural energy, a technique based on altering the arrangement of natural energy. He thought of lithium energy particles in the world, certain that it could be achieved through daily practice of absorbing energy, with many different types of natural energy gradually accumulating. With that, along with the burst of energy in his mind, Lloyd decided to change it. This was the nature of magic. He stroked his chin after a long period of calculation. Then Lloyd suddenly broke into a very confident smile. "Of course, I can't use my energy however I want." The scene shifts to the next day, and Lloyd begins his plan by asking his two children to fetch water. Right now, over here, he's using straw to reinforce the area around the stream, but I could do something similar. Lloyd begins using Azrahan's core technical skill, energy absorption. He reached his hand down into the water and began to absorb it. If we absorb thermal energy, all that remains in the water is stream energy. The energy in the water began to gather in Lloyd's arm, then gradually dispersed again. "Oh no, I did the opposite. Damn. This isn't easy at all." Habiel Azrahan stood silently, watching him persevere. He observed and silently speculated that he would always learn and try to fix it in every way possible. "I thought he was just a reckless fool." Habiel Azrahan is gradually realizing Lloyd Frontera's seriousness and irresponsibility, but he is trying to find a way out. At this time, Lloyd is focusing on absorbing the energy available within the water. "That's good." Habiel Azrahan sighed wearily. "I don't understand him at all." Lloyd's body was now brimming with energy. A notification appears. "You have developed a new skill with the Azrahan core technique. Skills upgraded to Azrahan's core technique. Second order double circle." A few days later, in front of the ice cave, Hirochi and Aku trembled in astonishment at what they saw before them. He spoke with a trembling, stammering voice. "Did you create ice?" "No." Lloyd chuckled, tapping on the ice blocks. "It will be completed once we place it inside the insulation material." A cook rejoiced. "That's too much of an encouragement. We no longer have to throw away meat." Encouragement. Hirochi was equally cheerful. "We no longer have to go hunting every day." Encouragement. He smiled with satisfaction at the joy on their faces. "This is an event we should celebrate. Let's gather everyone together." Awesome. Encouragement. Suddenly, Lloyd looked at Habiel Azrahan with a smug expression. He raised his finger and silently thought to himself, "Business mindset." Habiel Azrahan sighed and shrugged. "Understood." Inside the ORC tribe, a joyful voice rang out. "Our Steel Sand Club is extremely grateful to you. The expansion of humanity." He bowed respectfully. "Nothing. I'm just doing what's written in the contract." Lloyd had acquired 120 ORC workers. AK stepped forward. "Our OCIA species is different from humanity. We do this not because of a contract, but because to express our gratitude." AK of the Steel Sand Tribe promises. Lloyd humanity. He begins to strike a pose with his toned muscles. From now on, Lloyd's family and the Aku Iron Sand Tribe, flaunting their muscles along with the ORCs behind them, declare themselves allies like brothers. Simultaneously, the ORCs behind him also spoke up. We confirm. Aku continued to show off his biceps and raise his voice. Frontera is our friend. The enemies of Frontera are our enemies. If you're in trouble, we'll be there to help you anytime. Suddenly, a notice board appeared. In front of Lloyd Frontera, the announcement stated that the tribe had been unlocked. The ORC tribe has acknowledged you as a true friend. You can increase your relationships with the friendship points you receive from ORCs. Rewarded friendship points for unlocking the tribal lock, plus 100 points. Current friendship points 611. Lloyd silently stared at the words on the notice. He also imitated showing off his arm muscles. The Sand and Steel tribe will live forever. Scene shifts to Frontera's homeland. And so we made another long journey and returned to the territory. Everyone was astonished by the sight before them. Of course, everyone was shocked. As 120 muscular men advanced into the village, Lloyd felt a little uneasy, secretly thinking he should write a letter to reassure everyone. Because ORCs are often seen as a fearsome presence. Agus Frontera, standing in his mansion, was also terrified. Although the Baron knew the reason he came to the ORC tribe, he was still terrified when he saw them, and I never thought I would receive a reward. A bulletin board appeared, and the heartwarming story of defeating the sorcerer and rescuing the soldiers spread throughout the land. All the people of the territory are praising your bravery. Loyalty points are awarded for social achievements. Plus 300, that's enough praise. Thank you everyone for the friendship points. Regarding the ORC training equipment, the Baron said he would find a wealthy merchant. The rest are all Ruellen's magical tools. Loy sat fumbling around in front of a pile of magical tools. Habiel Azrahan wondered. 2121. Is there anything we can make money from? He flipped open a magic book and began to read. I don't know. We're looking for something we can use before selling these things. Loy was astonished as he looked at the page. Huh. Wait, what is this? He quickly ran off to announce. I'm going to the mine for a while. Could you please arrange the tickets for me? Loy was almost at the mouth of the tunnel in a flash. He ran inside, frantically calling out towards Name. Where is Tez? He emerged, looking frail. Are you looking for me? Loy gasped. Yes, there's plenty of good news. He brought up the past. Do you remember the contents of our contract? The fact that you would be working for him for 520 years. Tez responded without any sign of life. Yes. Lloyd smiled. Gently. Actually, that sounds a bit absurd, like a joke, but from now on you don't have to worry anymore. Hearing those sweet words, Tords felt energized. He turned the page. What was written there was the way to resurrect the dead. In a fleeting moment, Tords caught a glimpse of what was behind him. Lo grinned broadly and placed her hand on his shoulder. That means you could absolutely work for another 520 years. Are you happy? Isn't that wonderful? Tods was speechless at his words. Seeing this, Loy threatened them. Hey, why am I the only one who's happy? Laugh. Tods was completely dumbfounded at this moment. Perhaps it was out of sheer terror of the capitalist devil before him that he laughed through his tears. Loy gradually left after the announcement. Cheer up. He walked out of the mine and kept cheering. Cheer up. The system panel couldn't take it anymore and popped up. The Lord of Hell is impressed by your personality and is considering hiring you. The unpleasant silence. What's wrong with that? The system board fell silent for a long time before Lloyd Frontera's cheerful demeanor. That's right. Scene shifts to the Frontera mansion. Loy walked down the hallway, deep in thought. Now I have some matters I need to discuss with the Baron. He walked into Akko's Frontera's office to check. They're not here? Emily, who was cleaning, came over to announce. Yes, the Baron is in the reception room. Several guests have arrived. Loy heard this and wondered. Who is this guest? She replied softly. Yes, Mr. Salo and Midlap. Loy heard those two names and stood silently for a long time. Then he laughed with a sinister expression that terrified Emily. Oh, what's with that face? A voice rang out in the reception area. You know, we have a contract to collect the principal debt once a month. The two loan sharks who were previously annoyed put their feet on the table, but this time we can let you pay only 10% of the principal amount. Her eyelids curved into an arrogant smile. If you allow us to take over ownership of the mine. A ghost's face darkened as he pondered. Why is he so silent? Isn't the reduced interest rate a good thing for him? Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Baron, I am Loy Frontera, may I come in? He asked timidly. Oh, okay, come in. Lloyd walked in with a charming smile. Oh my goodness, it's been so long since I've seen everyone. How are you all? MIT Lap proudly held up the piece of paper. If you've come here to threaten us again, you've come to the wrong place. We have a license. Loy still smiled naturally. Of course, you are permitted to do so. You're really smart. Haha. He rubbed his hands together. From what I've heard outside, it seems you have a good proposal. Would it be all right if I made my suggestion? He sounded annoyed. What? I don't want to hear an offer from a brat like you. Lo did not get angry, but replied. In the future, we will gradually pay off our debt, but of course, the interest rate will decrease later on. The double eyelids are even more uncomfortable. I already said I didn't want to hear it. How dare you? Loy felt a little annoyed. You can make suggestions, but I can't? I'm getting angry now. A figure entered through the door. Who is it? Harchi stormed in, radiating murderous intent. Who has angered my brother Frontera? Chuckles. The two loan sharks, seeing this, were terrified and clung to each other. He angrily warned that anyone who angered Frontera would be annihilated by the Iron Sand tribe. Loy smiled. Smugly. Hey buddy, what do you mean? Nothing's wrong. Hirochi wondered. There was no sound. He looked angry. Loin, he explained. Well, that's because the other person's voice was too loud. Looking at the two trembling figures before him, Loy repeated once more, don't pay attention to him. What do you think of my proposal? He smiled and offered his advice. If you refuse my offer. Loy laughed with an extremely terrifying expression under Hirochi's protection. I'm going to get hurt. He continued. I will tear you to shreds. If you hurt my brother. Frontera and Mid-Lap, terrified, fled the mansion. Returned to the reception area. Loy looked at the paper and spoke. I also wish this debt had never happened, but it is a crime. So you should be pleased with this. Akko's Frontera is shy. Okay, thank you. He gently reassured her, saying that the construction of Onan was expanding and the coal mine would proceed smoothly. We will be able to return it to them immediately. Loy assigned to Akko's Frontera. Please keep this contract carefully. Baron, please accept this contract. Okay, Loy, take this opportunity to bring up the current issue, but we have a big problem. If we don't resolve this, it will become serious. He pointed to Hirochi, who was standing behind him. Their appetite is 10 times that of an average person. Loy continued speaking, causing Akko's Frontera to panic even more. Their food expenses are no joke, but if they leave now, there will be big problems. Haha. The image of ORC working diligently is very satisfying. As expected, ORCs are excellent miners. The ORC nation is a nation that can shatter even the largest rocks into fragments. Anxious, they ran over. Where is he? The soldier, panicked, pointed behind him. Over there. He hasn't rested for 24 hours. He ordered the others to get him out of here quickly. Make sure he doesn't come back here until tomorrow. Everyone tried their best to get him to leave, but he still didn't want to go. I don't want to rest. Missing. I will be destroyed. My muscles will be destroyed. Their productivity was 10 times higher than expected. Their endurance and muscular strength are beyond imagination. Hirochi wondered. Salary? Are you talking about money? ORCs don't need money, and they won't accept a monthly salary. But Hirochi patted his stomach. He just needs to feed us until we're full. This is not a normal problem. Loy sat in his chair, looking serious. We need to raise taxes. A lot of taxes. He sat down to discuss with Akko's Frontera. We need to buy meat for the ORCs with that amount of money. Considering the productivity in the mine, it will never be a loss. He replied indifferently. I understand what you're saying, but Frontera lowered his head, implicitly rejecting the decision. We will not be able to know whether the people in this land will be able to afford it. This is very difficult. We can't collect more taxes. Lai smiled and explained, if we keep increasing taxes, it's robbery. What will they lose if we work hard? We'll suffer losses if the amount of tax collected decreases. Agus Frontera wondered. So how will we increase taxes? He replied knowingly. It's simple. We'll make them earn more money. Loy mentioned a distant land, a deserted land in the north of the territory, where we will turn the flooded land of Mar into a farm. He raised his finger, confidently explained, and handed it to the people. They will plant as much as they like, earn as much money as they can, and then pay as much tax as they can. Hundreds of years have passed since this land was abandoned. Before sunset in the sky, a footsteps on a puddle of water. Habil Azrahan followed behind and asked Han, how could the people possibly grow crops in a place like this? Loin confidently retorted, his boss already had the idea. He felt awkward after that statement. He said it, but it wouldn't be easy. Loy sat on the patch of land. He had made himself to resemble the land of Mares. There are many things to consider because the terrain is quite vast. We need a structure to drain rainwater efficiently. He molded the small piece of land he had created. I have no other choice but to do it this way. Simulation. Loy seriously experimented again and again. If I do it this way, oh no, I'll fail. Damn, is it too high here? Then I failed again here. The sky brightened before the territory of Frontera. Loy, sitting under the model, muttered to himself. Akko's Frontera stood to one side observing. How long has it been like this? Habil Azrahan quickly replied. It's been 21 days. He gave his opinion. He hasn't eaten or rested much. Should I stop him? Akko's Frontera flatly refused. Looking at his unwell posture, he silently explained, I have hated the boy even though I am his father. Will the boy ever become normal? Is that impossible? That's what I used to think. Lloyd's serious, work-oriented demeanor changed Frontera, but now it's fighting for a miraculous change for the benefit of the people. He looked grim. If we cannot help it, we will not stand in its way. Habil Azrahan then spoke up. That was a wise decision. The young master is revealing his true colors right now. His determined demeanor caught their attention. He took responsibility for what he said and refused to give up. A notification panel appears after the conversation. Baron Frontera's favorability toward you has increased. You received 20 friendship points. Current friendship points, 931. The wind blew, swaying the branches of the trees listlessly before its model. Suddenly, raised his arm. Loy finally succeeded after so many days of hardship. Once finished, the water will drain properly. Images of gold coins gradually appeared in his mind. As long as the water could drain away, we could raise taxes. Loy was satisfied with the result. Sweet honey, come here. He remained silent, secretly rejoicing at the simulated scene. After satisfying his mind, Loy collapsed to the ground. He smiled weakly, his strength completely exhausted, but this was something he could endure. If you compare this to the days when I was working all day and going to work as a P-tester, then the system panel suddenly appearing surprised me. This notice board, which contains information about this special experience, has had a wonderful impact on your design skills. You have unlocked the option to create a new skill. Loy sat attentively, reading each line of the optional third option. Simulation design skills. Simulations can be performed by manipulating data obtained through measurement. He quickly tried out his skills, curiously touching the simulation board. The simulation board quickly crumbled. After he touched it, Loy angrily turned to criticize the system. You should have told me beforehand. I've been working tirelessly for a whole month. The system board calmly responded. You said it was tolerable. He became even more angry. That's all I said. Do you know how difficult it is? The system table explains. Skills can be enhanced through accumulated wisdom. This is due to your wish. Loy uttered a sentence that silenced the system panel. Did I come here because of my own wishes? Actually, you don't know, do you? What does coming to this world have to do with my wishes? He continued, dissatisfied. I just wanted to graduate from university, get my degree, work for a good company, and not have to worry about money. Isn't that what I wish for? The system panel continued. That's just your goal. Your desire is much more intense, to do something that transcends time and space. Loy began to stand up and brush the dust off his body. If we're only talking about the transience of life, then we can stop here, because I'm very busy. He ordered the leopard to come closer, and 2 babies immediately appeared on his shoulders. Loy said softly, We're about to meet a new friend. The sun gradually began to appear from behind the mountain. Loy stands beneath the land of Mar, the first step in our Mars project. He said something that scared the two girls. You two must drain the water from this wetland. Bodong panicked and spoke up. Bodong, Bodong, is this impossible for the two of you? Of course not. He put the two children down on the ground. That's why we're going to draw lots now. Loy concentrated on his calculations, thinking, I'll use all my friendship points to draw as many fantasy creatures as possible. He started drawing lots, opening them up, drawing fantasy creatures. Start a round of drawing 100 friendship points. 100 loyalty points because the price will increase 1.5 times for each new draw. By touching the start button, I can draw 4 times in total. I don't need any special skill. He stood waiting after the draw, a huge species resembling Padong and Bio, because the water had dried up, still making the same noisy sounds as always. The magic circle began to reveal a flat object. In an instant, it quickly shot out of the magic circle. It flew into Lee's face, causing him to have a nosebleed from the impact. Loy silently watched the round object roll down to the ground. Surprisingly, her form has also been revealed. Hippo. He was astonished by the appearance of Hippo. Huh? Hippo, don't tell me it's a code function. Bodong and Bell greeted each other warmly. Bodong, bellow. Hippo happily greeted him back. The three girls spun around in a circle and started dancing. Lo bent down and asked Han, Excuse me, kid. I'm sorry for interrupting, but could you show me the instructions? Hippo quickly released what he requested. Oh my god, I'm so used to this. Loy quickly picked up the paper and read it. He frowned as he read the contents. Hey, kid, you can't grow big just by eating sunflower seeds, can you? Loy was disappointed by Hippo's small stature. I failed this time, yeah? Loy frowned and looked down. Hippo was bewildered by his gaze. Loy turned to the System Requirements panel. I want to withdraw. The system notification board states that you can only draw 1 fantasy creature per day. Ugh, what is this? What a waste of time. Bo angrily walked forward. Bello, what? Do you think I'm mean? He bent down to explain. You know, our workload is increasing. Hippos are too small to be of any help. Bell and Padong oppose the work. 2 children compete to wear signs that read strike and justice. Bell holds up the sign, protest, strike, execute. The Eastern region is no less impressive. Employers must acknowledge the value of their employees. I'm defeated by these 2 girls. Okay, I'm really scared of you guys now. He looked down at Hippo and asked Han, What's your skill, kid? Hippo, can you dry my clothes? The system panel appeared. Hippo's skill, a level 1 drink. Loy was skeptical. Can you drink water in 1 gulp? Hippo nodded. How much? He patted his stomach. Oh, 4 times the capacity of the kid's stomach? Han glanced away, thinking to herself. All these draws, the skills I needed were all hit on the first try. So I can consider myself very lucky, right? Hippo approached the pool. Humph. Okay, kid, show us your performance. It began to lower its mouth to suck in the water. Hippos continuously suck water into their bodies. Suddenly realizing something, Hippo started drinking water and gradually became fatter. He was bewildered by Hippo's body. Huh, am I imagining things? It looks bigger than before. The hippo continues to suck, and the water level begins to drop. He watched her work with suspicion. Loy looked up from below. Gulp, gulp, Hippo's body began to grow larger than 100 people combined. The bigger its body, the faster. It absorbed water. With a loud splash, all the water on the ground was swallowed by the hippo, leaving only a little water remaining on the surface. Even the fish wept helplessly at the loss of their home. Loy was horrified after witnessing the scene. He stared, open-mouthed at the piece of land before him. Such a large amount of water in such a short time? Does this mean we could drain all the water in just a few days? Bio and Padong laughed contemptuously at this. Why do you two look so proud? Loy called the system. Hey, miss. The system panel appears. Yes. He quickly asked. Is this really random? I keep drawing the skill I need every time. Explanatory system table. When you came to this world, your abilities were gradually increased, right? Because being an unlucky person would be extremely disadvantageous for you. You were given the ability to draw lucky lots. Well, that might not be the case. Swish. Loy heard a strange noise and spoke up. That sounds sad. Are you picking your nose? Hippo turned around. Hippo. Loy was astonished. What? You can drink more? He chuckled with satisfaction as he gave the order. Keep drinking until the kid gets sick. Because the construction of the land of Marates will begin tomorrow. Loy took one last look at the waterlogged land and began his plan. Construction will begin with a longitudinal drainage method. The people stared in horror at the enormous thing before them. The hippo is releasing gas after drinking water. First, the hippo will drain the water from the flooded area. Then the kid will spit water into the river and shrink back down. The soldiers are diligently working under Lloyd Frontera's orders, removing grass roots and plant debris from the ground. Habiel Azrahan uses a skill that causes the ground to explode. The holes will be drilled into the ground and covered with piles, driven into the sand, and then bulldozers will push the earth. Once the water collects inside the bamboo stake, one gulp from the hippo is all it takes. Next, build a more advanced goat using your simulation skills. 10 days have passed, and part of it is complete. Loy excitedly announced. We still have a long way to go, but what will happen after we finish? He held up the hall sign and announced. We'll have a party as a reward. Let's do it. Everyone below is incredibly excited. Let's go. Along with the buzzing sound in the tree, Habiel Azrahan looked ahead and observed. He looked at the beautiful land ahead and thought that this abandoned land was truly transforming into farmland. And Habiel Azrahan looked at the haul in his hand with dissatisfaction. Since when did I start this construction work, and what is my job? Loy ran towards Habiel from a distance. Habiel. He handed over a bag of items and made a request. These are the seeds from which you can sow. Habiel Azrahan wants to refuse. I am a knight. Why would I be one? Loy calmly explained. In order to drive away pests and protect that territory. Sir, he had no choice but to accept. Oh yes, after sowing the seeds. Habiel Azrahan watered them. He thought about the conversation they had just had. The gentleman had interrupted him again. Next time, he needed to finish what he was saying. Suddenly, a voice from behind caught Habiel Azrahan's attention. The wetlands are actually turning into rice paddies. Akos Frontera and Mabella Frontera stepped forward. I bet everyone else is thinking the same thing as me. He looked at the fertile land before him and admired it. This is a miracle. Everyone who was diligently working stopped because of the protagonists. Aura in Lloyd Frontera's film. The system announcement board shows that the people in Baron Frontera's territory all express admiration and respect for all the wonders you have created. A large amount of friendship points will be awarded as a reward for your social achievements. Friendship points are awarded based on social achievements plus 450. Current friendship points 1,281. Lo laughed with satisfaction. Under the clear blue sky, dragonflies fly back and forth. The hard work that everyone put in together finally bore fruit. Habiel Azrahan sat down among the rice plants and watered them. He smiled because of the finished product he had created. Loy sat on the earthen steps and spoke. It will be completed after installation. Water wheel. Habiel Azrahan wondered. A water wheel. He calmly explained. Water must be released using a water wheel when it rains. Otherwise, the wetlands will be submerged. Loy slowly stepped down, but a technician must come. Suddenly, the two noticed something. A group of people of unknown origin were galloping towards them on horseback. Loy looked at the approaching group and asked, Who are they? Habiel Azrahan looked at the man leading them and replied, That is Viscount Racona. His territory is located north of the flooded Mar region. The neighing of horses began to stop. A man on horseback rode up and said, Who is in charge of this project? Habiel Azrahan, seeing his arrogant attitude, reminded him to behave politely. This is Loy, who is preventing it. Oh, I'm the one in charge. Why are you all here? The brown-haired man said loudly. Don't tell me you don't know that this is Viscount Racona's land. He irritably demanded to leave the place immediately. Neither of them has yet spoken up to refute the claim. Stabli. Mares. Although this land had been abandoned for centuries, it remained under the control of Viscount Leona of the North. By the title of Leona, Mares, Baron Frontera. To the south lies the land of the Frontera family. He's clearly here to claim ownership of the land. He planned to plunder this fertile land without lifting a finger. Loy muttered to himself. Humph, this old man is so insistent on getting it back. It is true that the northern part of the land originally belonged to Viscount Lacona. He smiled at the thought, but things are different now, darling. Lloyd spoke up. So now, Your Excellency, you mean to say that we trespassed on your land without permission? Is that what you mean? The brown-haired man replied. Yes, the Viscount has been granted ownership of this land by the king. Loy interrupted him impatiently. Don't you see this as a conversation between nobles? Why are you butting in? After hearing that, the brown-haired man's face contorted with anger. Everyone who was working stopped and became tense as well. Duke Racona approached, looking displeased. Loy took the opportunity to bow in reverence. Oh dear, how rude of me not to introduce myself. Huh, I'm Lloyd, the eldest son of the Frontera family. He arrogantly cursed. With a disrespectful brat like you, there's nothing for us to talk about. Call your father out here. Habiel Azrahan felt annoyed upon hearing this. It was truly rude. Duke Racona was annoyed to see his relaxed demeanor. Didn't you hear what I said? Call Baron Frontera here immediately. Lo was still picking his ear. What? Oh no, I'm deaf. He blew on his hands and spoke nonsense. It's just that the buzzing of flies around me is so annoying. Duke Racona looked around in boo amazement. Where's it then? The brown-haired man reminded him. He is insulting you, sir. Your Grace, what has? He only just realized? Really? Loy said sternly. According to the kingdom's land law, Article 321, special law concerning the cultivation of royal land. The hot-tempered Duke Racona wanted to interrupt. Wait a minute, you bastard. I don't care, just keep talking. Approximately one purpose. Cultivating a wasteland that had been neglected for a long time and establishing ownership of the reclaimed land. He raised his voice. You bastard, you're the one speaking. Lloyd interrupted Duke Racona, who was defining the area as abandoned land for about 100 years, referring to land without inhabitants or farming. Everyone around also listened to the story of Clause 3, the ownership of the land that meets all the above requirements is recognized as belonging to the developer who cultivated that land. Low raised his finger. Firstly, this is land that has been developed through investment of funds and labor. He continued speaking, leaving Duke Racona speechless. Secondly, it is land suitable for building residential areas. Thirdly, it is land suitable for long-term agricultural activities. Then he walked closer to his horse. Fourth, finally, he bent down and grabbed a branch, pulling something up from the ground. These detailed regulations will take effect once the crop is harvested. Duke Racona was so angry he couldn't speak. Habiel Azrahan was surprised. Oh, he remembered Lloyd Frontera's request to sow these seeds from that spot. This is how we can get rid of the insects. He smiled with satisfaction and brought the tuber to the old man. Oh my goodness, congratulations. He was the first person to witness a harvest in the history of the Mars Swamp. We won't charge you for looking. How could this guy be so ill-mannered? Haha. The Duke gritted his teeth and muttered to himself. How did this cunning little brat end up like this? Does that mean he prepared everything beforehand? Loy placed the finished product in his hand. Please, sir, accept this lovely gift. His smile gradually changed. Now that Loy is putting on a serious face, would you be so kind as to leave our land? Duke Racona trembled with anger, but still did not retort and chose to leave in silence. Habiel Azrahan stepped forward and asked, Where did you hear that those people were coming from? Loy replied softly, What do you mean? He explained listlessly, We've encountered these kinds of people once or twice before. Those scoundrels who exploit the efforts of others. Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind the two of them. Hooray! The farmers cheered in applause. Young Master Loy has protected our land. That's amazing. The top of the peak is fantastic. He was silent for a long time. Then Loy suddenly spoke up, frowning. How are we going to pay salaries? Like this? Keep working. The scene shifts to a heavy rainstorm in Marate. The rain was so heavy that the water flowed extremely fast. Lloyd was sitting in the rain, observing. The days have passed, and autumn has arrived, bringing with it showers of rain. He looked at the water-pumping structure in front of him, when suddenly An umbrella was raised to shield the area where Loy was sitting. I've used the simulation method hundreds of times, but it's best not to let your guard down. I need to check very carefully until the end. Habil Azrahan stepped forward and held an umbrella over him. If the Mares swamp is indeed usable land. After the rain, the sun came out, and the rushing water that had flowed before had disappeared. Habil Azrahan and Lai greet the first rays of sunlight together. Suddenly, the notification panel announced a great achievement in construction. You have left a clear mark of civil engineering on the continent of Razor. You have received a reward of a large amount of skill experience points. Measurement skills upgraded to level 2, intermediate measurement, level 3. Assessing land prices, surveying the subsurface. Design skills have been upgraded to intermediate design level 3, generate floor plan drawings. In simulation mode, 2030. Loy then began to sit up. The system board continuously displays the Baron's impression +5, the Baroness's impression +5, Habil's impression +3, Ben's impression +2, and the people's impression +3, with a current score of 1.35. He smiled with satisfaction. Done. Let's move on to the next step. Meanwhile, on Duke Rakona's side, he angrily slammed the table. What? Eliminate land reclamation. The butler bowed and announced, yes, the protection benefits will be provided free of charge for 3 years in exchange. They were obligated to live there, so migration was restricted. Duke Rakona is annoyed. So he's speaking. He exclaimed with a grimace on his face. The people will risk their lives cultivating the land for the next 2 years because he is the owner, because it is his land. Duke Rakona thought about that fertile land and transformed Mares into a land of golden eggs. He clutched his stomach, tears of regret streaming down his face. It hurts so much, my stomach hurts so much. It's my land, half of it is mine, and I can't just give up this fertile land like this. Duke Rakona spoke. Butler, he quickly replied. Yes, Your Grace. He was furious and immediately called the factory supervisor in a loud voice. A few days later, at the Frontera mansion, Lloyd Dom woke up in bed. Damn it, he thought irritably. Why does my head hurt so much? I just too exhausted. Lloyd tried to get up from the bed, but he couldn't do that. He still needed to sort out the keys. He called out, Hey, wake up, let's go to work. Suddenly, Lloyd noticed his behavior. He was joking, but why did he look so listless? So even nights get tired? Habil Azrahan clutched his head in discomfort. I've never felt this way before. My head hurts so much. Suddenly, Loy also felt uncomfortable and touched his head. He noticed something and frowned. Wait, no way. Before the Frontera estate, Emily, the daughter of the Baron's family, made her testimony. I'm sorry, I've had a headache since early this morning. The testimony of the farmers from Alap village wasn't just something I felt. My family and the children were all troubled by it. The testimony of Mihai, the boy who cared for the cows on the farm. Since yesterday, the cows haven't drunk any water, and if they continue like this and become dehydrated, they'll be walking behind the priests who ask questions. Everyone in the village is having problems. The animals are avoiding the water. He's seriously ill. The cause is indeed the water. Loy recalled from the novel that one of the powerful weapons that would benefit him in this world was information. But ever since the ant monster incident, I've realized that there's also information that doesn't appear in the novel's plot. He thought about the territory of Duke Rakona. If the prediction is correct, Rakona will seize the Mares swamp. After investigating many things in that direction, this hypothesis is very likely. The main source of income for the Dracona territory is the mystical dyeing technique and the fruit that Rakona uses for dyeing. Loy clicked his tongue. Oh damn. He radiated intense hostility as he cursed. Rakona, that damned old man. Scene shifts to the Frontera mansion. Akko's Frontera showed a serious expression. What did you just say? The brown-haired man sitting opposite. This isn't that hard to understand, is it? He made an offer. Let's transfer half of the Mares territory. If you do that, I will stop discharging the dying wastewater. Agus Frontera angrily retorted. Are you threatening me? The brown-haired man laughed arrogantly. Yes, that's a threat. Unable to bear it any longer, he shouted. Aren't you afraid of the law? I will sue you in the kingdoms. Noble court. The man calmly replied. Go ahead, perhaps the Baron will win. Suddenly, he bowed, displaying a cunning expression, but until the verdict is delivered, it will cost at least 2 years' worth of court fees and drinking water. Can you endure until then? Agus Frontera was astonished after hearing him say that. The brown-haired man stood up from his chair. Then I will await your wise decision. After he had walked away for a while, Agus Frontera spoke up. My son. He turned around with a displeased expression, and the locals were sweating profusely. I will not give an inch of land to despicable people like you. He bowed indifferently, then unexpectedly pushed the door open and stepped inside, striking the cool-looking brown-haired man. He entered and said, I have something to say to you, father. Frontera hesitated, bowing slightly as he offered his opinion. It seemed that the parasite in the neighboring area had been causing trouble for the river. I want to discuss some countermeasures with you, father, he said. The brown-haired man, hearing this, raised his voice. Are you insulting my lord? He exclaimed, startled by the appearance of the figure. Oh, you're so scared. Frontera looked serious. Does the parasite understand human language? The brown-haired man's blood boiled, veins bulging. On his face, he drew his sword and made a proposal. You have insulted the honor of a knight twice already. I demand a duel, and I will name it company. Back at the real tavern, Loy was repeatedly hitting him with a saw. Oh no, I lost. The brown-haired man cried and begged them to stop. Forgive me. Sob. Stop it. Don't hit me anymore. Loy sighed in satisfaction. Phew. Okay, now I'm not angry anymore. He clutched his head, trembling, sobbing. After a sigh, he continued his barrage of punches to the man. But you dare to disregard the words of this baron. The brown-haired man wept while enduring the suffering, sobbing. Agus Frontera was delighted by Lloyd Frontera's actions. Loin, you bastard, the match is over. What are you still doing? Habiel Azrahan gradually began to re-evaluate the image of the Baron in this way. This is the first time I've seen it. The sunset casts its light upon the estate of Duke Rakona. He angrily shouted, You idiot! You went around threatening people, and now you're in such a mess. The brown-haired man, his mouth swollen and sticky, apologized, feeling utterly ashamed. Suddenly, Duke Rakona calmly stroked his beard. Wait a minute. He reconsidered the result. Okay, well done. We've been defeated. He was puzzled by those words. Yes. Duke Rakona sat with a somber expression, outlining his plan. In any case, the only thing the Count can do is appeal to the court. If we include this case as an accusation of abuse by an arrogant and conceited nobleman. He laughed maniacally. 3 years? No, the lawsuit could last up to 4 years. Returning to Lloyd Frontera, he displayed a face that resembled the Duke of Rakona's twin brother. That foolish old man is probably thinking that. Lloyd stood on the roof of the mansion and shouted, but our Baron Frontera shouldn't have to suffer such a loss. He raised the hall high and inspired everyone below. Let's blow away their ugly chins our way. Protect our land, stained with our blood and sweat. Lloyd shouted seriously. Protect it from wicked greed. Everyone cheered in unison at his voice. Lloyd planned to create a giant tank that was 50 m wide, 2.5 m high, and 100 m long. First, we must build water reservoirs to solve the problem of drinking water immediately. Water was supplied by Hippo's skill before it became polluted. Hippo skill 100% level 3. Habiel Azrahan reminded them that it was a wise decision. However, the young master, or Hippo, will not be able to rest even for a single day. Lloyd agrees. Yes, this is just a temporary solution. He smiled and explained the plan. From now on, I will build a clean water system. He thought of a lake full of water flowing from Lake Capua in the eastern mountains to our territory, creating a stream. Habiel Azrahan raises the issue. It's not a normal length. Just thinking about labor, Lloyd seemed to have already considered that. Of course, it would be expensive. That's incredibly expensive. He turned around reassuringly. But don't worry, your brother will get a large sum of money from the construction. Lloyd walked away, calculating 10 times, no, 100 times. Turning back to Duke Rakona, he was biting his nails in frustration. Several months later, in the estate of Duke Rakona, he was filled with fear and countless questions. Why not? What should we do? What are we going to do about this now? The butler entered and announced. The Duke, the eldest son of the Frontera family, requests an audience with you. Civil servant Rakona shouted angrily. I'm busy right now. Tell him to go away. The butler's words caught his attention. They said that you must be troubled by something lately, and they will help you resolve it. In the reception room, Loy placed his feet on the table and smirked arrogantly. My dear, why does your face look so radiant, Duke? Duke Rakona asked timidly. Is there something wrong? He asked, confused. Huh, didn't you hear the news? I came here to give you love advice. Duke Rakona was displeased by Lloyd Frontera's words. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm just thinking about something. Mr. Fawn shows up. Oh, be honest. Is it possible that you don't know? Loy leaned back in my chair. He smiled confidently as he mentioned the problem the man was facing. The Duke's dye factory is collapsing. Can it be saved? A harsh truth fell silent for a moment. He frowned and raised his voice. It's definitely your fault. Damaging the dye factory. Loy laughed maniacally after Duke Rakona's remark. He leaned back in his chair arrogantly and said, It really was a long journey. Loy spoke about the past, much to his displeasure. Thanks to that Duke's sewage discharge, I had to fetch water from Lake Capua all the way here, he continued, speaking with a contemptuous tone. Oh, by the way, I didn't know at first that you were discharging wastewater, but you deliberately spread rumors that discharging wastewater was your intention. Oh, how kind of you. I only learned that thanks to your explanation. Loy recalled the arduous time before, when he had, after all, dug a water channel from the lake to his territory, chiseling and filling it in. All that hard work. Duke Rakona angrily slammed his hand on the table. Stop talking nonsense. I only have one question. What did you do to my dyeing factory? He laughed naturally. No need to rush. Listen to me first. Loy describes his problem. Oh dear, but what are we going to do? There's a huge, terrifying valley in the middle of the journey, so what are we going to do? Your description is so realistic that anyone who sees it would want to punch you. That's impossible. Then there's no other way. Loy recalled the previous project, leaving no other option but to build the bridge in the Roman style. Image of Habiel Azrahan working diligently. We obtained limestone for building materials and had to work very hard. That's why there are limestone rocks lying at the bottom of the valley in no particular pattern. Finally, a huge limestone rock appeared. Hearing this, Duke Rakona became even more enraged. Shut up. What the hell does that have to do with my dyeing factory? Loy said sternly. The water there is the source of the water that flows into his dyeing factory. The components in the limestone cause the fabric to turn the color of feces. He remembered the foul-smelling finished product from before. Duke Rakona, losing his patience, shouted, You little brat, aren't you afraid of the law? I'll sue you in the noble court. Loy calmly said, Go ahead and confidently give him the same answer as before, but it will take at least 2 years until a verdict is reached. Until then, will anyone even remember the Duke's creations? He broke out in a cold sweat, cursing under his breath, You vile wretch, you piece of trash. Loy rose from his chair. If all your questions have been answered, then I must leave. Cornered to that extent, Duke Rakona still arrogantly cursed and swore. You've messed with the wrong person, kid. Do you know how many people in the royal family I know? He warned angrily. My losses. I will make you pay. 1 billion times over. Loy waved goodbye without responding. Under the clear blue sky, Loy and Habiel Azrahan left the territory. He wondered. I don't quite understand. He was suspicious. What? Habiel Azrahan stated his point of view. You only provoked and angered him. The Duke has the advantage when fighting through the law. He kept talking about the consequences. He actually has a lot of connections with the royal family. If it leads to a lawsuit, it will cost a lot of money. Loy continued walking calmly. Okay, I know I understand what you mean. Just wait in silence. Habiel Azrahan, hearing this, felt suspicious. He smiled and uttered a sentence with an unclear intention, wondering who would ultimately suffer more. Scene shifts to Frontera's territory. 1 month later at the Frontera mansion, Duke Rakona kneels and confesses his guilt. I was wrong. Please save my dye factory. Loy sat solemnly in his chair, much To the astonishment of Habil Azrahan, he spoke arrogantly. His good friend said he had no chance of winning? Of course. Clearly, his failure was due to his deliberate actions, which heaven decreed. Duke Rakona repeatedly apologizes. I was careless. I'm really sorry. Loy still maintains a superior attitude. What about this? I'm not really interested in it. First words. He spoke up, filled with fear. I, a Viscount, have cast aside my pride and am now begging you, aren't I? Please. He smiled. Thoughtfully. Self-esteem. That's not even worth 0.1 gold coin. If that's the case, then I'll sell it for 1,000 times that price. Duke Rakona was so frightened by this that he burst into tears. Loy reached into his pocket and rummaged around for something. What I want is not an apology. He started embracing capitalist trends. It's a simple matter. One signature. The contract contains the following information. From Baron Frontera to Count Rakona. Contract for the supply of water. Below it is stipulated that the title of Rakona is Party A and the title of Frontera is Party B. This contract was drawn up for the purpose of establishing a certain fee for the supply of water to the factory and setting rules for construction within the estate. The terms of this contract are in accordance with the following principles. Loy said softly, trying to reassure her. If the Duke signs the agreement, the plumbing system will reach his dye factory within a week. Duke Rakona read the contract and was so astonished that his face turned pale. He raised his voice like a woman. Isn't this too expensive? The water price was unreasonable from the start. He still managed to stay calm. Isn't that ridiculous? Loy frowned, his tone a warning. You're the one who taught me that water isn't free. The world of Duke Rakona begins to fall into despair from this moment on. Under the setting sun, Frontera looked at the contract in his hand with doubt. Really, will such a large sum of money come in regularly every month? Loy replied seriously. Yes, the Duke has personally signed it. He stammered. With this amount of money, wouldn't it be long before the interest is paid? Off. He clapped his hands happily. How lucky to know the Duke is such a kind person. Ha. Loy thought to himself. It was clearly a battle the Duke had lost the bet on, and although it had yielded good results, he reassessed himself, realizing that he was starting to resemble a demon. Loy thought of the shackles binding Duke Rakona. The contract didn't specify a time limit, meaning it was only valid until the old man died. He thought to himself about the people after he logged out. Even after his death, he still couldn't forgive him. Lloyd's wickedness at this point is only surpassed by the demon lord in terms of appearance. He can't let this lucrative opportunity slip away halfway through. He grinned broadly at the thought of the reward. If money were like threads, he would pull them out one by one. Back to reality, Frontera speaks out. Oh right, there's good news for this one. He began to fear his son. What's wrong with your face? Does this father look that scary? Loy still couldn't close his mouth as he replied. I'm sorry, I was just thinking about a few things and got a little excited. He adjusted his expression as Frontera spoke. Those old treasures I received from the ORC tribe, he announced. Softly, Count Kermo sent a letter saying he would buy them back at a high price. Loy heard this and, feeling skeptical, stroked his chin and voiced his opinion. That's strange. If he's such a prominent figure, he could have bought a brand new one. Without a single scratch, couldn't he? Akko's Frontera replied hesitantly. Let's see. I don't know the specific details either. Someone suggested erecting a bronze statue. The scene shifts to a seaside city, the commercial city of CRMO. A man's figure stood observing in front of the door. He stood silently at the door, looking down at the sea. 3 CRMO titles. He turned his attention to the distant sea. Suddenly, a wave of water rose. The 3 Cremo knights observed with serious expressions. As the water level rose higher and higher, suddenly, a huge monster appeared, growling and roaring. He broke out in a cold sweat after witnessing the scene before him. The monster resembles a lobster, but has been corrupted by evil. The Keej Titan monster. In front of the Frontera mansion, a voice rang out. 1 week after setting off, this marks the completion of the construction of the Rakona territory system. Habil Azrahan, standing behind, announced that to minimize construction costs, he would be accompanied by about 10 people. Akko's Frontera sits relaxing, trimming trees. I understand. If that's Loy's intention, He remained silent for a moment before speaking. Habil Azrahan saw this, but said nothing. Suddenly, he spoke up to reassure him. Please don't worry. I will always be by Prince Lin's side. Agos, Frontera said sternly. When Duke Rakona came, he threatened me to hand over half of the Marate's wasteland. He reiterated his earlier feelings. If it had been not so long ago, we would certainly have been afraid and ignored it. But seeing how Loy and the people had worked so hard to do it, I also tried to muster up the courage. Agus Frontera reproached himself, saying that as a lord he should not have been so indecisive. Habil Azrahan saw this and immediately denied it. No, that's not right, Baron. He spoke up, remembering the moment the old man had taken him in from a remote place. He is warmer than anyone else. He is a person who always cares about everyone. Akos Frontera smiled and turned, thanking him for his words. But that alone is still not enough to say, I am a good lord. He turned to look at the grass in front of him. A leader must have belief and determination. Just like Lloyd now. Habil Azrahan remained silent after that statement. He thought about Lloyd Frontera's greedy appearance. That person's only belief is money, sir. It's written all over his face. But is money necessarily bad? Well, I'm about to become as abnormal as him. Agus Frontera stood up. Habby, your task now is no longer to monitor Lai. He smiled with satisfaction. I entrust you with the protection of Loy. The heir to the Habil Azrahan territory listened in silence. He placed his hand on his chest. I accept the order. Lloyd Frontera was clearly saving the Baron's territory as if by a miracle, but I absolutely disliked that man. Going back to the time when Habil Azrahan was a child, Agus Frontera bent down and asked Han Habil, what do you want to do in the future? I will help you with anything within my power. His face was slightly red, and he looked down. After a moment of thought, Habil Azrahan spoke seriously. I want to become a knight to protect the Baron. He patted him on the head after hearing that. Haha, thank you. Akos Frontera smiled encouragingly. You are the child who bravely endured that harsh winter alone. Therefore you will become the strongest knight in the world. The Baron gave me a wooden sword that he himself had made. And that wooden sword, Lloyd used to brutally bully Habil Azrahan when he was a child. Hee, you orphan knight. Dream on. He placed the sword on the steps and got down to reality. You're just a stupid factory farmed chicken. Then a stone broke the wooden sword in two. Returning to the present time, Habil Azrahan was taking off his coat and entering the room when he suddenly looked at a corner of the wall. What Habil Azrahan saw before him was a wooden sword, broken in two, hanging on the wall. I absolutely cannot like that person. Loy smiled slyly. Welcome. Thank you again today for choosing Frontera's stylish overnight stay service. He sat on the bed, feeling arrogant. Now you can't live without me, right? Oh my God, you're addicted to me. But listen to me first, or this service will stop immediately. Habil Azrahan was bored. I'm fed up. Let's get started quickly. Loy began chanting along with his spell. Habil Azrahan gradually drifted off to sleep. Clearly he must hate that person. Just keep going. He remembered the moments he had witnessed from the basement beneath Lloyd Frontera's back with the giant ants, to the project of persuading the ORC tribe. Then there were the moments when Loy was trying to work. He felt like a completely different person. He smiled with satisfaction after finishing the job. Okay. Habil Azrahan was now asleep, hugging a pillow. I hate it. I myself thought he was a good person. Under the night sky in front of the Frontera mansion, Lloyd and Habil Azrahan slept soundly in their room. Suddenly, a man in black pushed the door open and burst in. The knight of the Duke of Rakona, enraged, drew his sword. Lloyd Frontera, he gritted his teeth. It's all your fault. Taking advantage of the fact that he was still asleep, he lunged forward and aimed his sword at his head without thinking. Die. The sword swiftly descended without encountering any disadvantage. Suddenly Habil Azrahan awoke and, armed with weapons, charged forward. He used a sword to deliver a horizontal slashing attack. The sword that the brown-haired man was holding was now broken in two. Loy was just now dimly opening his eyes. He sat up and saw Habil Azrahan subduing the man, and he was bewildered. The scene shifts to an unfinished pipeline construction site. Loy stood above and shouted loudly. What is the most important thing right now? Everyone, let's all say it in unison. Safety comes first. Habiel Azrahan stepped forward and announced, Master, the identity of yesterday's thief has been discovered. He calmly replied, Yeah, you've worked hard. He stated the reason for his attack. The reason he targeted you was Loy interrupting. The construction and water taxes were so expensive that the Duke dismissed him. He shrugged, saying it was the same thing if he met me. I was earning a high salary and suddenly lost my job. I criticized him, so he targeted me for revenge. That's a shallow way of thinking. Habiel Azrahan was bewildered. You mean you've already guessed it? He denied it slightly, saying it wasn't like he'd predicted everything. But that's also possible. That size is understandable. Habiel Azrahan, his irritation subsiding, spoke up. However, it's good that you didn't deliver it. He thought to himself, since I predicted this, shouldn't I have prepared thoroughly? Loy noticed Habiel Azrahan's unusual expression and suddenly spoke up. What did you just say? He seemed to read his mind and turned around. With you by my side, what more do I need to prepare? Hearing this, Habiel Azrahan's eyes widened in astonishment. Loy appreciated him and explained, Because you're here, I can freely do what I like. You are a capable and trustworthy person. He kept explaining his reasons. Usually, a 5-year-old boy is alone. All the relatives and villagers died in the monster attack. Have you ever thought you could get through the winter without anyone's help? Loy smiled. Because that is the ability of the knight standing next to me. What could be more trustworthy than that? Habiel Azrahan listened to his words, and suddenly the two fell silent, looking at each other. Loy saw this and frowned, feeling so embarrassed that he didn't know what to say. Now I regret saying those creepy, spine-chilling things I just said. Hearing this, Habiel Azrahan slowly opened his mouth. He looked away in response. Yes, I sensed that person was a good person, and I hated myself so much. Loy laughed with satisfaction and patted Habiel Azrahan on the shoulder. Oh, that's great. Our Habiel did a great job. Hee. The system panel displays a message. Habiel Azrahan has resolved the long-standing conflict in his heart. The popularity also increased. Plus 15. Your level of affection towards me. Plus 6. You receive 320 points for improving your relationship with the main character. Current score 1,675. Loy looked at the building in front of him. If the pipeline construction finishes tomorrow, he said confidently, smiling, outlining his plan. So, let's get ready to head to Cremo and make some big money. In a forest full of trees, a group of people walked along a dirt road. Habiel Azrahan was annoyed that Loy was sleeping with his head resting on his back, so he suddenly shrugged and pushed him away. Loy angrily asked, Did you just hit me? Habiel Azrahan immediately denied it. No, you're confusing. No, but it's clearly us. Habiel Azrahan asked about the evidence. Did you see me hit? You didn't see, did you? Lloyd gritted his teeth, glaring at him with annoyance. It wasn't that he thought. How the hell can I ride a horse with that sleepy, dozing off guy behind me? He's so annoying. Habiel Azrahan praised his excellent wordplay. Now you can even read other people's thoughts. Loy asked again, Is it true that you hit me? He denied it again. That's impossible. Are you sleepwalking? Loy clenched his fist. Oh, the great and awesome Loy has suffered too much damage. Stop right now. He dismounted from his horse, frowned, and made a request. Teach me how to ride a horse. Habiel Azrahan flatly refused. I don't like it. I am a knight, not a riding instructor. The system panel appeared. Habiel's heartfelt sentiment and her proactive attitude of wanting to learn from her own shortcomings are truly commendable. Lloyd is annoyed. This is an order. The system reappeared. Lloyd's inner thoughts. I will study very hard. Working hard at something is as easy as pie for me. Habiel Azrahan dismounted, muttering, What a nuisance. I already know the system. Let's all try our best together. Loy, seeing the displeased expression, became angry. What did you just say? The system thanks how? The system board continues to tease. My good brother is like an angel, both face and heart. Loy angrily turned around and shouted, Hey, it's been incredibly noisy for a while now. Get out of here. This group of people. Habiel Azrahan is enigmatic. Why are you making such a big deal out of it? Are you crazy? Why is the system making such a big deal out of it? Are you crazy? Suddenly, a message appeared in front of Lloyd Frontera. Announcements containing rumors usually travel faster than spoken words. The system board mentions your ongoing project. Rumors about the construction of the first clean water source on the continent are spreading rapidly. The builder's reputation was enhanced. Your name will be recorded in the history of the kingdom and the continent. Bonus points added, 600. Current points, 2,275. Loy read the announcement in astonishment. So this is pure rice cake? Does that mean we might get a bigger project later? He smiled with satisfaction. Reputation is the key to having plenty of money to enjoy in old age. A golden future is approaching. Habil Azrahan stood aside, witnessing his mental masturbation process, and spoke up. Suddenly, he got furious, then laughed again. Are you crazy? The system panel is also taking this opportunity to tease you. This is absolutely insane. Loy muttered angrily, feeling annoyed. The image of the flying mother is gone. Habil Azrahan began teaching him to ride a horse, and then the journey to CRMO proved to be quite long. The closer they got, the closer winter approached. They wouldn't be able to reach CRMO until closer to winter. Count Cremo smiled and introduced. You gentlemen have had a tiring journey to get here. I am Count CRMO, lord of this city. The two men also bowed respectfully, sending their regards to Count Cremo. I am a member of the Frontera family. He smiled appraisingly. Haha, you're completely different from what I imagined. Count Cremo revealed a young man he knew. I heard you're a very capable builder, and I imagined you'd be quite tall. But, with such a noble bearing, he walked over to Habil Azrahan, ignoring Lloyd Frontera. It feels like being a member of the nobility. If you said you were royalty, I'd believe you. Ho ho. Count Cremo made an offer to him. Do you have someone to marry yet? If not, why not try dating my daughter? Lloyd stood aside, bewildered. Count. Sir. He was furious. What? How insolent. Where did this servant come from to interrupt a noble's conversation? Lloyd's eyes widened in astonishment. The system board saw this and laughed gleefully. Ha ha. No ha ha ha. No talented ha ha. The servant's face beamed with joy as he laughed loudly. In front of Count Cremo's mansion, admitting his mistake. Ha ha. I made a big mistake. Ha ha. The Count, admitting his fault with utmost seriousness, bowed his head and pretended to be fine. It's okay. I'm calm. The system board is joking again. The biggest mistake is your face. Ha ha. He muttered curses under his breath. This old man seems to be asking for a beating. Should I just punch him a few times? Count Cremo is once again poking at his sore spot. But you're also to blame. Why were you born with a face and body like that? Loy cursed inwardly. Shut the hell up, old man. Lord of the commercial city of CRMO, Count CRMO. He was also a rather important figure in Blood and Steel Knights. Habil was wanted after beheading the loan sharks Silo and Midlap. He hid everywhere, only to be finally captured by the Count right here in Cremo. But the Count only needed a few brief sentences to understand Habil's character. He then decided to become more active as a sponsor. Returning to the present, Count Cremo speaks of how his purchase of gemstones was primarily for decorating bronze statues at sea. Loy wondered. A statue of the East on the sea. He sighed as he explained. CRMO's commercial activity is currently declining. Count CRMO begins to recount his past. For several years now, the Keej Titan has been appearing on the coast near the harbor. He reiterated solemnly. Although we have never suffered direct damage, its mere existence is enough to inspire fear. Loy also began to think. With so little information, there's no way to launch an attack while at sea. Even with the Navy here, it wouldn't be of any use. He recalled the content of the novel, which was gradually falling apart. 3 counts are in crisis. Habil might be able to tell me something, but Loy angrily recalled that the ending was open-ended, leaving everyone to guess, which was really frustrating. And so Habil raised the sword again with unwavering determination and resolve. I sincerely thank the readers for their love of Blood and the Steel Knight. Up until now, I will try to improve even more in the future. I have no idea if there will be a second part. Loy was deep in thought. When I first arrived here, I thought I had grasped the entire plot of the novel. However, Parts not mentioned in the content are still being continued. Count CRMO continued to explain, I have consulted many documents on how to drive it away and learned something important. He spoke of the army that had driven away monsters, merfolk, and powerful warriors who ruled the seas. They are the very symbols that instill fear and haunt the Keej Titan. Count CRMO seriously stated his plan, so that's how I came up with this idea. Just seeing the shape of a mermaid is enough to scare you. He described his plan, which involved erecting a statue of a mermaid in the middle of the sea. Suddenly, Count Cremo shook his head, but I've given up on that idea now. Lloyd looked puzzled. Yes, he explained, if we have to fill in the land to build the statue there, wouldn't the water be too shallow for ships to enter and exit? Lloyd suddenly fell silent, lost in thought. Count CRMO, seeing this, reassured them. Don't worry too much. Although I no longer need the gemstones, I will still buy them because I promised. He lowered his head and said, No, I can't do that. Don't accept this disadvantage alone. He was bewildered upon hearing this. You mean you're not selling the treasure? Loy explained, I will sell it, and if possible, it will be at a very high price. He smiled, confidently making the offer, and I will erect a bronze statue for him. Of course, it's at sea and won't affect the water level. Loy describes a plan involving a hexagonal column and a hollow barrel, suggesting that combining these two methods might be feasible. He took a deep breath on wooden boat A, then dived down and used his measuring skills. Loy looked around. Fortunately, the seabed is mostly flat due to the abundant sediment layer, resulting in a moderately soft surface. He began to tremble after being submerged for so long. Is the soft rock layer located deeper? Even so, it's not very high. Loy turned pale and looked up. My beloved face. He trembled as he looked at Habiel Azrahan. What's wrong? Why do you look so happy? He replied softly. Oh, I'm sorry. This is the first time I've ever felt so happy seeing someone else's pain. Loy, with a pale face and pupils like cut dots, stared at Habiel Azrahan. He gave him the diving goggles. Hey, measure it. Habiel Azrahan pretended not to see and climbed into the boat. Anyway, is this contract okay? Loy is annoying. Don't try to change the subject. He spoke seriously about the main issue. I've always thought about it, but I still can't imagine it. I never imagined they would build a straight column at the bottom of the sea. Before he performed the magic, Loy wiped his head with a towel and interrupted him. Magic could be like that too. He smiled confidently. Cement magic. The problem is, how do you make cement in this world? Under the vast ocean, Loy thought if it were Roman-style cement, it could clearly be made. Habiel Azrahan took his hand, reminding him, Please don't be careless, you'll fall down there. Loy grumbled. You're truly a master of keeping to yourself. Are you the master of chicken porridge? Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind the two of them. Over there. Kristen walked in holding a love letter. Loy Frontera, I have something I want to tell you. Loy blushed at her beauty. Yes. Who's playing chess? Kristen shyly introduced herself. Hello. Who am I, daughter of Count Cremo? Yesterday we saw Mr. Loy passing by the courtyard of the DH residence. She blushed and clutched the letter tightly in her hand. Mr. Loy, too, was gradually becoming captivated by that shyness. Kristen stepped forward, gathering all her courage, and handed over the love letter, asking that she accept it. But it's important to emphasize that it's not for the real Lloyd, but for Habiel Azrahan. Lloyd was extremely annoyed at this moment and thought to himself, that seductive pig, I had somewhat predicted this. He gradually lost touch with the world. Habiel Azrahan receives a letter from Kristen. Yes, I guess so, but this is Lloyd Frontera's inner voice. He slowly slipped the letter into his jacket pocket. Christine was overjoyed after her success. He received it and couldn't believe it. Habiel Azrahan watched her walk away, oblivious to Loy's hateful glare behind him. He spoke calmly. Let's go. Loy angrily tried to stop him. Wait a minute, you bastard. He sternly criticized. You act as if it's nothing, don't you find it disgusting? Habiel Azrahan was puzzled. What are you talking about? You maintained the same attitude when you received that love letter, and you simply accepted it. He became even more confused. Huh? What's the problem? Lloyd shouted. What? Habiel Azrahan calmly replied, "What's wrong? Are you upset?" He suddenly realized. Oh, Lloyd didn't understand why Habiel Azrahan was making that face. He covered his mouth and looked very serious. "No, don't tell me you've never received a love letter before." Lloyd didn't retort, but bit her lip and glared at him with a murderous look. Habiel Azrahan looked around awkwardly. Well, how should I put this? He's annoyed but still cheering. Cheer up. The system panel appears saying that Habiel sincerely encourages you. Lloyd was overwhelmed with emotion at that moment and burst into bitter tears. He works with a grumpy expression. I'm not jealous. No way. I'll become rich. I'll make a lot of money. Count CRMO stepped forward. Lo turned back with an angry expression. What? He was terrified when he saw that face. What kind of face is that? Lloyd calmed down and ran over with a bright smile. Oh, sorry, Count. I didn't know you were here. I was concentrating on my work. Haha. Count CRMO has calmed down too. I was so scared. I thought you were a murderer. He gestured towards the pile of goods behind him, saying, I just wanted to say that most of the materials you requested are easily obtainable. However, it's different for volcanoes, the man pondered, stroking his chin. That was the main material for Roman cement. He recalled that in the Middle Ages, Roman cement had distinct advantages. At that time, every building was maintained until 2005. Its durability is almost unparalleled. Count CRMO reassured him. It's not entirely impossible, but you have to go to a place with volcanoes. He stated the issue seriously. The problem is that the journey takes half a year. It takes too much time. Lloyd bowed reassuringly. There's no need to worry, Count. There's another way. Plan B. Give up the rummaging and take a detour with pea cement. Lloyd sat down at the table to think. Pea-shaped cement. Regarding the beginnings of modern cement, I only have a general understanding of how it's made, but I lack detailed knowledge. He looked at the experimental plan sheet. If you don't know what to do, you can always try it first. I'll try everything. Beneath the commercial land of Cremo, a shattered stone lay on the table. The mother god was annoyed by the result and crossed out the test version. Sample number 129. Failure. I thought it was almost there. If mixed in the right proportions. He weakly calculated the next step. It's not just the drying process that might be the problem, but 4 more cases as well. His 3 pets looked up anxiously, applying an additional 12 multipliers here, 48 times. One of these things. Bello, Hippo, and Bowden sadly spoke up. Bodong, Bodong. She jumped onto Lloyd's shoulders and pulled him along. Bodong, Bodong. I'm too busy to go for a walk. All 3 girls jumped up together and made a request. He replied weakly, No, I'm very busy. Bello, Hippo, and Padong sway as the lead dancers in a hip-hop dance. He angrily shouted, Damn it. I told you I was very busy. Lloyd suddenly remembered the dog from the past, and he stood motionless after recalling it. Lloyd reflected on the dog's funeral. Image of motionless feet lying in a piece of cloth. Kim Soo-ho sat silently in a chair before her sister's funeral. He wept uncontrollably in pain over the death of his dog. She is my last remaining relative. Kim Soo-ho recalled the image of the dog when it was alive. Sorry, I want to groom her again. I want to play with her again. Lloyd reflected on everything and hugged the 3 children tightly. Let's go. You guys are much more important than this research. Under the moonlight shining on the sea, the 3 pets happily frolicked and strolled along with their owner. Lloyd Frontera blamed himself. I'm such a terrible person. Bello, Hippo, and Padong, who were walking, also stopped because of the voice. He explained, his voice filled with disappointment. Everything is going smoothly, so all we have to do is give orders, as if you were some kind of construction machine. Lloyd describes himself along with his self-reproach. I am the biggest fool in the world, and I regret it so much. Suddenly he stopped, and Lloyd knelt down with his 3 children. He offered sweet words, thanking the family, saying it was all thanks to them. Bello, Hippo, and Pong smiled after his remark. The system panel appears. The fictional creature is sensing your sincerity. The fictional creatures, and you consider each other family. Level of empathy for fictional creatures. Family relationships surprised. After the announcement. What? The system panel continues. Level of empathy for fictional creatures in family relationships. The leopard enhancement function unlocks new skills through equipment enhancement. Enhancing the leopard requires 500 friendship points. He was surprised. Is this an advantage I didn't even think of? Wudong and Hippo quickly pushed the leopard forward. Did you figure out what the three of them wanted? You want me to give you new skills? The three girls all simultaneously exclaimed, Be bong, Hippo. All right. If you say so, then I'll just calculate in my mind that any skill that appears will surely have some use. Even if it's a useless skill, that's what Bio wants. To activate the enhancement function, please select a fictional creature to enhance. Lo chose Bio, and the magic circle began to appear. Suddenly, Bio glowed and flew up into the air. The pressure from B's intensification causes the surrounding air to dissipate. What's so surprising? The system notification says, Enhancement successful, enhancement level increased by 1, rewards for new skills have been restored. Bell is gradually returning to normal. This was followed by a barrage of announcements from the Level 3 Earth-Moving System, Level 3 Soil Digestion, Level 4 Steel Defense, and Level 1 Volcanic Eruption. Loy was bewildered by the announcements. Bio smiled proudly. Level 1 Volcanic Eruption. Excellent. Okay. In front of the commercial city of Cremo, atop a mountain covered in ice, a sudden explosion occurred deep within. Everyone in the city was taken by surprise. Even the old man CRMO in the mansion was no exception. A plume of smoke appeared after the explosion. Lloyd Frontera is above. Habiel Azrahan and Bell are using their skills for the first time. He was astonished after the explosion. Wow. Loy uses his search skill to bring up an object. Once successful, we'll give this real volcano a chance. He chuckled triumphantly. Ha. See. Habi, praise me. Hey. Habo's reaction went from joy to annoyance. Can you hear me? Habiel. Azrahan then turned around. Why are you so helpless? I'm sorry, Hen. I forgot to tell you to cover your ears. But he continued to pretend to be deaf. What? Loy shouted angrily. You're incredibly ugly. Habiel Azrahan spoke softly. How could he compare to the young master? He was furious. Did you hear that? Habiel Azrahan is resorting to the same old trick again. Loy ignored the conversation and walked away. Thanks to Bell, the cement problem was quickly solved in the construction world. Speed is everything. Let's begin. Everyone quickly began planning ahead of the port. The first step is to create and equip Bio with a giant diaper to filter the volcano. People in the city gathered around to admire a 5-layered wire attached to the end of a diaper to filter water for the volcano. Bell's whole body trembled as he prepared to use the skill. Loy covered his ears and spoke up. Do it, Bello. Bell's volcanic eruption skill has been activated, causing her diaper to puff up. He shouted again. One more time, Bello. Everyone in the city was astonished by Bello's abilities. Count CRMO was no exception. He thought to himself, it exceeds the usual construction standards. From skills I've never heard of before to summoning abilities, we'll have to see how you handle this. Loy gave a like after Bell finished the job. Count CRMO observed his action, silently assessed him, and then reported the details back to the king. If he really is as talented as rumored, it would be a waste to leave him in the countryside. The people around began preparing for the next step. After the cement material has been collected, the second step is to create a kaizen to pour the cement into. Khan was captured and began to be released into the sea. The water inside Khan is moved by a single gulp from the hippo. In the third step, Habiel Azrahan, wielding an iron hammer, charged inside Kaizen. He hammered hard into the log placed inside, driving the friction tubes down to the ocean floor inside. Kaizen. After Habiel Azrahan finished driving the stake, he turned and asked when the next stake would be placed. Be calm. Wait a moment. It's very difficult to do. He smiled faintly at Habiel Azrahan, who turned to see that questioning look on his face. What was that expression? Lloyd shrugged and explained. No, I really want to hear what you have to say. I am a knight, why would I? The two men stared at each other in silence for a long time. Then Habiel Azrahan suddenly threw down his hammer in a fit of anger. I am a knight. Why should I be impaled? Seeing this, he stopped him. Hey, you are my escort knight. Lloyd displayed a provocative side of himself and spoke up. Habiel Azrahan, if you don't pay, I won't earn any money. Then we can't possibly pay off all the land debt. If we become stressed, the Baron will be very upset too. Oh, if you collapse, the Baroness will also fall ill. Won't she? He clasped his hands together and pleaded. Ah, Sir Knight, please protect our family. Sir Knight, please leave. Habiel Azrahan continued his work, still feeling uneasy. The underwater framework creation was successful. After completing his regular training, Habiel constructed a reinforced frame with steel gratings underneath. Finally, the cement was ready. Then, the Kaizen will be removed after the cement has hardened. Everyone stood on the ship's hull, admiring the finished artificial sea. Lloyd spoke, rising 50 centimeters above sea level at high tide. If you place a mermaid statue there, it will float on the water. Count of Cremo. Speak. Softly. Yes. He expressed his own thoughts. Actually, I still can't believe whether that ground can really support the weight of the statue. If it succeeds, Count CRMO turned to him and smiled. Then we won't be disappointed with the construction costs. Bow respectfully. Amidst the sound of waves crashing offshore, the ships began placing the statue. The mermaid statue has been successfully moved onto the artificial seabed. Everyone was excited on the ship. A feast was being held on board. Loy walked through the crowd, annoyed by her attire. Yeah, it's too cramped. He turned to look at Habiel Azrahan. Do you often wear these kinds of clothes? He calmly replied. You speak as if it's the first time I've worn them. I remember you've worn it to a few events already. Loy looked away vaguely and replied. Oh, it hasn't been that long. I'm too sensitive. Count Cremo stood at the front, speaking loudly. Everyone, please pay attention this way. He announced to those ahead that this young man had contributed significantly to the construction of the mermaid statue. The crowd was in an uproar. Oh, is that you? You did a great job. Everyone rushed towards Habiel Azrahan, leaving me behind like a mere extra. You are truly a respectable person. Your face and craftsmanship are superb. I shook hands, just a handshake. He thought to himself, like someone who had abandoned the ambitions of an ordinary person. I'm so smart. Of course I knew everyone would be going over there. I'm not jealous. I prefer a cash transaction over empty compliments. Loy suddenly became angry again after seeing Habiel Azrahan's face, but that expression was unpleasant. Go play somewhere else. Don't look at me. You have no sympathy whatsoever. Count Cremo laughed gleefully. Haha, it's all because of your face. He muttered angrily to himself. This guy is so annoying. He announced it again in a stern voice. Everyone, he's the one who created the seabed. What are those people so confused about? Oh, I thought they were servants. Amidst the lively festivities on the ship, something suddenly appeared in the distance offshore. The silhouette of a monster gradually emerged from the water. It gradually rose to the surface, creating a chamber of rising water. The monster Keej Titan appeared, staring at the mermaid statue in front of it. Mermaids? Suddenly, the monster Keej Titan's eyes lit up. Our sworn enemy. It looked around at the statue, then gradually sank deeper and deeper into the large bed until its entire body was submerged. It dived down and sped forward. He is alone. The figure of the monster Keej Titan was moving faster and faster, carrying with it a vengeful desire to kill him. It hurtled straight toward the brightly lit yachts. Lloyd, still unaware of the danger, stood amidst the crowd chatting. Habiel Azrahan wasn't much different, but he was unknowingly surrounded by the loving gazes of girls. The Keej Titan monster is hurtling towards us at incredible speed. In front of the ships, people are happily enjoying a feast. Everyone on the ship was happily chatting with each other. Habiel Azrahan was sitting in the corner of the boat, preparing to enjoy a glass of wine. Suddenly, Habiel Azrahan's hand stopped. He realized something and stopped drinking alcohol. Habiel Azrahan looked out to see and sensed something. Yes, he observed the calm, waveless sea offshore. Suddenly, Loy walked over. What are you doing? Why are you sitting there motionless like a statue? Are you being sarcastic? That doesn't mean she's as beautiful as a statue, you know. Hey, don't pretend to be deaf like that. Habiel Azrahan ignored what Loy said and spoke up. Something is coming. He remained silent after hearing him speak. The monstrous figure of Keej Titan is hurtling towards us at an ever-increasing speed. Loy wondered. What is coming? Habiel Azrahan replied vaguely. I'm not sure, but it arrived extremely quickly. He continued asking, what size? Tell me the size. He said in a serious tone, roughly twice the size of this ship, and slightly larger than the full size of Hippo. Loy began to realize the problem. Damn it, but it's too late. The monster Keej Titan has begun to emerge from the sea. He squeezed through the crowd of the Count's men and came here. He was enjoying himself when he turned around after hearing the call. Oh, Lo, how did you find the party? Loin leaned close to his ear and whispered that it seemed a Giga Titan was coming. You need to notify and evacuate everyone immediately. Count CRMO, feigning nonchalance, asked the person next to him. Mr. Genovan, I will answer you immediately. Yes, Count. He inquired about the situation offshore. Did you sense any strange movements out at sea? Genova looked out at the sea and began to investigate. He came back and reported that he couldn't feel anything. Count, sir. Count CRMO calmly reassured them. Mr. Genovan here has a superhuman sense because he suffers from swordsmanship master syndrome. You keep believing in evil. Loy thought irritably. Our Habel is even more sensitive, you know. Is he playing the lead role? How could that possibly convince me? He smiled reassuringly. Don't worry too much. No Titan Giga has advanced this far in the past few years. There is no reason to launch a surprise attack. Loy glanced wistfully to the side. What's that? It looks like the two of them are looking at the mermaid statue in front of them. Count Cremo now began to worry. He and Habiel Azrahan looked at him seriously. Genovan, standing beside them, spoke up. I don't know what made you feel that way, but from my perspective, the Chrome Count interrupted and shouted, weighing anchor and steering our ship away from the mermaid statue. The monster Keej Titan was now gradually emerging from the surface of the sea. He urged his employees to hurry up and be quick. Habiel Azrahan, standing behind, spoke up. It's too late. Loy turned around and gave an order. Habel, fix the anchor. He received orders to prepare for action. Habiel Azrahan quickly jumped out of the ship. He rushed down to the sea, carrying his weapon. Loy, standing on the ship, didn't wait either. The eastern region relies on that principle. They started eating sunflower seeds after appearing. Bodong grew larger and embraced the statue tightly. Habiel Azrahan, underwater, is preparing to cut the chains. He's about to use his explosive slash skill. One sword stroke severed the anchor chain in two. Standing on the statue, Vodong also bit through the ropes holding the ships. A violent wave crashed against the ships. The Habiel Azrahan shipwrecked man, still underwater, did not hesitate, but continued to cut the chains. He chopped one wire after another in half. Suddenly, Habiel Azrahan turned around to look at something behind him. The Keej Titan monster has appeared behind. He was astonished by the appearance. You're speaking too fast. Above, the ships have begun to move. Disperse. Disperse. The monstrous Keej Titan emerged from the water, its immense size, tossing around the ships, and Loy was also thrown overboard. Mom. Bodong panicked at the statue of the fishman. Monster Keej Titan, one blow, shattered the statue in two. Habiel Azrahan uses the thrust from his skill to fly up from the sea. He caught Loy as he fell from the air. The statue was struck by the monster Keej Titan and sent flying all the way into the city. The statue fell to the ground and crashed into a resident's house. The statue's body gradually broke apart and scattered into the surrounding area. Then its body slammed into a mansion. The nobles who had been enjoying the earlier feast fell into the sea and cried for help. Oh no, help me. Where's my child? Loy stood on the capsized ship, panicking. We cannot save everyone in this situation. Suddenly he realized something. Aloy calls upon Hippo. AM arrived quickly. Hippo. He threw her into the sea and ordered a gulp. Hippo. Due to Hippo's gravitational pull, everyone underwater was instantly sucked into the vortex. The water quickly sucked in everyone who was drowning. The Keej Titan monster has begun to enter the city. Habiel Azrahan announced, Young Master, a Giga Titan is speeding towards the city. We must stop it. Lloyd had already jumped onto a log and climbed away. He was astonished after witnessing that action. Where are you going? That Giga Titan is in the other direction. He shouted in panic. Why get involved in this? You bastard, are you trying to confront that monster? Are you crazy? Habiel. Azrahan was utterly astonished by those words. Count Kermo sternly ordered, "Hurry up, the water pressure is dangerous. Rescue everyone as quickly as possible. Don't delay a single second. Those who fall into the sea are calling for help here, right here." The Kia Titan monster is slowly advancing deeper into the city. People in the city panicked and screamed. "That's dangerous. Ah, run." Loy calls, "What are you doing? Come here quickly." Desperate cries for help rose up. "Hey, there's someone here." Habiel Azrahan was suspicious. "Are you going to abandon those who need help?" he shouted, hoping to enlighten him. "We're here to make money. You didn't come here to wrestle monsters and keep peace. There are troops and cannons in the city already, aren't there? They'll be fine even without your help." Habiel Azrahan glared at him. He recalled the moment the two of them fought in the mine. At moments of life and death, Lord Frontera demonstrated his intelligence. Habiel Azrahan remembered that figures back at that moment. He had shown perseverance, never giving up, never turning his back on difficulties. That was exactly the kind of person he was. But back to the present, Loy continued to urge him on. "I have so much work to do. Why should I go protect someone else's city? This isn't the time to play the hero." Habiel Azrahan gradually lost respect for him. After all, this is his true self. The system panel displays a message. Habiel's goodwill toward you has decreased by 5, and her pity for you has increased by 1. The relationship with the main character has weakened slightly, but the level of intimacy will not be affected. Current friendship point, 1901. He slowly drew his sword. Oh, Habiel Azrahan no longer cared about Loy, and stated his intention to resolve this matter. He panicked and tried to stop her. "This crazy justice fanatic, you're going to die, don't go." He turned and jumped out of the boat despite Lloyd Frontera's words. Habiel Azrahan leaps into the sea, using his sword as a foothold, and his power erupts. Suddenly, he sped off at an incredibly high speed. Habiel Azrahan charged toward the monster that was entering the city. Inside the city, the soldiers are working hard to defend themselves. The troops are ready. The large projectiles were aimed directly at the monster Keej Titan and fired. The large projectiles flew towards him, but were completely deflected. The soldiers were horrified by the sight. How could this thing be completely unharmed? Suddenly, an internal structure was revealed on either side of its shell. Scream to kill. The 2 ears of the Keej Titan monster are preparing to launch something. It shot a blade-shaped stream of water toward the buildings. The 2 fortresses, along with the soldiers inside, were hurled into the air by a jet of water. The monstrous eyes of the Keej Titan, filled with murderous intent, gazed deep into the city, where the shattered mermaid statue lay. The Keej Titan monster quickly lunged forward, a thought running through its mind. Mermaids are killing people. Inside are running around. In panic, help. Run. Ugh. The Keej Titan monster's foot quickly lunged towards him. Help. Habiel Azrahan flew down from the air to rescue them, slashing and exploding. He brought the sword down with all his might. The collision caused its foot to become dislodged. Suddenly, Habiel Azrahan was thrown far away. No luck. The Keej Titan monster crashed into the wall, causing the house to collapse instantly. It screamed to kill. Habiel Azrahan landed on the ground and assumed a defensive posture. The claw of the Keej Titan monster lunged towards him at incredible speed. Habiel Azrahan quickly dodged the attack. Ugh! It didn't wait and shot me 2 blades of water. He stood in astonishment, suspended in midair before the sword's blade. Habiel Azrahan struggles to defend himself. This is bad. The sword immediately slashed across his body. Habiel Azrahan was unable to withstand the blow and was thrown violently against the wall. After the collision, he collapsed and fell to the ground. Habiel Azrahan struggled to get up and looked at the monster Keej Titan. It quickly lunged forward. In front of him. Good, they've taken the bait. Habiel Azrahan clenched his bleeding mouth shut and thought to himself, yes, I knew I would never be able to defeat a monster like this. I might lose my life here. He, with his unwavering will, managed to get back on his feet, but I will persevere until all the people escape. Meanwhile, Loy was sneaking away from the place. He. He quickly climbed up and expressed his thoughts. As I said, you're not the only main character. In this novel, no matter how many close relationships we have, they all contribute to building skills. There's nothing we can do. What can we do? What harm would it do if we left? Loy continued to climb, driven by his ambition. I'm human too. It is heartbreaking to witness the city being destroyed and people being injured. What do you mean? What can we do? He suddenly stopped and pondered. The city was destroyed, and everyone was injured. Loy stood there lost in thought. If I run away like this, the city will be destroyed, and if I let it be destroyed, he, along with his incomprehensible thoughts, suddenly gritted his teeth in anger. He turned around and shouted, "Come back, Bello! Who will pay for the construction?" Loy ordered Bell to use his dash skill. Volcano erupts. He rushed forward with insults. Just wait and see. You damn lobster. Habiel Azrahan is currently fighting fiercely. A monstrous Keej Titan also charged forward without hesitation. The way he quickly dodged the attack and jumped up. Along with his burst of power skill, Habiel Azrahan lunged forward onto the monster's body. All living things are like that. He aimed his attack directly at one point. The weakness lies in the eyes. Habiel Azrahan slashed at its eye, but it was like slashing at steel. It was so hard that the sword deflected. Suddenly, the Keej Titan's whiskers moved, and it lunged rapidly towards Habiel Azrahan. Suddenly, Hippo appeared, and with a single blow, she charged straight into the monster's head. After successfully striking it in the head, Hippo was flung far away. The hippo used up all its strength, and the water in its belly gushed out. It released all its water and landed on Lloyd Frontera's head. He appeared with murderous intent, like a villain. "Don't you dare touch my money." Lloyd stood on the roof observing. Habiel Azrahan seized the opportunity to leap up and prepare to strike. At that moment, he used his power burst skill and rushed towards the Keej Titan monster. A sword strike landed on its head but bounced off. Habiel Azrahan was annoyed after failing to inflict damage on it. Damn it, that didn't work either. The monster Keej Titan quickly stood up. I can't find any weaknesses in it. I don't think we'll win this match. But then he reflected on himself and wondered why he was so relaxed. Loy's image appeared in Habiel Azrahan's eyes. Perhaps because Loy is here, his return will open the path to victory. 2 minutes and 30 seconds ago, he was riding on his motorbike, moving across the rooftops. The launcher quickly launched itself behind the Keej Titan monster. Loy reminded Bodong, "Let's take a detour. Don't get too close so that the monster doesn't notice us." Padong, sitting on Padong's back, pondered. Weaknesses. We need to find their weaknesses. Habiel Azrahan then vigorously attacked its tough hide. Blow after blow, yet still unharmed, died. To his astonishment after seeing that, Habiel's attack had no effect whatsoever. What is that monster made of? How can it be so strong? Dad, now that you mention it, what is it made of? He realized something. That's right, if that were possible. Loy activates measurement skills. He focused his attention on the head of the Keej Titan monster. Information began to appear all over its body. Loy was overjoyed. It turns out that a deer can measure a living creature. He began to read information using his skills. That horn was mixed with a 1-meter thick kit. On a molecular basis, there are 3 honeycomb structures of lotus plants stacked on top of each other. Everything is tightly interconnected, just like wearing a bulletproof vest. Habiel Azrahan is now charging forward with his power-bursting skill. Go to hell, you son of a bitch. He struck the top of the Keej Titan monster's head. New information began to reach Loy, drawing his attention. Watching the movement of the monster's shape made him wonder. What is that? The damage from Habiel's attack is concentrating in one spot. The gravitational forces from Habiel's attack began to disperse onto its horn. Loy, who had been observing intently all this time, quickly recognized it. That horn gathers energy and releases it. Let's cut off that horn first. He started using skills other than in simulation mode. Loy looked into the stomach of the Keej Titan monster. That's where this monster stores water to use in its attacks. Is it possible to destroy it? The simulation mode is starting to penetrate its body. Can we defeat that damned monster? Returning to the present, Habiel Azrahan shouted, Young Master, what should I do? Loy placed one finger on his head and 2 fingers below. Just tell him to cut it off. Habiel Azrahan, not understanding, criticized, Are you out of your mind? Hearing this, he became angry and began to speak up. The horn, Dad, cut off the horn first, Grandpa. Suddenly, the claw of the Keej Titan lunged forward, and Habiel Azrahan quickly leaped out of his spot. He leaps into the air, dodges attacks, and attacks in a spectacular manner, even cutting off. A horn wouldn't be enough to stop him. Habiel Azrahan quickly chose to land on the monster's back, but the young master turned around, preparing to touch the Keej Titan. Habiel Azrahan landed quickly and successfully. Hopefully, this time he's right. Habiel Azrahan immediately rushed forward, preparing to attack. A low below also hurriedly reminded him. Listen, Habiel, even though the horn is painfully hollow, it won't be easily cut off. The energy circle doesn't always work perfectly. Habiel Azrahan nearly reached the horn of question. So what do you want me to do? Loy quickly explained. Sometimes you just need to spin at maximum speed. Habiel Azrahan successfully reached the horn and prepared to strike. Very useful. He immediately struck. Down, easier said than done. With the interwoven streams of energy, Habiel Azrahan channeled all his strength into the sword in his hand. Lloyd was pleased with his actions. DC, magic chainsaw. That's just my theory, but it seems to actually work. Habiel, now it's as easy as pie for you. He used all his energy to slash down. The Keej Titan monster screamed in agony. Ciari quickly used its claws to strike towards Habiel Azrahan. Loy, standing below, didn't wait but gave the order. Bodong jumped up to block the attack of the monster Keej Titan. Habiel Azrahan also successfully sawed off its horn. Half of the horn fell down together with Habiel Azrahan. The monster Keej Titan writhed in agony. Ciari, the horn gradually fell freely to the ground. It hurtled straight down into the city without any resistance. Loy seized the opportunity to shout. Habi came to the center where its 2 middle legs crossed, going toward its tail. At the top corner, he quickly complies with the request if you strike in that direction. Habiel Azrahan stopped after arriving at the designated location, shouting after his action, knowing he had earned even more money. Habiel Azrahan assumes a fighting stance and prepares to strike. Suddenly, the monster Keej Titan lowered its entire body. He stood there in astonishment. Then, with a loud crash, its entire body fell to the ground. However, Habiel Azrahan was not seen escaping, only his sword was seen flying out. Loy was terrified, his face turning pale. Habiel, beneath the body of the Keej Titan monster, Habiel Azrahan gathers his strength, preparing to strike. Die. He raised his hand and thrust it straight forward. Monster stuff. Suddenly, Padong rushed towards her, grabbed Habiel Azrahan's shirt, and dragged her away. Padong successfully rescued him from the monster Keej Titan's attempt to crush Habiel Azrahan. Bodong landed successfully without taking any damage. Loy was overjoyed. Excellent. Pudong, you let Habiel Azrahan down and poured out the words of P-Dong to him. Bodong Padudong, he was stunned. Sorry, PPODNG, I don't understand what you're saying. Habiel Azrahan bent down to pick up the sword. But perhaps you're scolding me for being too reckless, aren't you? He continued to target the Keej Titan monster. Then let's try to survive until we defeat this monster. Habiel Azrahan looked at his confident stance. We have faith in Mr. Loy's plan. At this moment, Loy was contemplating his next move. Thanks to measuring success, I was able to create Plan D. But it's very difficult to do because this Giga Titan monster is incredibly fast and agile. He looked at the monster ravaging the city and made his decision. But we must implement Plan D at all costs. This is the only way to destroy this damned monster. Loy seriously concluded that it was indeed the correct answer. Plan A plus D. He called out to Padong, who was standing below. Padong quickly turned around. Padong sped up to where Lloyd Frontera was standing. He immediately climbed onto Padong and gave the order. Go to the location we mentioned earlier. Bodong seized the opportunity. Loy revealed the plan to Habiel Azrahan below. Habiel, that monster considers you its strongest enemy, so lure it into the forest east of this city. He responded immediately. Understood. Loy sat on Padong's back, deep in thought. We've spent enough time already. I think we can do it now. He gritted his teeth in anticipation. Please, I'm counting on you. 15 minutes ago, Count CRMO was standing, watching the monster entering the city. He was astonished by what was happening before his eyes, unable to believe it. How could this happen? Genovan stood behind, taking the blame. I'm sorry, sir. I wish I had known sooner. Count CRM denies it. No, it's not your fault. It's because I was too naive. He recalled the statue of the merman. I was the one who thought I could wipe out a monster with just a small statue. Loy, riding on the back of a leopard in the sea, spoke up. No, you're right. It is chasing the statue. Count Cremo was astonished. Loy, are you still alive? He explained solemnly. That monster came because of the statue. Take advantage of that obsession to execute your plan. He listened silently to what Loy said. Habiel and I will buy you some time, and I need to attend to some matters with my servants. Back to the present, Habiel. Azrahan is struggling to dodge the attacks of the monster. Kija Titan. It aggressively attacked him repeatedly. Habiel Azrahan has a difficult landing. Damn ice. He stood one-on-one with the Kij Titan monster, his body exhausted. Panting. Habiel Azrahan, breathless, thought to himself that he was about to reach his limit. He gritted his teeth and ran away, following Lloyd Frontera's plan. Do your best, Habiel. For the city, for the people. The monstrous Kija Titan relentlessly pursued him, leaving a mess in its wake. Habiel Azrahan ran, breathless. He managed to run into the forest, just as Loy had said. Habiel Azrahan ran faster and faster, rushing forward. Suddenly Loy appeared and shouted, Habi, come quickly to the statue. He calmed down as soon as he heard the voice. A wooden cart is speeding towards us at an extremely high speed. The monster Kij Titan also realized something. In front of it was the statue of the mermaid whose body had been reattached. Loy smiled confidently. Habiel Azrahan stood dumbfounded. What was that? Loy and Padong rushed forward carrying the decorated merman statue. You rotten lobster, your real enemy is right here. The monster Kij Titan was provoked by the appearance of the mermaid statue. It roared in anger, and he smiled with satisfaction. That monster has taken the bait. Loy recalled what had happened earlier. They had repaired the statue better than he had expected. Trusting in their preparation is well-deserved. I'm so glad I read the novel. He quickly gave the order. Habiel, I will be the bait, and you attack. He said irritably. Next time, explain the plan in detail beforehand. Lloyd walks past Habiel Azrahan. This can't happen. A second time, the monster Kij Titan began to shift its attention to the merman statue and lunged towards it. Vodong, terrified, ran at full speed because of its pursuit. Oh my God. Habiel Azrahan also seized the opportunity to rush forward. He jumped onto the monster's underside and prepared to strike. Habiel Azrahan raised his sword with all his might, unleashing a powerful slash, a fiery sword strike hurtling forward. He aimed straight for the lower abdomen of the Kij Titan monster and stabbed. Suddenly, its lower abdomen exploded. Lo saw a ray of light and turned his head. The monster stood up again in the forest after Habiel Azrahan's slash. After delivering the blow, he immediately fell freely to the ground, his face contorted with displeasure. Habiel Azrahan's attack was only enough to break through its tough outer skin. He looked annoyed and thought to himself, damn, I cut too shallow, I used too much mana. Habiel Azrahan fell and blamed himself, but that was just an excuse. Is it because I'm too weak? I don't have enough strength, I can't protect everyone. A muffled voice rang in his ear. You did a great job. Habiel Loy, riding his motorbike, charged forward. Now he confidently gripped the haul tightly in his hands, leaving the rest to Ta. Before Habiel Azrahan's free fall, he, along with his hazy thoughts, plummeted down. After that last critical hit, my energy is completely depleted. My mind is so hazy right now, but I can finally rest in peace. Lloyd's serious voice rang out. Leave it there for the evil. Habiel Azrahan closed his eyes and waved his hand as he pondered the thought. Mr. Loy, why do you say that? Suddenly, a golden sphere sped towards them. Hippo caught him as he fell to the ground on its back. Lloyd rushed towards the monster and reassured it. Take a rest. Abel, this city must be protected. With negative thoughts flooding his mind, he was running and screaming. Actually, I didn't think it was possible. Lloyd gazed at the gigantic monster before him. How could he possibly lure it so far away to destroy it? There was no guarantee it wouldn't return to the city. The seas off the coast of Cremo must be the dwelling place of the Giga Titans. He recalled the powerful attacks of the Kija Titan monster and its intelligence. It could also cause even more terrible earthquakes in revenge for summoning the human. Then Loy looked at Padong, who was breathing heavily beneath him. Don't delay. Our Padong, we've reached our limit. We can't hold on any longer. Crowded, he shouted loudly. Bipon. At this moment, Bodong quickly stopped as instructed. Loy gritted his teeth as he was pushed forward. He was immediately propelled into the air after Padong's stop. Loy clutched the hull tightly in his hand. What can I do now? What is the most important thing? What can I do? Go back to the time when he rode a leopard across the sea. Just now, when I had to decide to save the city and make quick decisions, there were plans that required me to participate in the attack. Loy sat on the leopard's back, calculating the critical hit chance. There was no other way. He had to unleash a critical hit. 3 circles are needed to use critical hit, but I only have 2 circles right now. He hastily issued this order message, skill window, bizarre mind. The system dashboard quickly appeared. The Azura Heart, 2nd tier circle, B-level upgrade requires 190 intimacy points. I have 1,901 friendship points, but upgrading to level 3 requires 190. Friendship points? That's too expensive. Loy quickly selected level LOP, ignoring the other options and just closing the deal to get it over with quickly. The system requires the Azura Heart, 2nd tier circle, level 5 upgrade, requiring 220 friendship points. 220. It increases intimacy by 30 points, and each subsequent star upgrade becomes more expensive. He was annoyed but still chose to continue the upgrade. Hey, discount system, give me a discount. The Azura Heart, 2nd order 6th level circle. The Azura Heart, 2nd order circle, 7th level. The Azura Heart, 2nd order circle, level 8. Suddenly I realized something. System requirements table for Azura's Heart. The level 10 2nd circle upgrade requires 370 friendship points. He stared at the notification in astonishment. The upgrade system requires 370 loyalty points. Loyalty points currently held, 311. That's so annoying. It can't be like that. It seems I have no plan to participate in the battle. I made the right decision. Back in the present, he's grasping the gap right at the mouth of the Kija Titan's stomach. Why am I hanging here? Habiel Azrahan was gradually losing consciousness on Hippo's back. Loy held the square in his mouth and did the calculations. Or maybe I should just channel my mana into it and stab it. Even a minor wound would be fine. Habiel Azrahan gradually fell into unconsciousness. Suddenly, the system screen displays a notification that your HBL favorability rating has increased by B, adding 5 points to your affection rating. Loy was hovering, reading the system message, Azura Heart. Circle, level 10, 2nd tier upgrade, requires 370 friendship points. Possessing 391 Loy. Quickly accept and do it. Cubic circle. Azura Heart system upgrade. The 2 energy circles surrounding his heart momentarily emitted another ray of light. Notification system board. Azura Heart, tier 1 3rd circle, mana increased by 500%. Loy quickly shouted, let's search. A circle protecting the heart. Suddenly, the monster Kij Titan used its claws to strike the rocky mountain. The remaining 2 circles suddenly shattered the rocky mountain into pieces. Loy, still unaware, used his skill to aim directly at its lower abdomen. Suddenly, a boulder was hurtling towards them at an extremely high speed. It hit Loy in the head, causing him to freeze. Loy was struck hard on the head by a rock, causing blood to immediately gush out. Humph, what is that? His hand slowly slipped from the monster's skin. I can't do it. I have to engrave a circle. Lloyd's thoughts had become hazy at this point. A circle of mana. What's the heart? The other circle. What are you doing? The flow of magic in. His heart began to run in a circle again. The two energy circles began to intertwine with each other a little further. Then the three circles of energy rushed into each other. Merge the energy to gain momentum and prepare to use the skill. He charged. Straight ahead. Without thinking. Heavenly great critical hit. Loi aimed directly at the open wound of the Keej Titan monster. A powerful blow. Struck it. The collision created an explosion. That caused the monster to collapse in agony. A towering cloud of smoke rose into the sky, visible even to the city's inhabitants, as the monster, Keej Titan, was struck down by Lloyd's attack. Beneath the still rising smoke, faint voices echoed in my ears. Hippo. Bell. He slowly opened his eyes and saw the three children calling out to him. Habiel Azrahan gradually awoke from his coma. He struggled to sit up and looked around. Hippopotamus, everyone is safe now. Suddenly, Habiel Azrahan noticed something beside her. Before him lay the monster, slumped over. Really? He takes responsibility for what he says. How on earth did you manage to succeed? Bodong, with tears in his eyes, grabbed Habiel Azrahan's hand. Bodong, he's hard to understand. What's wrong? Bodong, do you mean to follow me? All three of them looked sad as Habiel Azrahan followed them. Before me was the figure of a man, lying on the ground, along with his haul. Habiel Azrahan stared in astonishment, his eyes wide. He saw Loi lying there with his eyes open but unable to move. Habiel Azrahan ran towards him in fear. No, young Master Lai. He quickly leaned his ear close to Lyd Frontera's chest. Habiel Azrahan was astonished to find him struggling to get up, his face grim. His heart has stopped beating. The scene shifts to a bird flying in the sky. The carrier pigeon is flying overhead. It flew to the Frontera mansion. Knock knock. Akis Frontera was in his office when he was drawn to a knock on the door. He looked outside. A bird was waiting patiently. What did the pigeon deliver? Akis Frontera took the letter and read it. What was it about? Coming from the trading city of Crimea? He suddenly turned pale when he read the contents. Agos Frontera hurried down to his stable. He immediately sped off. Without much thought, Agos Frontera rushed forward along with the stream of thoughts. Lloyd panicked and rushed away. I have reminded you many times about the dangers you face. The contents of the letter. Dear Mr. Akis Frontera, Lai, your eldest son, has successfully built an extraordinary structure for Cremo. Mabella Frontera suddenly appeared behind Agus. Wait for me. Why did you leave so suddenly? Agus Frontera turned around. Mabila, you fly. He sternly objected. Even if you keep going, the distance is still very far. Therefore, only Lord Ban and you will go together. Annoying ghost. What are you talking about? Have you forgotten? She confidently repeated. I'm much better at riding than you. The contents of the letter indicated that Bu was in immediate danger. All three hastily rode their horses in the freezing winter. At that very moment, Loi and his bodyguard, Habiel Azrahan, bravely sacrificed themselves to save countless lives of the people. All three are currently experiencing a snowstorm. Currently, Loi is experiencing a strange coma. Akos Frontera struggled through the snowstorm, secretly criticizing Lin, that annoying troublemaker. But he was his son, and he was the most diligent and reliable one. The contents of the letter. I thought you needed to know as soon as possible, so I sent you this letter. I will wait to meet the parents of this outstanding young man. Akis Frontera, I urge you, my son, my son. Suddenly, he remembered the time he had spent with Lai before. I have already asked permission from the Agus family. Next, it's time for him to do his work. Don't worry, Lord Akis, that will be done. And finally, I would like to express my gratitude to you. Sir. Akis. Akis. He recalled everything and began to have doubts. Are you really my son? Suddenly, a monster's foot appeared in the snowstorm. The three men were astonished by its appearance. A wolf-like monster appeared. A monster? It growled in front of Akis Frontera. Suddenly, a foot appeared in front of him. Bayan advanced, armed. We chose a shortcut, so there's no escaping it. I'll buy you two some time. Let's find another way to CRMO. Akis Frontera panicked. You're flying. You should run away. He explained the reason for his actions. These animals are very fast. The moment I turned around, they lunged at me and bit my neck off. The wolf monster, without waiting, lunged forward. Bei turned around and shouted, "Hurry up!" A monster's claw struck down swiftly. He used his strength to block the monster's attack. Ago's Frontera, having no other choice, turned away but didn't forget to say, "Let us fly, sir. We must meet again at Cremo." The wolf monster, after delivering its first blow, prepared to strike again. Bayan spun around, gripping his sword tightly, and swung it forward successfully, blocking the monster's claw attack, but the blade was broken in two. Bayan was astonished by his own weapon. The wolf monster seized the opportunity and lunged, biting him on the shoulder. Bayan didn't panic. Instead, he pulled out the spare knife he had behind his back. He stabbed it straight in the face, causing the monster to scream in pain. It showed no mercy, but instead pinned her down onto the snow-covered ground. He tried to endure it and kept thrusting deeper and deeper. The wolf monster showed no mercy and bit harder into Bayan's shoulder. It made him cry out in pain. Suddenly, Akko's Frontera appeared, wielding a weapon and charging forward. He stabbed the monster straight in the back, causing it to scream. Mabella Frontera also lunged forward with a dagger. She aimed straight at its eye and stabbed downwards. The wolf monster then painfully released the bird. It collapsed and thrashed about in the snow. After struggling for a while, it finally lay motionless. 3 people witnessed the death of the wolf monster. Akko's Frontera helps Bayan up. "Can you stand up, sir?" He clutched his wound, blaming himself. "I am truly ashamed of myself. How could a knight like me?" He replied solemnly. "He is also my lord. A leader has a responsibility to protect his people." Mabella trembled as she called out Agus's name. "Agus." He then turned his head back, looking worried. "Mabella, are you hurt anywhere?" Agos Frontera glared behind him, where a pack of wolf-like monsters was approaching. Bayan struggled to his feet and advanced towards the wolves. He lifted the sword that had been impaled on the dead wolf and raised it straight towards the approaching wolf monsters. The pack of wolves didn't wait any longer and charged forward. Bayan didn't panic either, but sped forward. Agus Frontera, terrified, held Mabella Frontera tightly in his arms. Suddenly, Habel Azrahan appeared from the air, landing and preparing to draw his weapon. The wolf-like monsters heard a noise behind them and turned around. Habel Azrahan beheaded it with one sword. He glided through and effortlessly chopped off all the heads of the monsters. Then he sheathed his sword at his side. Habel Azrahan said sternly, "To be on the safe side, I have come to greet you." He stepped out from the pool of blood that had not yet fallen from the monsters. "Is anyone injured anywhere?" Bayan thought to himself in astonishment. He knew Habel was very skilled in swordsmanship and mana, but not this powerful when it came to CRMO. He gazed at his imposing figure with a questioning look. What made Habel so strong? Habel Azrahan walked closer to the bewildered crowd. Mabella Frontera asked anxiously, "Dear Habel, is Lloyd, our Lloyd, all right?" He paused for a moment before answering. "I'm not sure if he's still alive." The scene then shifts to the moment the Kija Titan is defeated. Habel Azrahan was now staring blankly at Lloyd Frontera's corpse. His face gradually darkened, and he didn't look at the face. That didn't seem like that of a living person with worry. If he were to disappear now, our inheritance would suddenly be lost. Habel Azrahan took his hand. He raised his hand sadly. "My new hometown, which I've only just seen." 2 people, one grieving and the other whose fate was uncertain, stood side by side. Suddenly, something faint caught Habel Azrahan's attention. He took her hand and examined it. His pulse is still beating, but his heart has stopped. Habel Azrahan leaned close to Lloyd's face to examine him. Although weak, he is still breathing. Habel Azrahan frantically checked his entire body. How is that possible? He suddenly realized in astonishment. Habel Azrahan sensed something within his body, cubic circles, and moreover, they were spinning at an unbelievable speed. He slowly placed his hand on Lloyd's chest and felt he couldn't sense the condition of his heart. "I can't check because this powerful mana-rotating magnetic field is replacing the heart and sustaining his life." Habel Azrahan looked back at the monster falling before him, unleashing a barrage of critical hits. Now I understand why the giant Titan turned out that way. He sat there in a daze after the inspection. Mr. Loy, who exactly are you? Returning to the present, in front of the commercial city of Kermo, the people of the city were working together to repair the houses. Everyone has their own job at the moment. Habiel Azrahan led the three into the city and said, Lord Loy is at the Count's place, with a doctor attending to him, but nothing has changed much. Akos Frontera looked around. In horror, only Loy and he were fighting the monster that had destroyed the entire place. Habiel Azrahan denies it. No, sir. He told the truth. Loy was the one who threw the peach. Habiel Azrahan walked by and flattered him. It was Lord Lloyd's strength that brought the monster to its end. Agus Frontera remained silently skeptical. Lloyd, my son, does he possess such power? Suddenly, two people talking behind him caught his attention. Are you also going to the Count's place? Of course, since I can't do anything. Isn't this what I should do? He mentioned his savior, Lloyd Frontera. If it weren't for him, I probably would have frozen to death by now. Frontera stood in front, listening to everything. He continued to describe. By the time he reached the monster, who knows how many people he had saved, he struggled to walk. I thought I was dead because I couldn't move. I have given up and am waiting for death. Back then, Loy ordered the leopard to eat all the debris so that the people wouldn't be harmed. People in the city also began to stir. I think the sparks are trapped by fragments of the statue. If we leave things as they are, everything will be engulfed in flames. She began to describe it. She saw it too. Is that correct? Giant hippos appeared during construction. It absorbs water and extinguishes fire. Correct. I saw it too. Loy summoned it, didn't he? For people stood listening to the stories everyone was telling. In this city, who knows how many people owe him a debt of gratitude for saving their lives. People gathered at the residence of Count Crmo. Everyone was praying. I hope you saved my father. From little girls to adults, our wives, and even our elderly mothers. Everyone is praying for Lloyd Frontera, the savior of all. Wake up. Suddenly a voice rang out from behind the people. Are you all crazy? A man with nostrils like a hippopotamus's tail criticized. If that guy hadn't built that pedestal, none of this would have happened. He's always blaming others, but if you think about it, it's all his fault. The appearance of that bastard cannot be ignored. The people listened in silence for a moment, then began to reconsider their stance. The crowd seemed to agree, and they immediately went forward and beat him mercilessly. The group quickly suppressed the protest. My heart is being enveloped by the energy of Lloyd Frontera. The system table unexpectedly appeared. Your hope and courage have deeply impressed the citizens of Kermo. This achievement comes with an attractive reward. For more details, click here. For more details. Loy, feeling uncomfortable, struggled to open his eyes. Suddenly waking up from his long coma, Loy struggled to sit up, rubbing his head. He racked his brain trying to remember if he was still alive after recklessly using a series of critical hits. The system probably did, because if he were dead, how could he be dreaming? Loy was skeptical. How could that be? Wasn't exploding my heart part of the setup? System, you'll find out soon. Enough. The system panel reminded him. Shouldn't he be checking something more important? Only then did Loy realize. Ah, yes. A knight pushed open the door and creaked inside. Habiel Azrahan was astonished by his awakening. Loy seized the opportunity to speak up. Oh, Habiel. Perfect timing. He said something that sounded very serious to himself. They said when they would pay for the construction. He was helpless after hearing that, then smiled innocently. He seems to be doing well. Suddenly, two voices called from outside the door. Lloyd Lyd Akos Frontera and Mabella Frontera rushed over to him joyfully. The two of them hugged Lloyd tightly, surprising him. Akos Frontera wept with joy. I'm worried the child is safe. This troublesome kid. Mabella Frontera was equally delighted. Thank goodness, Loin. Do you know how worried we were? The two of them thought as they hugged him. Is that really our Loin? That doesn't matter. Thank God he's alive. The scene shifts to the bright blue outdoors. In front of the Royal Magenta Road, a voice echoed from inside, and it was recorded that the giant Titan had been destroyed. It won't be coming back. These were the last words of the Count of Kermo. Inside the throne, the figure of a Person gradually emerged before the public. It's interesting to have someone like him in our country, she sternly ordered, sending a message to the Frontera estate inviting him and his knight to come here. The silver-haired man immediately received the order and obeyed it. Your Majesty, Alicia sits solemnly on the throne. Whether the letter is true or not, I will meet him in person and make a decision. Queen Alicia. The system panel displays a message. Your courage and steadfastness are celebrated throughout the country as a living legend. Loy sat with his arms crossed, emotionlessly reading messages. The system continues to reward friendship points for increased social reputation, adding 1,500 friendship points. Loy was overjoyed and cheered. The system is reading skill information, mana manipulation skill, storing a dense amount of mana in the heart. He touched the middle of his chest. Henry, he was still full of life even after being in a coma for a month. A powerful energy emerged from within my heart. Because I've become a mana manipulation user, which means I can proudly clench my fists. Digging the earth will be much easier. The system board is helpless. Is that all you can think of? Loy asked sternly. What could be more glorious than being a worker? Now you're belittling mining work? System, I'm sorry, please forgive me. The reason why mana manipulation needs protection from shockwaves is because mana manipulation acts as a reservoir of power. Triggering an explosion means the gunpowder next to it will also explode with a bang. The pile of explosives was described as exploding with earth-shattering force. Because this is a threat, if you fail to protect it, you'll get a one-way ticket to hell. He recalled the moment he was preparing to strike the monster, but at that instant, he had no mana, and the psychic energy touched the center of his chest. Thanks to that, I was able to save my life. A shock occurred in my heart. It transformed into psychic mana while trying to save my life. He sighed to himself, thinking that during his mental training he had overlooked it because he thought that touching it one more time would be beneficial. Sometimes laziness can be useful. Suddenly, Count Cremo pushed the door open and entered. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Let's set off. Loy responded quickly. Yes, Your Excellency. He went inside to check. At that moment, he focused his sharp gaze on something, then licked his lips. In a very strange way, the outsiders began to move around on horseback. He sat inside, pulled back the curtains, and looked outside. Lloyd's voice startled Count Crmo. That mansion and the road, he casually remarked. How much will the repairs cost? The man folded his arms and continued. I think it will probably be more than one guy's budget. Suddenly, Loy's face darkened. If that giant titan hadn't died, I guess it would have cost more than the entire year's budget. Count Crmo was silent for a moment, then he realized the problem and wondered what the boy meant. The atmosphere around him began to darken, and there was nothing there. Compared to the entire year's budget, the construction fees I received weren't even enough to cover my pocket money. I didn't think about those things. His face also darkened after listening to him speak. Oh my goodness, who would have thought that the statue made to destroy this giant titan would cause such a thing? Loy continued to ramble on, making him uncomfortable. No one can be blamed either, because this is fate. Because of this, some people had to sacrifice their lives, but luckily everything went smoothly. Haha. He gradually got to the main point. Now that I think about it, I heard the servants summarizing that those who work hard for the benefit of the city, regardless of their status, are certainly entitled to financial compensation. I'm curious to know how interested the public is in this. Finally, the 3 CRMO officers spoke up. 1,510. The interior space fell silent after his words. Are the 3 CRMO titles enough to cause suspense? Loy maintained a calm tone. Oh, please forgive me. Perhaps I have caused you to misunderstand my meaning. I didn't ask for more money, but now I know. He uttered a statement that struck a chord with Count Cremo. The lives of the people are worth only 1.5 times the construction costs. He was startled and remained silent for a long time at the rapid movement of the car. The Count, having no other choice, spoke up. Folded Hills. Loy still chose to remain silent after the statement. Be stripped of Cremo? Waited anxiously. He said, in a serious tone, that he had run out of options. Triple. Lee's face now wore an extremely cunning smile. Count Cremo trembled. sensing something unusual emanating from his position. He held out a hand in front of his face. He smiled naturally. I was very impressed with his contribution. I will consider it as compensation and will use it for good purposes. Count CRMO quickly shook hands. Okay. He thought to himself. How strange, how very strange. I was definitely blackmailed just now. Count CRMO looked at Lloyd's satisfied face and thought, but I don't hate him. How is that possible? Why am I not bothered? At all. A resident of the city realized. Oh, that's the Count's carriage. Everyone cheered with joy at the appearance of the horse-drawn carriage. It is Lord Lo, he has arrived. Hooray for Loin Loin. He looked at the shouts outside and felt secretly tense. Wow, back in Korea I was just a piece of trash. Suddenly I feel so much pressure. Count CRMO stated everyone's intentions. Magic loudspeakers were also set up on the stage, and all the residents flocked here to hear him speak. Lloyd timidly replied, Ah yes. He placed his hand on his neck, pondering. We, the Hung people who have overcome disaster together, should say these cliched, stereotypical things, right? It's not like I'm making money from enthusiasm or anything. The people in the city cheered at his appearance. Loin. He stood on the platform, wearily listening to the calls. Loin Loin. He touched the magic stone. How many people are there here, anyway? Lloyd stood upright in front of the crowd waiting for his speech. He auditioned and pondered silently. It would be great if I could make money and remember the people who are here. Lloyd spoke up about something unrelated. Hello, everyone. Everyone has heard of underfloor heating systems. No one below answered his question. Lloyd observed in silence. He looked to the left and then to the right. No one responded. Lloyd slapped his hand to his forehead in frustration. Oh wow. So you don't know? He said in a serious tone and announced. Older people experience joint pain when winter arrives. Parents worry that their children will catch a cold. Residents listened in stunned silence to every word of Lloyd Frontera's speech. How much time have people wasted? Struggling with the fireplace? He yelled, switching to the capitalist president's fashion. 1 hour Lloyd continues for 2 hours. He seriously expressed his thoughts. If you are 50 years old, then you have wasted 15 years of your life. Lloyd said in a clear voice. If you feel it's wasteful, remember the underfloor heating system. Count Cremo saw this and burst out laughing. Haha. He seriously described the quality of life of people to this extent. Chat Lloyd silently examined his palms. Suddenly, he raised his arm and shouted loudly. No, this needs further improvement. Then, calmly returned to the alley for more detailed information. Please visit the mansion of the Count of Frontera. He turned his back and spoke his last words, much to the astonishment of the people. That's all. Count Cremo only now realized the problem from before. I know why I can't hate him now. He looked at Lloyd's back, silently assessing him. He carefully manages his profits. He's stubborn, but still acceptable. Moreover, he did what needed to be done. Contrary to hatred, I want to turn him into someone under my command. Keeping someone like you in this hometown is a waste. Scene shifts to the Frontera territory. The Frontera estate will become my juicy honey pot. And here is this high-ranking knight. He is honest, trustworthy, dedicated, and all very good. But compared to his efforts, his knightly skills were only average. No, perhaps it's a bit below average. I find that quite unfortunate. At this moment, Lloyd was sitting there staring blankly ahead. Bayan placed a stack of documents on the table and made an announcement. Therefore, the preparation for the operation is complete. The list and information on land parcels are contained in this document. We decided to address the farmers' labor shortage complaint, the supply of oak woodworkers, and the recruitment of additional personnel for the coal mine. He seriously read the documents in his hand, and we signed a large contract to supply underfloor heating systems to a neighboring estate at a 30% discount. The net profit margin is only about 10%, but since then we have seen that coal revenue returns have consistently exceeded 50% of net profit. Bayan continues to announce. Next, regarding the issue of moisture-proof insulation and repairs. Lloyd interrupted. Please wait a moment, sir. He asked in confusion. Did you take care of everything? While I was away, Bay looked at Lloyd with a puzzled expression. Then he spoke up to explain. I'm just doing what you told me to do, making sure to take on any additional tasks. Suddenly, A man pushed the door open and walked in. The report from the senior knight inside the final floor system has been completed. May I have permission to inspect? Bei quickly replied. Okay, thank you. I'll be there in about 30 minutes. In front of a house in the estate, Bayan meticulously inspected everything inside. He stood up and applauded. You guys completed it without making any mistakes. That's impressive. Everyone was secretly delighted, but it was clearly visible on their faces because of the compliment. Suddenly, the flying bird spoke up, giving instructions. Remember, all the times I've nagged you guys were for this very moment. Now you are all important members of the traveling team. Loy looked at the man in front of him and silently praised him. That's right, they're capable. He's very skilled. He imagined a man in a director's suit. Uncle, you were born in the wrong era. If he were in South Korea, he would probably be a top executive director of a corporation. We should reward him handsomely with a bonus. The notice board and floor system of the front Terra building have been completed. The floor system is a front Terra-style heating system that will leave its mark on the history of the continent. A significant amount of loyalty points will be awarded based on substantial building achievements. Loyalty points awarded plus 400. Loy pictured the moment when the couple was presenting the contract. It turns out that a series of contracts for underfloor heating systems were the work of the Baron and his wife. Instead of having an inheritance, they possess a different ability. From the moment you were born, you were protected by good fortune. Thanks to the new generation, many people will find themselves in a situation that's both funny and sad. Under the clear blue sky, Loy is beginning a new project. Habiel Azrahan watched everyone building and spoke up. I guess to write charcoal would require a warehouse this big. He looked visibly pleased. Of course, because the output will be countless. Loy looked up at the sky, deep in thought. With the construction payment, he could pay off more than half of his debt, and there were still many water bills from the residential area to pay. He chuckled mischievously to himself, thinking, soon, I'll be living a life of idleness and idleness. Habiel Azrahan turned to look at Loy, who was making a disgusting face. He secretly felt disgusted. Every time he saw that expression, it was repulsive, and he really wanted to slap him in the face. Suddenly, a trumpet sounded from afar. Loy turned around in confusion. What's that? What's that sound? Habiel Azrahan explained. This is the first time I've heard it, too, but as far as I know, it's the sound of a trumpet announcing the arrival of a royal messenger. A procession carrying the kingdom's flag approached. Loy grumbled irritably. Why are royal envoys here? A red carpet quickly rolled up, and the leading man dismounted from his horse. He landed and struck a pose, like a sage, then took an item from his person. After some gesticulating, the bearded man began to clench his fist and then release a flag shaped like a kingdom. The people behind him clapped and cheered. Oh, Loy is kneeling on the ground uncomfortably. What kind of farce is this? Hurry up and say it. He gritted his teeth and silently criticized. I'm about to die from these bizarre antics. He began to read the contents from ancient times, from great emperors, for the peace and prosperity of nobles, citizens, and all people. Lloyd heard this and thought, could it be CRMO, the things I did at CRMO? The bearded man continued reading, not only that, but also comforting the people, blah blah, taking responsibility, blah blah. He solemnly read each word of the imperial decree. With that inspiration, the queen issued the order. The two brave heroes who defeated the giant titan were personally honored and rewarded for their heroic deeds. System Notification Board. The Baron's interest has been increased by 9 points. 90 friendship points. You have received 90 friendship points. Akko's Frontera said, sobbing. Ah, this is an honor, Your Majesty, it is an honor. I am proud of you, my son. I'm very proud, but Loin is feeling uneasy. I appreciate having more close friends, but this isn't a good thing. He gritted his teeth and pondered. I found it very difficult when I went to the military. I just need to do just enough to avoid trouble. If you do better than what's required, that's not allowed. If you break that strict rule. Remember the time in the previous world, the pregnant man stepped forward. Hey, Sergeant Kim, I heard you used to be in the civil engineering department, right? Install a heating system over there. Kim Suho stammered. Well, Civil engineering projects aren't done by hand. He's annoyed. What? You don't want to do it? Is there no other way out for you? I'll do it. Kim Soo-ho had a terrible headache and was pulling his hair out. I made a big mistake. I studied too hard. He looked at the finished product before him. He had built it perfectly. A man, emboldened, asked, "So you're Sergeant Kim? You look bright and intelligent. Could you build a beautiful garden for me?" Then they chatted happily, while Kim Soo-ho worked hard despite countless requests for help. Why did the dam in the village break? Sergeant Kim, why are the barracks so unstable? Hey, Sergeant Kim, that hill is ruining the landscape here. Hey, Sergeant Kim, right? Send a telegram over there. If I get involved with the king, I'll have to say goodbye to my sweet, leisurely country aristocratic life. Returning to the present, the bearded man announced, "This is the order from His Majesty." And his guards immediately depart for the royal road. He wept in utter anguish. We should finish after building the foundation underwater. That damned shrimp-headed scoundrel has cursed me. What should I do? If I'm chosen by the emperor, I'll be exploited like a pawn for the rest of my life. Should I pretend to be stupid? No, that's too dangerous. Being treated like an idiot could easily cost you your head. Below the royal carriage, many soldiers surrounded it. Loy sat inside, looking completely lifeless. Habiel Azrahan said, "You look like you've just been sentenced to death." He didn't deny it. You have eyes to see. He spoke, causing Lloyd's drooping eyes to widen in confusion as he looked at him. Unbelievable. Habiel Azrahan looked away and voiced his thoughts. If it were Lord Loy, I think he would be pleased and think about how to get the money from the kingdom. Hearing that, he gradually regained his spirits. Loy sat silently, deep in thought. I have information on Queen Magentano's personality, her future, and the situation in the royal court. Loy gradually accepted the truth. If I use all that information, there must be a way. Habel was right. If things turned out that way, Loy, with a confident smile, would simply eliminate those who opposed the royal path. His carriage was now almost upon reaching the kingdom.